Chapter 51. Not only is the flying magic weapon Yunuezhu that Ye Chen and others are riding on much smaller than the Shenfeng Zhou, but it is also far slower than the Shenfeng Zhou. No, not long after Lu Beichen set off from Tianxing Palace, he caught up with Yunuezhu. I always feel that you are too eager. The Destiny Villain System asked curiously, isn't it good to keep Ye Chen as a treasure hunter to earn destiny points? If you kill him now, it will be the same as losing a long-term meal ticket. I've thought about it. Lu Beichen responded, it's just that the secret realm of chaos is about to open. If I can capture the treasure body of chaos and fuse it, I will almost go back to the upper realm. Where is the time to spend in the spirit world, staring at Ye Chen, pulling his wool? Not to mention that when Ye Chen devours and fuses the soul of the Dao Severing Realm expert from the Void Realm, his luck will increase to an abnormal level. Wouldn't it be a tragedy if I can't handle him and he handles me instead? You're right. The Destiny Villain System joked, Host, I didn't expect you to be quite thoughtful besides being extremely brazen. System, can you stop talking about being shameless? Lu Beichen said angrily, I am a dignified person, don't I want to lose face? High Wind and Bright Festival. The Destiny Villain System continued to tease, aren't you just a wongpo selling melons and boasting? Shut up, I don't care about you. Lu Beichen took out a fine steel longsword from the storage ring, and threw it at Yunuezhu. The fine steel longsword pierced Yunuezhu like lightning, and immediately touched Yunuezhu's defensive formation. Boom! A loud bang. The fine steel longsword shattered. Yunuezhu shook violently. The attack effect is good. It's just a bit of a useless sword. Lu Beichen nodded when he saw this, and took out a fine steel longsword from the storage ring. According to the situation just now, the flying magic weapon of the Dragon Elephant sect shouldn't be able to withstand many attacks like his. What happened? Someone is attacking us, causing Yunuezhu's defensive formation to be touched. No way. Who is so bold, dare to provoke our Dragon Elephant sect? I don't know, in order to avoid any accidents, I have to report this news to Elder Zhou as soon as possible. There were bursts of exclamations on the Yunya boat. When Zhou Zhengquan came out of the hall, what he saw was a chaotic scene. A sharp-eyed disciple saw Zhou Zhengquan and immediately stepped forward to tell him the whole story. Is there such a thing? Zhou Zhengquan shook his head. By the way, when was the last time Yunuezhu was attacked by the enemy? Boom! Another bang! Yunuezhu shook violently again. Zhou Zhengquan's expression darkened immediately, and he said, looking for death, I want to see who is so bold as to provoke our Dragon Elephant sect. He is familiar with Yunuezhu, and he knows that Yunuezhu's defensive formation cannot withstand several attacks like this. Old Zhou Zheng, I don't know why, but I always have an ominous premonition. As soon as Ye Chen saw Zhou Zhengquan, he said worriedly, not long ago, you refuted the face of the Holy Master of Yaokai in the Yuxu Great Hall. Could it be that he sent someone to attack us? Zhou Zhengquan thought for a while, and said, I can't rule out this possibility, but the specific situation can only be confirmed by the other party after I go out for a while. At this moment, the loud noise sounded again, and the Yunya boat shook even more violently. Maid, it's endless, right? Zhou Zhengquan cursed, and said, Nephew Yat, please maintain the order on the Yunya boat, I will go back as soon as I go. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Ye Chen's response, he turned around and flew out of the Silver Moon boat. As soon as he stepped out of the Silver Moon boat, Zhou Zhengquan immediately spotted Lu Beichen in the midair, wearing black clothes and covering his face. I thought it was some important person who dared to provoke our Dragon Elephant sect like this. Zhou Zhengquan mocked, it turns out that he is just a rat who dare not show his true colors. This old guy should be Zhou Zhengquan, the elder of the Dragon Elephant sect, right? Lu Beichen probed again with his divine sense, and found that the opponent's strength was still around the first level of the Marquis realm. Therefore, he couldn't help but sneered and said, Elder Zhou, your strength is not very good, but your tone is not small. Zhou Zhengquan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he looked at Lu Beichen with an absurd face, and said, I am a majestic Marquis realm expert, but you actually said that my strength is not very good. I don't know about others, but for me, your strength is really not that good. Lu Beichen said meaningfully, originally, if you stayed on the flying magic weapon of your Dragon Elephant sect, you might be able to live longer. Now, you automatically ran in front of me to deliver the food, you just want to live longer. Don't be ashamed. Zhou Zhengquan laughed back angrily, I think, you probably don't know what it means to be a strong Marquis realm. The words fall. A powerful aura suddenly exuded from his body, pressing directly towards Lu Beichen. I don't understand a bit. You cultivators who think you are very powerful, do you just like to overwhelm others with power? Lu Beichen said a little speechlessly, don't you think this method is naive? Why are you not affected by my aura? Zhou Zhengquan felt bad. Don't you meet a master who is stronger than yourself? Want to know why? Okay, give me a hint, you can experience it yourself. After Liu Beichen finished speaking, a strong aura emanated from his body, pressing back against Zhou Zhengquan. This aura is so terrifying. Zhou Zhengquan's face suddenly changed. Because he was under the pressure of Liu Beichen's aura, his whole body gradually fell from midair to the ground without stopping. After discovering this situation, he hastily used all the spiritual power in his body, but it was still useless. Who exactly are you? Zhou Zhengquan said in horror, why did you attack us here? Is there some misunderstanding? Who am I? You don't need to know. Liu Beichen smiled, and said, as for the misunderstanding, there must be nothing. I'm not afraid to tell you that today, including you, Elder Zhou, all the members of the Dragon Elephant sect here will be sent to the west by me. Your Excellency, don't do this. Zhou Zhengquan persuaded in a panic, what's the matter, we have discussed it, why do you need to fight to death? As he spoke, he secretly shattered the messenger jade pendant hanging around his neck. Calculated based on the opponent's aura, the strength is much stronger than him. So he had to ask for help from the Supreme Elder Mao Chengxian. Fortunately, there should be time to do all this. After all, Supreme Elder Mao Chengxian is Ye Chen's protector, and the distance from Ye Chen will not be too far. Chapter 52 The King Conferring Powerhouse needs to lower his eyebrows even when he sees me. Senior brother Ye, the person coming is fierce, Elder Zhou doesn't seem to be his opponent. I can also see that Elder Zhou wanted to overwhelm others with power, but was suppressed by the opponent's aura instead. Isn't it? Elder Zhou is a strong man whose strength has reached the first level of Fengka realm. How strong is the strength of this person to achieve this level? The disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect who were watching on the Silver Moon boat exclaimed again and again, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. They couldn't imagine that in the minds of themselves and others, Elder Zhou, who had always been aloof and powerful, would make such a rare move towards others like this. Everyone, please be patient. Ye Chen reassured, I just crushed the letter jade pendant and asked for help from the Elder Tais Hang. I believe that the old man will come here soon. Even if Elder Zhou really loses to this rat who doesn't dare to show his true colors, there will still be Elder Tais Hang standing in charge for us, the sky won't fall. Although he was also shocked by the powerful strength displayed by the man in black. But he remembered that he was protected by Mao Chengxian, the Supreme Elder of Longxiang Zone, who was a strong man in the King realm, and he felt at ease. Hearing his words, everyone on the Yunya boat suddenly became less panicked. Yup. Even if the masked man in black is as powerful as the sky, he can't make any waves in front of the Supreme Elder. After all, the Supreme Elder is a super strong man whose strength has reached the second level of the King conferring realm. Elder Zhou, don't think that I don't know that you are delaying time. Liu Beichen said with a half-smile, you need to know that this has come to this point, I don't believe you can't see that there is no possibility of resolving our grievances at all. Have you seen this all? I have to say, Your Excellency is amazing. Zhou Zhengquan first praised this sentence, and then said, that's right, I just asked for help from the Supreme Elder of our Dragon Elephant sect, and he will come here soon. If you leave now, maybe you can save your life. You're Supreme Elder of the Dragon Elephant sect. Liu Beichen pondered for a while, and asked back, Elder Zhou, do you think I will be afraid? After finishing speaking, he raised his hand, and countless small flags flew out. An unknown formation was arranged to trap Yunyu as who. Zhou Zhengquan's face became more and more ugly, Your Excellency, do you want to fight with our Dragon Elephant sect forever? Liu Beichen said without hesitation, it's obvious, why bother to ask? I admit that your strength is very strong, I can't compare with you. Zhou Zhengquan said in a deep voice, but there is one thing, you have to know that the Supreme Elder of our Dragon Elephant sect is not so strong. Tell me. King-level powerhouse. Zhou Zhengquan replied proudly, the Supreme Elder of our Dragon Elephant sect is a strong man whose strength has reached the realm of becoming a king. So what? Liu Beichen replied disapprovingly, to put it bluntly, even a strong king-level person should lower his eyebrows when he sees me. Your Excellency is really arrogant. A sneer suddenly sounded in the distance. Zhou Zhengquan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart. This momentum. At the very least, only super strong men whose strength has reached the king-conferring state can exude it. In addition, the voice of the visitor sounds familiar. Not surprisingly, the Supreme Elder Mao Chengxian must have come in person. Liu Beichen saw that Zhou Zhengquan looked like a savior had come, so he knew that this person must be the so-called Taishang Elder of Longxiang Zone. Sure enough, within a short while, he saw a white-haired old man wearing Dragon Elephant sect costumes appearing not far away out of thin air. The Supreme Elder is really here. With his old man here, the masked man in black must not be jumping around for long. However, it is an honor for the masked man in black to be planted in the hands of the Supreme Elder, whose strength has reached the King Sealing realm. Seeing this, everyone on the Yunya boat was overjoyed. At this moment, they not only lost all panic in their hearts, but also looked forward to it. It is rare to see the scene where the Supreme Elder makes a move. They were lucky enough to meet them today, and when they go back to brag, they will definitely be envious of many fellow students. My guardian is finally here. Ye Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't see the way he spoke just now in front of many disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect. In fact, I don't have enough confidence in my heart. After all, he didn't know if Mao Chengxian could arrive in time before the masked man in black took action against them. Now everyone, don't worry. Ye Chen cheered up the disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect. Those who are strong in the King realm can move mountains and fill seas. The Supreme Elder wants to deal with this mere black-clothed rat who came out of nowhere, it's no problem at all. Everyone present echoed in unison, senior brother Ye is right. Besides, after Zhou Zhengquan realized it, he hastily stepped forward and bowed his hands, saying, see the Supreme Elder. Don't be too polite. Mao Chengxian waved his hand, and turned his gaze to Lu Beichen, although your strength is not weak, and you are close to the threshold of becoming a king, do you think you are qualified to say the arrogant words just now? Why are you not eligible? Lu Beichen replied without fear, that's what I think, so just tell the truth. Presumptuous. Zhou Zhengquan couldn't help shouting, it's ridiculous to dare to speak such nonsense in front of our Longxiang sect Grand Elder. After a pause, he saluted Mao Chengxian again, I invite the Supreme Elder to kill this beast. To revive the majesty of our Dragon Elephant sect. It is good. Mao Chengxian nodded, and looked at Lu Beichen as if he was looking at a dead person, report your name, I will not kill the unknown. It's still unknown who will win the battle. Lu Beichen sneered, and replied, if you want to know who I am, yes, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The words fall. He generously used the newly earned 400 points of destiny to add points to his cultivation base. Moment. His strength suddenly rose from the small perfection of the Marquis realm to the third level of the King-conferred realm. Well, what's going on here? Zhou Zhengquan felt that the aura emanating from Lu Beichen's body suddenly rose sharply, and he was almost stupid. Oh my god, shouldn't it be what he thought? Breakthrough. The strength has been raised by a full 4 ranks. Mao Chenshuan's eyes widened suddenly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Compared with Zhou Zhengquan, he who faced Lu Beichen directly could feel the huge changes in Lu Beichen. What? Are you dumbfounded? Lu Beichen sneered, and said, the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Elephant sect is a strong king, right? I don't know if I have the right to say the arrogant words just now. His tone was full of sarcasm and disdain. Chapter 53 Frightening the Supreme Elder, the confused Ye Chen. This. Mao Chengxian was speechless. His face was burning hot now, as if he had been slapped severely. Who told him that he didn't pay attention to the masked man in black just now, thinking that he could easily kill him as long as he made a move? Who would have thought that the opponent's strength would suddenly skyrocket and surpass him, leading to a sudden reversal of the situation? I don't know which senior you are. Mao Chengxian arched his hands towards Lu Beichen, and said with a wry smile, the junior is just a small cultivator of the kingship realm, and he can't bear such teasing from the senior. While he was shocked by the powerful strength displayed by the masked man in black, he also thought about it carefully. First, it is very difficult for a cultivator to increase his strength to 4 levels in an instant without any bottlenecks. Second, when the masked man in black doesn't break through, he chooses to break through at this time, and his strength is just 1 step higher than him. Based on this inference, he believes that the masked man in black was deliberately hiding his clumsiness. On the surface, it looks like a cultivator whose strength is less than that of a king, but in fact he is an old monster with terrifying strength. What does the Supreme Elder mean by this? Zhou Zhengquan was startled for a moment. Immediately, he came to his senses and thought of an amazing possibility. That is, the masked man in black is stronger than Mao Chengxian himself, or he has raised his strength to a level stronger than Mao Chengxian just now. That's why Mao Chenshuan's attitude towards the masked man in black has undergone such a huge change. A strong man in the king realm, do you need to lower your eyebrows when you see me? There was an uproar in Zhou Zhengquan's heart. No wonder the masked man in black dared to say such arrogant words. It turns out that there is such a terrifying strength behind it. His reaction is so big, Ye Chen and others on the Unia boat can imagine it. Senseless. They are all dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why did the Supreme Elder suddenly become respectful to the masked man in black? Did I hear you right? The Supreme Elder said just now that he is just a small cultivator of the kingship realm, and he can't bear such teasing from the masked man in black. Damn it, I'm not hallucinating, right? The Supreme Elder, as a strong man in the king realm, is actually humiliated when facing the masked man in black. The emergence of this astonishing scene simply subverted the perception of everyone on the Unia boat. Will not. My guardian can't be that cowardly. Ye Chen was hit harder than anyone else on the scene. Because since Mao Chengxian became his protector, He has always been the goal he has worked hard to catch up with on the road of cultivation. Now that the target meets the masked man in black, can he just lower his eyebrows and confess? His worldview is about to collapse, isn't it? Senior. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Beichen knew that Mao Chengxian must have misunderstood. However, this misunderstanding can be exploited. Not fun. Lu Beichen imitated the voice of an old man, and replied, "It doesn't matter who the old man is. The important thing is what the old man is here for. Senior's attire is because he doesn't want to expose his identity." Mao Chengxian said modestly, it was indeed the younger generation who was talking too much just now. After a pause, he then asked respectfully, "Can the senior inform the junior of the purpose here?" Lu Beichen pretended to hesitate for a moment, and said, "It's not impossible to tell you. It is said that your dragon elephant sect has a peerless genius named Ye Chen. The old man is a little curious about him, so I came here specially to invite him to be a guest alone. Although his current strength is stronger than the supreme elder of Longxiang Zone, he is also confident to defeat him, or even kill him. But wouldn't it be better to take Ye Chen away without doing anything?" The corners of Zhou Zhenquan's mouth couldn't help twitching. Now he finally knows what it means to open his eyes and tell nonsense. Who on earth attacked Yan Yuezhu directly without making a sound? Does this sound like an invitation to visit? Mao Chengxian frowned, looked at Zhou Zhenquan, and said, "Elder Zhou, I haven't been here for long, and I don't understand the situation. Tell me the ins and outs of the matter." "Okay, Supreme Elder." Zhou Zhenquan explained it roughly. Both in and out of the words imply that Lu Beichen's trip may have bad intentions for Ye Chen. "Senior brother Ye, this so-called senior seems to be targeting you." A disciple on Yunyu Zhou asked Ye Chen, "Do you have any impression of him?" Ye Chen shook his head, expressing that he had no impression at all. In other words, for no reason to provoke such a strong man whose origin is unknown, and even the elders of the Teasing need to lower their eyebrows when they meet, he is also very confused, okay? Besides, Mao Chengxian thought about it seriously, and said, "It is certainly a good thing that nephew Ye can be watched by seniors. But he is the chief true disciple of our dragon elephant sect, and his status is relatively important. If the younger generation asks you to take him away, I'm afraid he won't be able to explain to the ancestors of our dragon elephant sect. If it was another ordinary disciple, he might just sit back and watch. But Ye Chen is different. He once asked the head teacher to make a divination, and the divination showed that Ye Chen would not only become one of the strongest in the spirit world in the future, but also a key figure in the rise of the dragon elephant sect. The old man just wants to invite Ye Chen to be a guest." Lu Beichen laughed dumbly and said, "Looking at your reactions, it seems that the old man is planning to plot against him. Senior's behavior is really misleading." Mao Chengxian laughed dryly, and said, "How about senior reporting out of the house and making a decision after the junior goes back to discuss with the senior members of the dragon elephant sect?" "Stubborn." Lu Beichen snorted coldly, and said, "The old man's patience is limited, you just tell the old man, let the old man take Ye Chen away after all." Mao Chengxian couldn't help being in a dilemma. "Elder Teasing, our dragon elephant sect finally found a good seed like nephew Ye." Zhou Zhenquan became anxious, "If you hand him over, it will be too late even if you want to regret it in the future. Also, unless you step on my body. Otherwise, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will not let this so-called senior take nephew Ye away." Zhou Zhenquan's persuasion finally made Mao Chengxian decide to save Ye Chen. "Senior, I believe you have heard that the meaning of Elder Zhou is the meaning of the junior." Mao Chengxian said, "If you insist on taking master nephew Ye away, then this junior will have no choice but to try to compete with you. Haven't you heard of it? Try it and die." Lu Beichen smiled disdainfully, and said, "Since you don't know how to cherish the opportunity that the old man gave you, then don't blame the old man for being rude to you. Mude, if he knew that talking to this old guy would end up in a fight, he wouldn't have wasted so much talking." The words fall. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. God bless the Supreme Elder to win. Everyone on the Yunya boat was silently praying in their hearts. And Ye Chen is the representative of them. After all, if Mao Chengxian loses, the fate of the others is not known yet. His fate will not be better anyway. Chapter 54 The Battle of the Strong, is your identity about to be revealed? Senior, are we really going to meet each other in battle? Mao Chengxian asked solemnly. The masked man in black in front of him is unpredictable and powerful. If he fights with the opponent, the possibility of winning is a bit small. Therefore, avoiding direct conflict with the other party is the most ideal state. Lu Beichen didn't answer him directly, but asked, "Can you let the old man take Ye Chen away without us fighting each other?" Mao Chengxian pondered for a moment, and said, "No. That's it." Lu Beichen took out a fine steel longsword from the storage ring. "Come on, let's see the real chapter under our hands." Is the senior too confident? Mao Chengxian looked at the fine steel longsword, and didn't know whether to be grateful or angry, even if the junior's strength is not as good as yours, there is no need to use ordinary weapons to humiliate the junior, right? The old man has always been very confident. Liu Beichen smiled and said, as for the humiliation, you think too much. You need to know that there are not many people in this world who can let the old man use weapons to deal with him. You should feel lucky to be one of them. In other words, I was misunderstood again. If it wasn't for the sake of not revealing his identity, he would have to let the other party suffer the fear of being brutally tortured by the Yuan magnetic Ape. Thank you senior for your attention. Mao Chengxian nodded and replied, the junior decided to fight empty-handed to show respect for the senior. He said that with his own scheming. After all, according to the skills he has practiced, fighting empty-handed in battle may not be weaker than deploying weapons. Very good. In order to prevent others from saying that the old man is bullying the small, you should act first. Liu Beichen said it lightly on the surface, but he was secretly vigilant in his heart. His current strength is one level higher than Mao Chenswan's, that's right. But a strong man of the older generation like Mao Chengxian may have a whole card that others don't know. He doesn't take it seriously. It would be funny if it capsized in the gutter. Senior atmosphere. Mao Chengxian was not hypocritical, and directly used one of the strongest moves he knew. Heaven-level martial arts, come out. Moment. A huge black palm print appeared above Mao Chenswan's head out of thin air. Almost instantly, the black palm print rapidly inflated like a balloon. The palm of the hand. The elder Taishang used his ultimate move so quickly, it is also hard work. Seeing this, Zhou Zhengquan had a flash of anticipation in his eyes. You idiot who dare not show your true colors, your behavior is so arrogant, I want to see if you are really that smart. For some reason, he always felt that the identity of the masked man in black senior was watery. That's why he showed a look of resignation to death, which forced Mao Chengxian to fight with the masked man in black. What is the purpose? Of course, I want to use Mao Chenswan's hand to see if the masked man in black can be completely revealed. Interesting. Liu Beichen looked excited when he saw this, however, it's not to the point of being amazing. Senior, is it too early to draw conclusions now? Let's see the power first. As Mao Chengxian said, he pressed his right palm down suddenly. Following his movements, the black palm print on top of his head teleported and slapped Liu Beichen on the head. Is it early? I don't think so. Liu Beichen was not afraid at all, raised his hand, and saw the fine steel longsword moving towards the black palm print. Boom! A loud bang. The fine steel longsword shattered. The black palm print broke and disappeared. Liu Beichen stayed where he was, with neat clothes, as if nothing had happened. He said with a smile, it seems that the name of your move is bluffing, and the momentum is not small, but the power is too ordinary, which makes me feel a little disappointed. This. Although Mao Chengxian expected in advance that the Wenting palm would not cause too much harm to Liu Beichen. But I didn't expect to be picked up so easily by Liu Beichen. Senior is a good way, and the junior admires it. Mao Chengxian took a deep breath, and said, it is the blessing of this junior to be able to fight to the death with a master like senior, come again. The powerful strength displayed by Liu Beichen not only did not make him flinch, but instead aroused his competitive heart. Okay, I'm so happy. Liu Beichen gave him a high look. Not everyone can have this kind of decisive courage. If it were another cultivator, facing a master much stronger than himself, if he couldn't succeed in one blow, he might have run away long ago. How could he become more courageous as Mao Chengxian fought? However, if Liu Beichen dared to say that Mao Chengxian was brave, he would be brave, and the result would not change much. Next. The battle between Liu Beichen and Mao Chengxian broke out again. Both sides come and go, fighting in full swing. The moves used by Liu Beichen were very simple, or not considered moves at all. Mao Chengxian was different, he used his strongest moves all over, but still couldn't help Liu Beichen. Who is this senior? In addition to being shocked and having a headache, Mao Chengxian was also puzzled. Because he couldn't see the origin of the moves made by the masked man in black. The battle between the King's Sealing powerhouses is so terrifying. Seeing that countless mountain peaks were being impacted by the aftermath of the battle, and one by one was constantly crumbling, Zhou Zhengquan couldn't help being stunned for a while, with cold sweat running down his back. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, before the masked man in black and Mao Chengxian continued to fight, he would run away and run away. I'm afraid he wouldn't die now, but he would be seriously injured. No wonder it is said that when gods fight, mortals suffer. The ancients never lied to me. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhengquan looked worriedly at Yunuezhu in the distance, showing a helpless expression. Even with the unknown array arranged by Liu Beichen and the defensive array he owns, Yunuezhu was still staggered and swayed by the aftermath of the battle between Liu Beichen and Mao Chengxian. Quick! Ye Chen stabilized his figure, and said in a deep voice, everyone, don't hold back your strength, the best strategy is to keep the defensive formation from collapsing. Yes, senior brother yet. A messy voice answered him. Damn. Ye Chen cursed in his heart. He thought about everything, and thought about everything, but he couldn't remember when he had offended such a terrifying superpower like the masked man in black. Don't you think it's really Uncle Zhang, the Lord of Yaokai sent here? Is he afraid that my existence will affect his attempt to bring senior sister Zhang and Liu Beichen together? This thought flashed in Ye Chen's mind, and Ye Chen was shocked and angry. Holy Lord of Yaokai, I swear that if I can escape today safe and sound, I will definitely ask you to look good. Ye Chen gritted his teeth and said. Obviously at this time, he has lost his mind, and threw all the blame on the head of the Lord of Yaokai. Fuck. It's careless. I'm about to reveal my identity. Because the battle between Liu Beichen and Mao Chengxian was too fierce, the black gauze that Liu Beichen used to cover his face was suddenly shaken off. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 55. Are young people so fierce now? Isn't it? How can that be? The masked man in black turned out to be a young man who looked about his age. Seeing this, Mao Chengxian couldn't help flashing an unbelievable look on his face. At this moment, he only felt that his whole body was about to split apart. Let's not talk about how the opponent is so young, how to cultivate his strength to be stronger than him. Just saying that he remembered how many times he had called the other party senior just now when he was much older, that would be shameful enough. No way. The masked man in black has revealed his true colors? Is he a young man? Zhou Zhengquan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a bewildered expression appeared on his face. The identity of the senior of the masked man in black is indeed watery. This is not. After the battle with the Supreme Elder, isn't the true face revealed? But, why does the masked man in black who revealed his true face look so familiar? By the way, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning. Zhou Zhengquan thought about it, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, isn't this guy the same Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning that I saw in the Yuexu Hall? His tone was full of shock and disbelief. Although he didn't know much about Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning. However, it has also been heard that his age is only around about dash, and he can make the Holy Son Taixuan, who is the 9th floor of the Holy Master Realm, kneel down and beg for mercy with just one thought. Such rumors. He didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking it was too exaggerated, thinking that it was at best a fluke to defeat the Taixuan Chenzi. Unexpectedly, when meeting a real person now, his strength is even more outrageous than the rumors. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. He couldn't believe that the young Liu Beichen could possess the strength of the king-level realm, and he could fight against the elder Mao Chengxian, the king-level powerhouse of the older generation, without falling behind. Paralysis. It seems that everyone underestimated Liu Beichen, a peerless monster. I'm not dazzled, am I? The masked man in black who fought so fiercely with the Supreme Elder is actually a young man. Is it fake? Am I dreaming and haven't woken up yet? Or am I hallucinating after being shaken by the Yunuez who, so I see that the masked man in black is a young man. Is this, the world fantasy? When did a young man who looks less than 20 years old be able to cultivate his strength to such a terrifying level as the king? The disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect watching the battle on the Silver Moon boat were all dumbfounded. The fact that Liu Beichen revealed his true colors. It was no less than dropping a nuclear bomb among them, turning their minds into chaos. The Holy Son of the Beginning. At this time, a disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect suddenly remembered something, and shouted loudly, this masked man in black is Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning. The words fall. Everyone present was in an uproar again. As far as they know, the age of Liu Beichen, the Son of Absolute Beginning, is only around the age, right? He cannot be defeated in the battle with the Supreme Elder, and his strength has at least reached the King's Sealing Realm. This thought flashed through their minds, and they couldn't help but gasp. A king-level powerhouse who is only around the age? Live? Oh my god, is Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, still human? The Holy Son in the Beginning. The masked man in black turned out to be Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning. Ye Chen was quite impressed with Liu Beichen, the so-called rival in love. So the first time Liu Beichen showed his true face, he recognized Liu Beichen. What kind of hatred and what resentment? Liu Beichen, you don't want to snatch senior sister Zhang away, but you also want to kill me. Ye Chen gritted his teeth in hatred. No wonder the masked man in black was determined to take him away. It turns out that his identity is Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning. Compare your heart with your heart. If he had Liu Beichen's monstrous strength, he would definitely want to kill him quickly, so as to avoid future troubles. Elder Tais Hang, you old man must work harder. Ye Chen secretly cheered for Mao Chengxian in his heart. At this moment, he had no luck whatsoever. Because if Mao Chengxian can't beat Liu Beichen, then he will die. The 5th floor of the Great Energy Realm vs the powerhouse of the King Conferring Realm. You don't have to start the fight to know the result. Forcibly suppressing the shock and shame in his heart, Mao Chengxian asked, which family are you the proud of? You are so young, but you are so powerful. Before Liu Beichen could respond, Zhou Zhengquan channeled his spiritual power into his voice and shouted, Elder Supreme, he is Liu Beichen, the holy son of the holy land of absolute beginning. Liu Beichen, the holy son of the holy land of absolute beginning. Mao Chengxian searched the memory in his mind. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on his face again. I heard that your age is only around now. There is a saying that on the river, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and a new generation replaces the old ones. Are today's young people so aggressive? I have been cultivating hard for so many years, what the hell can't even compare to a young man with a weak crown? What is the reason? Yes. Liu Beichen sighed embarrassingly, I am already old, and my strength is only up to the 3rd level of the king conferring realm. I am laughing at you. Mao Chengxian. What are you laughing at but not laughing at? He has every reason to suspect that Liu Beichen is showing off naked. Zhou Zhengquan. Your sister. It's disgusting to cultivate your strength to the 3rd level of the king conferring realm, right? What do you think of those of us who are much older than you but far inferior to you in strength? Ye Chen and the others were speechless. They were also dazzled by Liu Beichen's inadvertent Versailles. Everyone is about the same age, so you are the only one who can show off, right? However, no matter how angry they were, they had to admit that Liu Beichen did have the talent to show off. Son of absolute beginning, I don't know what grievances you have with nephew yet. But your current strength is only slightly higher than mine. If you continue to fight, you may not be my opponent. Mao Chengxian persuaded, how about we shake hands and make peace? Although Liu Beichen's age and the powerful strength he displayed surprised him very much. But on the contrary, his confidence has been restored a lot. After all, in terms of fighting experience, he asked himself much more than Liu Beichen. Fortunately, Liu Beichen didn't know what he was thinking now. Otherwise, you must laugh. What is rich fighting experience? In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. Shake hands and make peace. Liu Beichen shook his head and refused, you think too much, this is impossible. Besides, since my identity has been exposed, I don't have to be intimidated anymore. The words fall. He took out the Yuan magnetic épée from the storage ring, come on, let's have a real fight and see how many moves you can take from me. Chapter 56 The Supreme Elder version is the advantage? Listen to the meaning of the words of the Holy Sun in the beginning. When he fought with me just now, did he still have enough energy left? While Mao Chengxian felt astonished, he immediately felt that Liu Beichen was trying to scare him. After all, Liu Beichen is a freshly baked king-level powerhouse. When facing him, an older generation of king-conferring powerhouses, how dare he not go all out? Until Liu Beichen took out the top-grade holy weapon, the magnetic épée. He couldn't help panicking, it seemed that what he said was true. Son of the beginning, why bother? Mao Chengxian stabilized his mind and said, if the fight continues, it will only be a tie between you and me. It's better for everyone to shake hands and make peace. Wouldn't it be better to find a place to drink tea? I'd love to be your friend. Oh, the Supreme Elder is being cowardly again. Zhou Zhengquan couldn't help sighing inwardly. Others don't understand Mao Chengxian, doesn't he understand? If Mao Chengxian had confidence in himself, he would have taken action to kill Liu Beichen, a guy who dared to challenge his old man's power. Instead of showing kindness over and over again. Because from the beginning to the end, Mao Chengxian was not a person who was easy to talk and liked to compromise. However, Zhou Zhengquan also understood Mao Chengxian's approach. No matter who it is, it's impossible for you to be right when you meet a perverted opponent like Liu Beichen. Let's not talk about whether you can beat Liu Beichen with your hands. Let's just say that with Liu Beichen's aptitude, he will definitely be one of the best superpowers in the spiritual world in the future. Being an enemy of such a terrifying existence, it would be a nightmare just to think about it. Then, when I woke up the next day, I didn't know if my life was still alive. Although everyone on Yunuezhu felt that this would damage the prestige of Mao Chengxian and Longxiang Zone. But they are not stupid, and they understand Mao Chengxian's approach. Where there is life, there is hope. Ye Chen was mentally prepared to be humiliated by Liu Beichen later. As long as it doesn't hurt his life, he is willing to do anything. Think of it as spiritual experience in the process of becoming a strong man. As for the rest, even though Liu Beichen's aptitude is so evil that he is about to despair, he still has not given up the idea of catching up with Liu Beichen in terms of strength. Ye Chen, will never give in. Ye Chen let out a cry that belonged to him in his heart. Too much nonsense. As the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Elephant Sect, the most important thing you should do is to fight me again cleanly and completely to decide the winner. Liu Beichen responded impatiently, it's not Zhou Yan who cares about him, and treats the battle of life and death as a trifle. After a pause, he went on to say, hurry up, I can let you make the first move, lest others say that I bully the big with the small, and don't know how to respect the old and love the young. The holy son of the beginning. Are you annoying, old man? Just as Mao Chengxian was about to say something, Lu Beichen interrupted, finish the fight early, go home early, each finds his own mother. Understand? Good, very good. The corners of Mao Chenshuan's mouth twitched, his complexion was unusually ugly. Since he became the supreme elder of Longxiang sect, no one dared to speak like that in front of him. Not to mention that the other party is just a teenager who is only around the age. Therefore, how could Mao Chengxian bear it? The advantage lies with me. Burning heavenly palm. In his anger, Mao Chengxian used the upgraded version of the martial art of Qinshizhang. Although this will damage his lifespan, and his spiritual power will not recover for a long time. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. Lu Beichen is not dead, not only is he unable to understand his thoughts, but he also has trouble sleeping and eating. And following his actions. A raging fire was burning, and a huge red palm print appeared above his head out of thin air. Seeing that the battle between Mao Chengxian and Lu Beichen was about to ignite again, Zhou Zhengquan, Ye Chen and others couldn't help cheering up, for fear of missing any next scenes. Since things cannot be resolved peacefully, then we can only hope that the Supreme Elder can defeat Lu Beichen and win the victory. However, the ginger is still old and spicy. The Elder Taizhang has far more fighting experience than Lu Beichen, so he should have certain advantages in fighting. I couldn't see it in the fight just now, but it will show in the next battle, right? They are calculating the outcome of the battle, while Mao Chengxian has already started to attack Lu Beichen, holy son of the beginning, die for me. After finishing speaking, his right palm suddenly pressed down. Seeing a teleportation of the red palm print on top of his head, he slapped Lu Beichen on the head. The red palm print is one size smaller than the previous black palm print. But the power contained in it far exceeds the black palm print. Not bad. After I forced you so hard, you finally revealed your trump card. Lu Beichen first praised him so much. Immediately, he sighed, unfortunately, in my opinion, it's still not very good. The words fall. He used the heavenly martial art of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, the first form of Diwen sword art. Instant kill with a sword. Moment. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air in an instant, densely packed, and the momentum was extraordinary. Go away. Lu Beichen waved the Yunca Pei in his hand. Countless sword shadows swept towards the red palm print quickly as if under command. Boom. The huge noise exploded in the air like thunder. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light is also blooming in the sky. Whether it was Zhou Zhengquan, or Ye Chen and the others on the Yunya boat, their ears were almost deafened, and even their eyes were almost blinded. Wow! Mao Chengxian couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Afterwards, he came to his senses and murmured with a lonely face, is the gap between me and the son of absolute beginning so huge? He tried his best and used his strongest moves to deal with Lu Beichen. Didn't expect it to be cracked so easily by Lu Beichen in the end. This guy Lu Beichen is really against this guy to the extreme, he is ashamed of himself. Besides, Lu Beichen himself did not expect Mao Chenshuan's performance to be so unbearable. After thinking about it carefully, he immediately understood. In the previous battle, Mao Chengxian consumed a lot of spiritual power, resulting in a lot weaker strength. On the contrary, his demonic body is too special, it is endless, and the loss of spiritual power is relatively small. One fades and the other grows. It is not difficult to understand that Mao Chengxian would be defeated so easily by him now. Thinking of this, Lu Beichen decided to take advantage of the victory. He quickly performed the second move in Gui Yuan Jianju, Wang Jian Gui Yi. Seeing a huge sword shadow suddenly appear out of thin air in front of him, Mao Chengxian was in a hurry, so he had to raise his palm and shoot it straight. After the huge sword shadow touched Mao Chenshuan's palm, it exploded instantly. Mao Chengxian only felt a powerful force hit his body. Finished. These two words flashed through his mind, and Mao Chengxian immediately showed a regretful expression. If he had known that Lu Beichen's strength was so terrifying and so monstrous, he shouldn't have fought hard with Lu Beichen. Choosing to hand over Ye Chen without hesitation is the correct way. It's all right now, not to mention that he couldn't save his own life, and even caused Long Xiangzong to provoke such a terrifying enemy. Boom! Mao Chengxian fell powerlessly to the ground, and then there was no more sound. The appearance of this astonishing scene. It all represents Mao Chengxian, the supreme elder of the Dragon Elephant sect, and the king-level powerhouse of the older generation, who has just fallen. Chapter 57. Isn't it? The supreme elder lost? Lost so easily? And life and death are unknown, as if it's over? Everyone at the scene was relieved, just in time to see the scene where Mao Chengxian was smashed by a huge sword shadow and fell from midair to the ground. In an instant, they only felt their scalps go numb, and a gust of cold air rose from the soles of their feet and went straight to their minds. Regarding the rematch between Liu Beichen and Mao Chengxian, they simulated several outcomes. For example, Mao Chengxian used his rich fighting experience to suppress Liu Beichen, or kill Liu Beichen. For example, Liu Beichen's strength is higher than that of Mao Chengxian, which offsets Mao Chenshuan's rich fighting experience, and the two sides are tied. Another example is that Mao Chenshuan's rich fighting experience has no effect on Liu Beichen. In the battle, he was slightly disadvantaged. However, none of them expected that the battle would end so quickly, and the result was beyond their expectations. Liu Beichen actually defeated Mao Chengxian easily with only 2 moves, which shocked all of them to the extreme. Liu Beichen is really too strong. It's no different from a monster in human skin. The horror in Zhou Zhenquan's heart cannot be described in words. Therefore, after he reacted, the first thing he did was not to confirm Mao Chenshuan's life and death, but to run directly and run first for respect. As for what will happen to Ye Chen and the others next, he can't care so much. After all, don't look at how he kept saying not long ago that he would fight to the death for Ye Chen. When the time came to do this, his choice was to save his own life. Knowing that things can't be done, but still running to die, is either stupid or stupid. Want to slip? There are no doors. After Liu Beichen killed Mao Chengxian, he had been paying attention to Zhou Zhenquan's every move. How could Zhou Zhenquan slip away from him? With a flash of his figure, he caught up with Zhou Zhenquan in an instant. Sensing Liu Beichen's aura behind him, Zhou Zhenquan didn't think much about it, and quickly turned to Liu Beichen to beg for mercy. Son of absolute beginning, you are invincible, I admire you very much. In addition, the little one is willing to be a cow and a horse for you, and a slave for a servant. I just hope that you can spare the little one's life today. Elder Zhou, will you be wronged if you serve me like an ox or a horse? Liu Beichen asked with a half-smile. Will not. Zhou Zhenquan thought it was funny when he heard it, and quickly replied, it is my honor to be your slave and servant, and it is a blessing that I have cultivated for 3 lives and 3 lives. Elder Zhou, I have to say, what you said is very sincere. Liu Beichen nodded and said, however, it's a pity that you don't have the qualifications. What? Before Zhou Zhenquan could react, he was pierced through the body by the Yuan magnetic épée held in Liu Beichen's hand. Not qualified. Before his consciousness dissipated, Zhou Zhenquan smiled wryly in his heart. He is a majestic elder of the Dragon Elephant sect, a strong man whose strength has reached the first level of the Marquis realm, but he doesn't even have the qualifications to be a slave or a servant. Let me ask, what is the law of heaven? Senior brother Yat, what should we do now? Everyone on the Yunya boat was terrified when they saw this. Both Elder Taisheng and Elder Zhou were killed by Liu Beichen. Is it their turn next? Hearing what they said, if Ye Chen didn't still have a sliver of reason, he might have replied on the spot, you ask me, who should I ask? Are you kidding me? What can he do? Even an elder as powerful as the Taisheng is no match for Liu Beichen. Even if including him, everyone on the Yunya boat went together, they would all be killed by Liu Beichen on the spot in the end. Up to now, the only thing we can do is to maintain Yunyuezu's defensive formation. Ye Chen said in a deep voice, break the nameless formation arranged by the Son of Absolute Beginning again, in order to survive. A disciple hesitated for a moment and asked, Senior brother Yat, what if the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning will attack us? Don't worry, the Son of Absolute Beginning fought a battle with the Supreme Elder just now, and must have consumed a lot of spiritual power. Ye Chen replied confidently, at this moment, he should not be able to break through Yunyuezu's defensive formation. Hearing this, everyone on the Yunya boat felt relieved a lot. It's just that what they don't know is. What Ye Chen said is true, but in fact he doesn't have much confidence in his heart. That guy Liu Beichen is so perverted, who knows how perverted he will be. As for the conversation between Ye Chen and the others, Liu Beichen heard every word in his ears. He couldn't help laughing. In other words, do these guys have any misunderstandings about him whose strength has reached the 3rd level of King Conferring Realm? The defensive formation of Yunyuezu is just trying to stop him? Liu Beichen took back the small flag that had been thrown out earlier, and withdrew the nameless formation. Seeing this, Ye Chen didn't have time to think about Liu Beichen's purpose, so he quickly shouted, quick, increase the speed of Yunyuezu to the fastest. Whether you can take this opportunity to escape from the clutches of the Son of Absolute Beginning depends entirely on you. Ye Chen, are you thinking too much? Liu Beichen laughed dumbly and said, I never do such things as letting the tiger go back to the mountain. After finishing speaking, he used his body skills to catch up with Yunyuezu, and slashed fiercely with the Yuan magnetic épée in his hand. Cracks visible to the naked eye immediately appeared on Yunyuezu's defensive formation. Ye Chen was taken aback. After he realized it, he couldn't help but continue to shout loudly, hurry up, fill up the speed of Yunyuezu, otherwise, all of us will be finished. It's useless. The Yuan épée in Liu Beichen's hand slashed fiercely again. Unuez whose defensive formation could no longer hold up, and the cracks widened. After a while, it disappeared. Before Ye Chen and the others could react, Lu Beichen slashed fiercely with the essence magnetic ape in his hand again. Boom! Unuez who was shattered into several pieces on the spot. Except for Ye Chen who was seriously injured, everyone vomited blood and died. Damn it, I'm clearly a child of destiny who is loved by the heavens, why did I end up like this today? Ye Chen shouted unwillingly in his heart. Moment. Countless golden lights shone from his body, setting him off like a god-man. At the critical moment, Ye Chen suddenly exploded wildly. The Nine Suns' holy physique was completely awakened and became the Nine Suns' divine physique. His strength also rose rapidly, from the 5th floor of the Great Energy Realm to the 5th floor of the Marquee Realm in an instant. Is it so exaggerated? It's really far from the original. Seeing this, Lu Beichen felt very speechless. He knows that the child of luck is more difficult to kill. But I didn't expect it to be so difficult to kill. It needs to be known that he has such a heaven-defying plug-in of the Mandate of Heaven villain system in his hand, and it took him a long time to have the strength to reach the 3rd level of the king-conferring realm. Ye Chen was fine, not only did his injury heal instantly, but his strength also increased by more than dash steps in a row. Chapter 58 The Traverser vs. the Son of Destiny. System, please come out and explain. As if remembering something, Lu Beichen asked the Destiny villain system, did I ask you before I came here? You replied to me at the time that there would be no such thing as Ye Chen's sudden explosion. Host, you misunderstood. I'm just saying that the probability of Ye Chen's sudden burst of seeds happening is very small. The Destiny villain system defended, it's not that it doesn't exist at all. System, don't do this. Lu Beichen retorted, the god is also you, and the ghost is also you. I don't even know which of your words is true and which is false. Host, when did I tell a lie? The Destiny villain system called out, it's just that you didn't understand something. System, no matter what, I've been tricked by you now. Lu Beichen said with some fear, fortunately, Ye Chen's own strength is far lower than mine. Even if the seed suddenly explodes, it is only around the 5th floor of the Marquee Realm. Otherwise, I should give up the idea of killing Ye Chen now and choose to run for my life. The Destiny villain system was silent for a while. It probably also realized that something was wrong with itself, and failed to give Lu Beichen an early warning. The 5th floor of the Marquee Realm. The previous look of depression on Ye Chen's face was swept away. Instead, it was filled with excitement and a high-spirited look. Although his strength at this time is much lower than that of Lu Beichen. But because of the sudden explosion of seeds and the upgrading of Nine Suns' Holy Land to Nine Suns' Divine Body, he obtained a kind of innate supernatural power, Nine Suns burning the sun. As the saying goes, there is no unparalleled road, and the ancients did not deceive me. Ye Chen looked at Lu Beichen proudly, and said, Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, it seems that even the heavens can't see your evil deeds. That's why you helped me survive from desperation, and gave me the power to compete with you. Joke. The spirit world is a fantasy world that respects strength. The strong live and the weak perish, this has become an eternal truth. What I did was extremely normal, how could it be considered evil? Lu Beichen snorted and responded, don't act like you want to act on behalf of the sky, you don't have the qualifications. Since he is the villain of destiny, he is born to be at odds with the protagonist, so what's wrong with being unscrupulous? Besides, Ye Chen, as the protagonist, the son of destiny, of course has a different concept from Lu Beichen. Bullshit. I think a guy like you who is full of evil should be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Ye Chen sneered a few times, and said, at this point in time, you still don't know how to repent, you really want to die. After a pause, he then shouted loudly, Lu Beichen, I want to make your soul fly away, and your soul and spirit be wiped out. The words fall. He began to use the innate supernatural power he had just acquired, Nine Suns burning the sun. Moment. 9 dazzling golden lights flew out from his body and stayed in the sky in front of him. If you don't identify it carefully, people will think that there are 9 more suns out of thin air. No wonder Ye Chen's tone is so loud. It turns out that there is such a reason behind it. Seeing this, Lu Beichen was thoughtful. As soon as Ye Chen used this technique, his soul had a vague feeling of being burned by it. I want to see how you smooth out such a huge gap in strength between us. For the sake of caution, Lu Beichen decided to use the third form of Giwen sword art, the Sword of Time. This power is so powerful. Lu Beichen, let me see how you resist. Ye Chen commanded the 9 suns that appeared out of thin air to smash towards Lu Beichen ferociously. Lu Beichen's movements were not slow either. As he swung the Yuan magnetic épée in his hand, countless sword shadows seemed to penetrate the long river of time and space, and after endless years, they are facing the attacking 9 suns. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded in the sky. A large number of scattered sparks burned holes in the ground. Isn't it Can't even deal with Liu Beichen with supernatural powers. Seeing this, Ye Chen was stunned for a moment, and then a look of disappointment flashed across his face. Afterwards, without thinking too much about it, he made a decisive decision, quickly moved his body and ran away. This Ye Chen is really handsome for only 3 seconds. Liu Beichen sneered when he saw this, and chased after him. Seeing that the plan was close to success, and he was about to reap a lot of rewards, he would not allow Ye Chen to live on at all. In the end, Ye Chen, who was brutally killed by Liu Beichen, couldn't help but looked up to the sky and sighed when he was about to die. If you are born in dust, why is he born in Chen? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Ye Chen, the son of destiny, plus 300 luck points and 2000 destiny points. When the system's notification sounded, Liu Beichen seemed to be listening to the sound of a fairy. Since he was bound to the destiny villain system, this is the first time he has earned so much destiny points. System, give me some points. Liu Beichen is still planning to use all the earned destiny points to enhance his cultivation. Whether it was him killing Mao Chengxian or Ye Chen and others, he offended Long Xiangzong severely. At the same time, the secret realm of chaos is about to open, and the time when the demon king Teasing wants to break out of the tower is approaching. He must have stronger strength to face all this calmly. The 4th floor of the King Sealing Realm. The 5th floor of the King Sealing Realm. The 6th floor of the King Sealing Realm. In the blink of an eye, Liu Beichen's strength has risen from the 3rd level of the King Conferring Realm to the level of the Great Consummation of the King Conferring Realm. If it were an ordinary person, seeing this situation, he would have been overjoyed for a long time. Liu Beichen was different. He frowned and said, "System, come out and get beaten." "Host, shouldn't you be happy about the rapid increase in strength?" The Destiny Villain system responded innocently, "Why this kind of reaction? Could it be that I provoked you again?" Knowingly asking. Liu Beichen said angrily, "Based on the calculation of 100 points of destiny, shouldn't 2000 points of destiny increase my strength to dash levels? Why is there a full 12 steps missing now?" "Host, please stay calm." The Destiny Villain system explained, "The stronger the practitioner's strength, the more difficult it will be to improve in the future. You exchanged 2000 points of destiny points for an 8th level of strength, which is normal." "Normal ghost." Liu Beichen said angrily, "System, I think you are afraid that my strength will improve too fast, so you suppress me on purpose." "Host, don't mess around." The Destiny Villain system responded, "I can guarantee that there is absolutely no such thing." Liu Beichen snorted coldly, and said, "You set the rules. Even if you really have such thoughts, there is nothing I can do about it." In short, he is very upset now. And during the dispute between Liu Beichen and the Destiny Villain system, Ye Chen, who had already become a corpse, suddenly opened his eyes strangely. Chapter 59. The sky collapses at the beginning. This seed is about to die just after being reborn? 9 Yang Divine Body. The body that I occupy now is actually the legendary 9 Suns Divine Body. A look of surprise appeared on the face of Ye Chen. He was originally a Dao-slashing realm peak powerhouse from the Void Sky realm. Trying to ascend to the upper realm was unsuccessful, and he could only fall with a lot of regret. Didn't expect to be born again? Soul attached to such a gifted body? It seems that God closed a door for him, and opened another door. However, after he searched the memory in his mind, his expression changed from surprise to extremely ugly. The original owner was divorced by the Holy Master of Yaokai? On the way home, he was intercepted and killed by Liu Beichen, the rival in love, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning? Mao Chengxian, the Supreme Elder of the Longxiang sect, the protector whose strength reached the 2nd level of the King Conferring Realm, died? Then, the original owner suddenly exploded by luck. The strength suddenly rose from the 5th level of the Great Energy Realm to the 5th level of the Marquis Realm, and even though he had awakened his innate supernatural powers, he still died at the hands of Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning? More importantly, Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning who killed the original owner, is still at the scene. What the hell? What kind of apocalyptic opening is this? There is a saying that it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. In his previous life, he was a strong man whose strength had reached the peak of Dao-slashing realm, that's right. It takes time to restore strength. Moreover, the body of the original owner is not generally bad. When he performs well, he is probably worse than the original owner. Here he is desperate, and Liu Beichen over there has also discovered the resurrection of Ye Chen. What's the situation? Liu Beichen said in surprise, "This is unscientific. I just killed Ye Chen, how could he not die? What are you kidding?" The Destiny Villain system reminded, "If he is not dead, how can you get a reward of 2000 destiny points and use it to enhance your strength?" That's true. Liu Beichen thought for a while, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He is not Ye Chen, but the Dao slasher from the Void Realm. He remembered the recent turning point he saw in Ye Chen's life script not long ago. Since Ye Chen was killed by him, he can no longer backfire and fuse the other party's soul. Therefore, the current Ye Chen is probably no longer the original Ye Chen. Your Excellency, stop pretending. Liu Beichen fell from midair to not far from Ye Chen. Now that things have happened, do you think you can still hide it from me? Ye Chen opened his eyes again and struggled to get up. Holy Son of the Beginning, how can you let me go? Ye Chen asked helplessly. Liu Beichen replied meaningfully, that depends on whether you have a reason worthy of my letting you go. This. Hearing the hint of joking in these words, Ye Chen gritted his teeth and asked, what requirements and conditions do you have? Just ask. I will try my best to satisfy you. It's really a tiger falling and Ping Yang being bullied by a dog. He is a super strong man whose strength has reached the peak of Dao slashing realm. When did he speak to someone in such a pleading tone? I have to say, I'm really tempted. Liu Beichen sighed softly, and said, after all, not everyone can have the opportunity to make demands and conditions on a strong man whose strength has reached the peak of Dao slashing realm. Ye Chen eyes widened suddenly, with a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face. After a while, he pretended to be puzzled and asked, Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, I don't understand what you are talking about. It's no use pretending to be stupid, Your Excellency. Liu Beichen looked like I had seen through your expression a long time ago. You are from the Sky Void realm, and your strength once reached the peak of Dao slashing realm. When you tried to ascend to the upper realm, you unfortunately fell, and then you were reborn on Ye Chen's body. Visitor from another world, am I right? Ye Chen was shocked when he heard the words, how do you know? According to the memory of the original owner, it is true that Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, has a very monstrous cultivation talent and strength. But I haven't heard that it has the ability to tell fortunes. To be able to tell his origin so accurately, how did the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, Liu Beichen, do it? Of course Liu Beichen would not tell him that this was due to cheating. Listen to you, did I guess right? Liu Beichen smiled and said, it seems that if I change my career to fortune-telling, it will be difficult for me not to make a fortune. Son of Absolute Beginning, don't fool me anymore. Ye Chen said with a wry smile, tell me, how can you let me go? Cultivation and martial arts? Practice experience? Or something else you want? I don't want any of these. Liu Beichen shook his head, and said, who knows if you will use this to trick me deliberately? So I don't want anything, just your life. Do not. Ye Chen took a step back subconsciously, and persuaded him, I have no grievances with you, why should I make you live and die? You're right. Unfortunately, I'm still worried. Liu Beichen shook his head again, and said, you are occupying Ye Chen's body now, and you have an indirect hatred against me. What's more, I don't want what happened here today to be leaked, so, you die for me. After finishing speaking, he waved the essence magnetic épée in his hand and attacked Ye Chen. Damn, is this seed going to die just after rebirth? Ye Chen cursed in his heart, and used all the spiritual power in his body to fight back. The outcome of the battle was no surprise. Ye Chen is not Liu Beichen's opponent at all. He, a strong man whose strength once reached the peak of Dao slashing realm, has fallen again. In order to prevent him from continuing to be born again, Liu Beichen directly used the magnetic épée to destroy his soul. At my age, I can kill a strong man whose strength was once at the peak of Dao slashing realm. I have made history, right? Liu Beichen first put the UNC épée back into the storage ring. Immediately, he destroyed the corpses of Ye Chen, Mao Chengxian, Zhou Zhengquan, and others. Now, no one will know that I did it. Liu Beichen thought to himself and felt that there would be no omissions, so he moved his body and left the scene. Asterisk. 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 Not long after Liu Beichen left the scene, two figures followed one after another. One is the old holy master of Yaokai Holy Land. One is the supreme elder of Yaokai Holy Land. They were still in retreat, but they suddenly noticed the battle of strong men taking place here. They were afraid that it would endanger the holy land of Yaokai, so they had to come out early to see what was going on. Elder Supreme, what do you think? The old holy master of Yaokai asked curiously. King Sealing Realm. The elder of Yaokai Teishang replied solemnly, not long ago, there were strong men who had reached the king conferring state fighting here. The old holy master of Yaokai nodded, and asked again, I wonder if you can see where the other party came from. The elder of Yaokai Teishang shook his head and said, I can't tell, the other party probably destroyed the traces on purpose. The old holy master of Yaokai pondered for a while, and said, this place is too close to our holy land of Yaokai, it is not a good thing for such a thing to happen. The elder of Yaokai Teishang said as if he was facing a big enemy, I'll go and tell the holy master the news later, let him take precautions. Chapter 60 The Dragon Elephant Sect was shocked, and the culprit was me? Central Continent. Dragon Elephant Sect. Azure Dragon Hall. Our dragon elephant sect has accumulated a lot of knowledge, and now our background is not weaker than any force in the spirit world. At this moment, the head teacher Zhao Yaowei was vigorously saying to the great elder Qin Yongzhen who was beside him, when my disciple marries the holy girl of Yaokai, he can boldly expand without any restraint. What the headmaster said is true. Qin Yongzhen stretched out his hand to stroke his beard, nodded with a smile and said, our dragon elephant sect has kept a low profile for so many years, and it's time for us to raise our profile. Otherwise, our ancestors of the dragon elephant sect and our efforts will be wasted. As the saying goes, heroes see the same thing. Zhao Yaowei followed suit with a smile, and said, Grand Elder, it seems that you and I have the same opinion. There is a world of great disputes in mortal kingdoms, and there are frequent wars between countries. There is a saying that the strong will survive, and the weak will perish. And the practice world is even more cruel, and it can show this phenomenon of respecting strength. A gleam flashed in Zhao Yaowei's eyes, and he continued, now inside, our dragon elephant sect has accumulated an unprecedentedly powerful background, and outside we have the holy land of Yaokai as support. At this time, if we don't take the opportunity to make a difference, when will we wait? The teacher is wise. Qin Yongzhen agreed deeply, our dragon elephant sect is on the way uphill, so we must continue to strengthen our heritage. We don't want to be the number one force in the spiritual world, but we must at least rank among the top 5. Yes, instead of fighting for one life, we are fighting for the foundation of all generations. Zhao Yaowei gave an example. For example, although the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning has been going downhill for a long time, it still stands today. Isn't it because the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning used to be the number one force in the spiritual world, and others didn't dare to act rashly before they figured out whether the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning has any big cards? Well, what we are fighting for is the foundation of eternity. Before Qin Yongzhen finished speaking, he was interrupted by a panicked voice, Teacher, Great Elder, it's not good. He frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw that the person who came was Li Shiquan, the elder who guarded the Dragon Elephant Sect's Soul Lantern Pavilion. What happened? Zhao Yaowei said displeasedly, you are a majestic elder, why are you so flustered when you encounter problems? You are not even as good as a disciple. Elder Li came here just to talk about a disciple who accidentally died and the soul lamp went out. What's all the fuss about? The current Dragon Elephant Sect is no longer a small sect, this loss is nothing at all. Qin Yongzhen didn't make a sound. But judging from his expression, he was obviously the same as Zhao Yaowei, and felt that Li Shiquan's reaction lacked the demeanor of an elder. Li Shiquan cleared his words, and replied in fear, when I was inspecting just now, I suddenly found that the soul lamps of Elder Tai's Hang, Elder Zhou and Nephew Ye were all extinguished. What? Zhao Yaowei thought he heard it wrong, Elder Li, I didn't hear clearly just now, please say it again. Li Shiquan bit the bullet and replied again, when I was inspecting just now, I suddenly found that the soul lights of Elder Tai's Hang, Elder Zhou and Nephew Ye were all off. Of course he could understand why the headmaster had such a reaction. Because whether it is the Elder Tai's Hang, Elder Zhou or Nephew Ye, they are all important figures in the Dragon Elephant Sect. Now that the soul lamps of the three are all extinguished, and they have fallen unexpectedly, one can imagine the great impact on the head teacher. How is this possible? Zhao Yaowei fell into a sluggish state instantly, with an unbelievable expression flashing on his face. Leaving aside the fact that Ye Chen and Zhou Zhengquan are not weak in strength, they can escape the danger even if they are defeated by a cultivator whose strength is below the king's ceiling level. Let's say that the Supreme Elder Mao Chengxian is a strong man whose strength has reached the second level of the king conferring realm. There are not many people in the spirit world who are his opponents. How could he fall? Qin Yongzhen also lost his composure. The shocking news reported by Li Shiquan, to him, was like a bolt from the blue, it almost made his 3 souls disappear and his 7 souls disappeared. Elder Li, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. Zhao Yaowei asked tremblingly, are you dazzled? Did you see it wrong? Teacher, I read it many times, and after I was sure it was correct, I rushed over to inform you. Li Shiquan said with a wry smile, I wish I was wrong and my eyes were dazzled. But iron-like things, I can't lie to myself. Are you kidding me? This is news that can shake the Dragon Elephant Sect. May I ask how dare he come here and talk nonsense without asking for proof? I do not believe. I want to personally confirm the authenticity of this news. After Zhao Yaowei finished speaking, he walked out of the Azure Dragon Hall first, and headed for the Soul Lamp Pavilion. Qin Yongzhen didn't care too much, and followed. However, due to the panic and shock in my heart, Zhao Yaowei and Qin Yongzhen didn't use their body skills, but ran directly to the Soul Lamp Pavilion. Not long after, Zhao Yaowei's roar came from the Soul Lamp Pavilion. Who did it? Who did it? Zhou Zhengquan is the current second-tier combat power of the Dragon Elephant Sect. Mao Chengxian is the current high-level combat power of the Dragon Elephant Sect. And Ye Chen is the next generation head teacher, the key figure who is destined to lead the rise of the Dragon Elephant sect. Now the three of them died for no apparent reason. It directly led to the failure of his long-term plan, and more than half of his ambitions disappeared. We must find out the ins and outs of this matter. Qin Yongzhen was also very angry, otherwise, we will be restless. Zhao Yue said in a deep voice, not long ago, my apprentice went to Yaokai Holy Land with Elder Zhou to propose a marriage. This happened. I wonder if it was caused by Yaokai Holy Land. Teacher, I think this matter is related to Yaokai Holy Land even if it is not caused by Yaokai Holy Land. Qin Yongzhen said gloomily, before we find the murderer, we can focus our investigation on the Holy Land of Yaokai. It is good. Zhao Yue said with a solemn expression and grief, the opponent who can kill the Great Elder must be a strong man whose strength has reached the King Conferring Realm, or above the King Conferring Realm. It may be difficult for me to deal with you. For the current plan, the only way is to invite the old head teacher who is still in retreat, and let him uphold justice. This, okay. Qin Yongzhen hesitated for a moment, and said, Master, this is the end of the matter, I agree with your approach. Asterisk. 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 Lu Beichen walked out of Tianxing Palace. For some reason, he always felt that the current atmosphere in Yaokai Holy Land was not quite right. It seems that there is a war that is coming, and the wind is jittery. Therefore, when he saw Zhang Qingguan, he couldn't help talking about the question in his heart. Senior brother Lu, that's right. Zhang Qingguan responded, the elder Teasing told my father a shocking news not long ago. He and the old holy master discovered that not far from our Yaokai Holy Land, there are traces of a battle between the king-conferring powerhouses. That's why my father is afraid that this matter will be detrimental to our Yaokai Holy Land, so he specially issued an order to remind everyone to be vigilant, so as not to be unaware that the enemy is coming. Is that so? Lu Beichen suddenly realized. Eat melon and eat yourself? It turned out to be a long time. He is the culprit who made the atmosphere in Yaokai Holy Land so tense. Chapter 61 The Holy Land of Yaokai carried a big sack. Zhao Yue waited for the elders of the Dragon Elephant sect and all the core disciples to gather in the Azure Dragon Hall, and then announced the death of Ye Chen, Zhou Zhengquan, Mao Chengxian, and others. Isn't it? Senior brother Yat, Elder Zhou, and Elder Teasing have all fallen. The head teacher is not joking with us, is he? The Supreme Elder is a strong man whose strength has reached the second level of the King Conferring Realm. How could he fall so easily? The crowd was in an uproar. They obviously couldn't believe the news was true. Quiet. Zhao Yue scolded at first. Immediately, he said sadly, I, like you, find it hard to accept. But reason tells me that it is an unchangeable fact that the soul lamps of my apprentice, Elder Zhou, and Elder Supreme are all extinguished. Therefore, I am calling you here to discuss how to deal with this matter. As soon as this remark came out, the scene fell silent. If only Ye Chen and Zhou Zhengquan had fallen, the elders of the Longxiang sect could barely find their way back. But it includes the words of Mao Chengxian, the elder of Longxiang Zone, so please forgive them for being helpless. After being silent for a while, the second elder Meng Zaihoki said, Master, I believe you know everyone's strength. The person who can kill the Supreme Elder is not something we can deal with. I know this. Zhao Yue replied in a deep voice, so I decided to invite the old head teacher who is still in retreat. After all, until now, only his old man can solve this matter. The teacher is wise. Meng Zaihoki complimented, with the help of the old headmaster, he will definitely sweep away those arrogant people who dare to provoke our Dragon Elephant sect. That's a must. Zhao Yue nodded and said, with his old man around, it is enough to overwhelm the entire Yaokai Holy Land. Qin Yongzhen hesitated for a moment and asked, Teacher, I wonder if you have notified the old teacher. The notification has already been notified. Zhao Yue's expression froze, and he replied, but I don't know why, the old man hasn't responded until now. Qin Yongzhen thought for a while, and said, I think it should be the critical juncture of the old head teacher's cultivation, so I don't have time to take care of him. Zhao Yue agreed, well, I think so too. After a pause, he continued with some helplessness, it's just that the old man doesn't know when he will leave the customs, so it's not an option for us to just wait like this. Qin Yongzhen smiled bitterly, Teacher, besides waiting, is there any other way for us now? This. Zhao Yue was speechless. If he had a way, he would have gone directly to the Holy Land of Yaokai. Yue, when you have times, it's better to be awake forever. A voice containing blame suddenly sounded. Before everyone at the scene could react, there was an extra person next to Zhao Yue out of thin air. If it wasn't Wang Chongguang, the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, who else could it be? Zhao Yue was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly saluted, see the old head teacher. The words fall. Everyone at the scene couldn't help saluting, we will see the old head teacher. Exemption. Wang Chongguang waved his hand and asked, Yahweh, you are so eager to invite me out, but what happened? Yes, old headmaster. Zhao Yahweh tidied up his language and briefly described the ins and outs of the matter. The more Wang Chongguang listened, the more surprised he became. Zhou Zhenquan's fall was still within his acceptable range. The fall of Ye Chen and Mao Chengxian is different. One is the default next-generation headmaster. It is expected to lead the rise of the Dragon Elephant sect to become the most powerful figure in the spiritual world. One is the king-level powerhouse of the older generation, one of the high-level combat power of the Dragon Elephant sect. Anyone will fall. For the Dragon Elephant sect, it was a major loss. Not to mention that the two fell together now. The foundation of the Dragon Elephant sect has suffered such a huge impact, it is going to be unstable. Have you found out who did it? Wang Chongguang asked in a deep voice. It's not very clear yet. Zhao Yahweh shook his head and said, but I'm afraid this matter has something to do with the Holy Land of Yaokai. Because a spy sent back the news that the Lord of Yaokai not only refused to acknowledge the marriage contract between my apprentice and the Saint of Yaokai, but also broke up with our Dragon Elephant sect in order to please Lu Beichen, the son of Absolute Beginning. Is there such a thing? Wang Chongguang sneered, and said, it seems that the Lord of Yaokai doesn't take our Dragon Elephant sect seriously. Is not that right? Zhao Yahweh said indignantly, a marriage contract that has existed for more than 10 years, if you say you don't admit it, you won't admit it. If our Dragon Elephant sect is the #1 force in the spiritual world, would the Holy Master of Yaokai dare to do this? In the final analysis, he just doesn't like our Dragon Elephant sect, thinking that our Dragon Elephant sect is not worthy of marrying with their Yaokai Holy Land. Very good. Wang Chongguang laughed angrily and said, anyone who wants to inquire about the Holy Master of Yaokai will know that the foundation of our Dragon Elephant sect is not weaker than that of the Holy Land of Yaokai. Zhao Yahweh sneered, the Lord of Yaokai is used to being superior, how could he set his sights beyond the few great holy places? And many more. I'll do the math first to see if I can figure out the exact location of the murderer. As Wang Chongguang said, he closed his eyes and counted with his fingers. Moment. He said with a murderous look, the location of the killer is at the Holy Land of Yaokai. The deaths of Ye Chen and the others are indeed related to the Holy Land of Yaokai. In other words, the people in the Holy Land of Yaokai are the murderers. If you can't be friends, should you be enemies? Zhao Yahweh's countenance changed and he said, Yaokai Holy Land is too deceitful to commit such evil deeds. Wang Chongguang was already furious, this Yaokai Holy Land not only looks down on our Dragon Elephant sect, but also regards our Dragon Elephant sect as no one. Zhao Yahweh forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and tried to ask, old head teacher, why don't we go directly to the Holy Land of Yaokai and seek justice for Ye Chen and the others? That's not good. Qin Yongzhen couldn't help but interjected, the Holy Land of Yaokai is not an ordinary small force, we will suffer big losses if we rashly seek trouble like this. Yongzhen, you might as well have something to do with it. Wang Chongguang said confidently, with me here, I'm afraid he's a bird's paradise. Zhao Yahweh's eyes lit up, and he asked again, old head teacher, how is your strength cultivation? The king conferring realm is complete. Wang Chongguang replied proudly, I dare say that in the entire Yaokai Holy Land, no one is my opponent. Zhao Yahweh and Qin Yongzhen looked at each other, they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. With such powerful strength, the old head teacher really doesn't have to be afraid of the Holy Land of Yaokai. Zhao Yahweh shouted respectfully, the old master is mighty. As soon as the words fell, the other people on the scene who had reacted couldn't help shouting, the old head teacher is mighty. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the spectacular scene of stepping on the sacred land of Yaokai under the leadership of Wang Chongguang. Chapter 62. The atmosphere in Yaokai Holy Land was rather tense due to the news that someone who was suspected of being a king-level powerhouse had fought nearby. A few days later, when he found that there was no movement, the Holy Master of Yaokai immediately felt relieved. A false alarm. The Lord of Yaokai laughed at himself. It seems that he is too suspicious. The Supreme Elder is just a reminder. It didn't say that there would definitely be a king-level powerhouse attacking the Holy Land of Yaokai. However, just as he recovered, he received an even more shocking news. Ye Chen, Zhou Zhenquan, and Mao Chengxian, the elder of the Dragon Elephant sect, have fallen? Wang Chongguang, the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, left the customs? And calculated the location of the murderer in the Holy Land of Yaokai? Therefore, the Dragon Elephant sect is now in full swing preparing to come and trouble the Yaokai Holy Land? The Lord of Yaokai was taken aback. He thought about it seriously. Now the only people who can compete with Mao Chengxian in Yaokai Holy Land are the old Holy Master and the Supreme Elder. They have no reason to attack Ye Chen and others. Correct. The Lord of Yaokai seemed to have remembered something. The Elder Taishang said a few days ago that a suspected king-level powerhouse had fought near the Holy Land of Yaokai. Does this mean that Ye Chen and others fell there? As soon as Ye Chen and the others left, they were intercepted and killed by someone suspected of being a king-level powerhouse. Could this be a conspiracy to provoke conflict between Yaokai Holy Land and Dragon Elephant Sect? The more the Lord of Yaokai thought about it, the more ugly his face became. Also, Wang Chongguang calculated that the location of the murderer is in the Holy Land of Yaokai. Did the murderer do it on purpose? Who told all of this? It's too coincidental. The murderer obviously wanted to blame the rhythm of Yaokai Holy Land for killing Ye Chen and the others. No, I have to talk to the Supreme Elder and the Old Holy Master to see how to solve this matter. The Lord of Yaokai couldn't sit still any longer, got up, and left the Yuxu Hall. The Old Holy Master of Yaokai and the Supreme Elder of Yaokai were drinking tea in the courtyard. When they saw the Holy Master of Yaokai coming in, they couldn't help asking, has there been any major incidents in the Holy Land of Yaokai recently? Old Holy Master, it has already happened. The Holy Master of Yaokai replied with a bitter face, and this important matter, I can't even think about it. The Old Holy Master of Yaokai frowned and said, tell me. Okay. The Holy Master of Yaokai didn't dare to lie, so he quickly explained the matter briefly. At first, the Old Holy Master of Yaokai and the Elder of Yaokai Teasing agree with the practice of the Holy Master of Yaokai. Lu Beichen is much stronger than Ye Chen in terms of background, cultivation talent, and strength. The Lord of Yaokai chose not to recognize the marriage contract between Ye Chen and Zhang Qingguan, which is understandable. Immediately afterwards, I heard the Lord of Yaokai say that Ye Chen and others were intercepted and killed on the way back to the Dragon Elephant Sect. Even Mao Chengxian, who is a strong man in the king's realm, couldn't protect him when he came out. In the end, including Mao Chengxian, Ye Chen, and others all fell. Their expressions became serious. Now the Dragon Elephant Sect has confirmed that it was our Yaokai Holy Land who killed Ye Chen and the others. The Holy Master of Yaokai did not dare to hide the slightest thing, and expressed all the worries in his heart. The faces of the Old Holy Master of Yaokai and the Supreme Elder of Yaokai are all black. This is what the murderer does. It is obvious that they want Yaokai Holy Land to take the blame. Old Holy Master, Supreme Elder, I have said everything I should say. What should I do now? The Holy Master of Yaokai couldn't make up his mind. No accident, the old headmaster of the Dragon Elephant Sect should be on his way to our Yaokai Holy Land with a large group of people. Don't worry. Let's see if we can find out the murderer and give Long Xiangzong an explanation. The Old Holy Master of Yaokai pondered for a while, and said, it is not in the interest of our Yaokai Holy Land to start a war with the Dragon Elephant Sect like this. If it can't be found out. And the Dragon Elephant Sect is aggressive. The Holy Master of Yaokai prepared the worst plan. Can our Yaokai Holy Land be bullied by the Dragon Elephant Sect? There is always a solution to a problem. The Old Holy Master of Yaokai replied, if the Long Xiangzong is unreasonable and chooses to go to war regardless of everything, then we in Yaokai Holy Land don't have to be afraid of them. Clear. The Holy Master of Yaokai said, Old Holy Master, Supreme Elder, I will go and arrange it right away, so as not to be caught off guard by the Dragon Elephant Sect. Alright, go ahead. The Old Holy Master of Yaokai watched the Holy Master of Yaokai leave the background and disappeared, and then asked the Elder of Yaokai Teasing, do you think it is appropriate to use this method to deal with the upcoming censure of the Dragon Elephant Sect? Very suitable. The Elder of Yaokai Teasing agreed, rights first and soldiers later, just like what you said just now, if the Dragon Elephant Sect doesn't know how to learn, our Yaokai Holy Land may not be afraid of going to war with them. The Old Holy Master of Yaokai sighed softly, and said, Elder Teasing, I am actually afraid that the crane and the clam will fight each other, and the fishermen will benefit from it. It's useless to be afraid. The Elder of Yaokai Teasing said bluntly, if Long Xiangzong is unreasonable and insists on taking action against us, why don't we resist and choose to let them kill us? Right. The Old Holy Master of Yaokai smiled wryly, what they are carrying out is a blatant conspiracy, we are in vain. Asterisk. 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 As the culprit, Lu Beichen soon heard the news from Zhang Qingguan. No, no, no. What the hell am I cheating on the Holy Land of Yaokai? Lu Beichen's mood was extremely complicated. He did not expect such consequences. What's more, he didn't expect the old head teacher of Long Xiangzong to be able to calculate the location of the murderer. Otherwise, he would have left Yaokai Holy Land long ago, lest Yaokai Holy Land would take the blame for him. Now it makes him look like a mastermind? Trying to provoke a conflict between Yaokai Holy Land and Dragon Elephant Sect, causing a war between the two sides? Speechless. Speechless. Senior brother Lu, I heard that Wang Chongguang, the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant Sect, is unfathomably powerful, and it is said that he has reached the great consummation of the king-conferred realm. Zhang Qingguan bit her lip and said worriedly, I'm afraid that the old Holy Master and the Supreme Elder won't be able to beat them. Don't worry, I have a way to solve this matter. Lu Beichen comforted, junior sister yet, don't forget, I am a peerless genius from the upper world. After devouring Ye Chen's 9 Yang divine body with the god-swallowing devil art, his strength has been raised to the first level of the Aperture Realm. Even if Wang Chongguang, the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, has really reached the great perfection of the king-conferred realm, he is not his opponent. Senior brother Lu, you said that. At that time, I will rely on you to resolve this matter. Although Zhang Qingguan didn't know where Lu Baiken's confidence came from, but still choose to believe him. Please wait and see. Lu Baiken thought about it. This crisis. For Yaokai Holy Land, it may be a rare opportunity. As long as he gets rid of Wang Chongguang. Doesn't Yaokai Holy Land have an overwhelming advantage in the battle against Dragon Elephant Sect? Chapter 63 The Dragon Elephant Sect goes on an expedition, Lu Baiken is on the must-kill list. Such a big scene, what happened? Look at the flags hanging on those flying warships, should they be the logo of the Dragon Elephant Sect? It's just that, with so many troops dispatched at once, is the Dragon Elephant Sect planning to start a war with any major sect? I don't know, but the direction I look at seems to be the location of the Yaokai Holy Land. Isn't it that the Dragon Elephant Sect is about to start a war with the Yaokai Holy Land? The flying warships of the Dragon Elephant Sect covered the sky and the sun, and everyone who saw it along the way was shocked for no reason. They were astonished at the fact that the Dragon Elephant Sect had such a strong background, but they also kept guessing what the Dragon Elephant Sect was doing for such a big move. Teacher, is it too risky for us to come out like this? On the flagship Golden Wind boat, Qin Yongzhen said with some concern, if you don't keep some good players in the sect, if you are unfortunate enough to be stolen from your home, wouldn't it be a big loss? Fine. Let's not say that our Dragon Elephant Sect's mountain protection formation is not so easy to be breached. Just say that even if someone robbed your house, you don't have to pay too much attention to it. Zhao Yue replied calmly, because as long as we exist, our Dragon Elephant Sect will exist. On the contrary, I believe it goes without saying, you also understand that losing our Dragon Elephant Sect may not be far from being destroyed. I still feel something is wrong. Qin Yongzhen hesitated for a moment, and said, leave some kindling, and we can make a comeback, right? Great Elder, what you say is boosting other people's aspirations and destroying your own prestige. Zhao Yue said unhappily, don't you think that there is an old head teacher who can't deal with Yaokai Holy Land? It's not. Qin Yongzhen explained, before doing things, it is better to think about failure first, and then think about success. After all, I don't know why, but there is always an ominous feeling in my heart. You were too cautious, causing yourself to be dazed. Zhao Yue said angrily, the old head teacher thinks the same as me, so don't worry. This expedition to the Holy Land of Yaokai must be a success. Qin Yongzhen moved his mouth, but finally fell silent. If it was Zhao Yue's decision, he might be able to persuade him. But with the addition of Wang Kongguang's words, he can only let it go. The two remained relatively silent for a while. Zhao Yue continued, no matter what the outcome of this trip to the Holy Land of Yaokai is, I must let Lu Baiken, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, be buried with Ye Chen. You need to know that if it wasn't for his existence, the Lord of Yaokai would not suddenly change his mind and refuse to recognize the marriage contract between Ye Chen and the Saint of Yaokai. There was a murderous intent in his tone. Qin Yongzhen understood Zhao Yue's current mood. Anyone who has spent a lot of effort to train an apprentice. But it suddenly disappeared, and the reaction will not be so small. When you really kill Lu Baiken, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, aren't you afraid of conflicting with the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning? Qin Yongzhen reminded, in addition, there are rumors that he is a peerless arrogance from the upper world, and there may be guardians who have reached the Yuan Shen realm or above the Yuan Shen realm around him. The Holy Land in the beginning has been going downhill all these years. Didn't there be news recently that the old Holy Master of the beginning has passed away? At this moment, we should think about how to keep ourselves from being annexed. How dare we provoke our Dragon Elephant Sect? Zhao Yue said disdainfully, as for the ridiculous rumor about Lu Baiken, the Holy Son of the early days, it was just fabricated by the Holy Land disease in the early days, why did you take it seriously? There is reason to say this. Although Qin Yongzhen had doubts, he had to be convinced. Elder, I know you are used to being cautious. Zhao Yue said in a deep tone, sometimes, you should be high profile, so that others don't take you seriously. What the headmaster said is true. Qin Yongzhen was echoing Zhao Yue's words on the surface, but inwardly he couldn't help but sigh slightly. He knew that Zhao Yue thought that Long Xiongzong's behavior was too low-key in the past, which caused Ye Chen not to be valued by the Lord of Yaokai, and things like resignation happened. I also think that if there is no such antecedent, Ye Chen and others will probably not fall. Zhao Yue nodded in satisfaction, and said, Lu Baiken, the Holy Son of the Beginning, must die. If I don't kill him myself, I will not be able to understand my thoughts, and I am afraid that I will not make any progress in cultivation in the future. Qin Yongzhen's mouth twitched. Good guy. Lu Baiken, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, has become the demon of the head teacher. As the army of the Dragon Elephant sect got closer and closer to the holy land of the Yaokai, the atmosphere in the holy land of the Yaokai became more and more tense. The Lord of Yaokai didn't know that Liu Baikon's strength had reached the first level of the out-of-aperture realm, so he didn't have the confidence to win. Therefore, he feels that one more person means more strength. He ordered all the elders and elite disciples who were outside to be summoned back. Besides, although Zhang Qingguan had Liu Baikon's guarantee, she felt much more at ease. But in order to be able to contribute more to the crisis that Yaokai Holy Land is facing, she temporarily abandoned Fenghua Suiyu and devoted herself to practicing diligently. Soon, she cultivated her strength to the second level of Fenghua realm. Excellent, is this the daughter of destiny? Liu Baichen was shocked by Zhang Qingguan's strength. Who told him that when he first met Zhang Qingguan's life script showed the first level of the Great Energy Realm? Name, Zhang Qingguan. Identity, Saintess of the Holy Land of Yaokai. Boundary, the second floor of Fenghua Realm. Favorite, 85. Fate, Daughter of Destiny, Purple. Bloodline, Azura Bodhisattva Treasure Body. Luck Point, 1300. Recent Turning Point. He fought with Zhao Yue, the head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, and won the first battle, shocking the audience. This was the second time that Liu Baichen had observed Zhang Qingguan's life script, and he couldn't help feeling deeply moved. Zhang Qingguan is younger than him now, so she can defeat Zhao Yue, the head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, ushering in a glorious moment. As a coward with the mandate of Heaven Villain system, he can't be behind Zhang Qingguan. Brother Liu, what's the matter? Zhang Qingguan asked with concern. It's nothing. Liu Baichen smiled and replied, I'm happy for you. At such a young age, he can cultivate his strength to the second level of the Fenghua realm. It is almost unprecedented, and there will be no one to come after. Thank you, Brother Liu. Zhang Qingguan smiled and said, by the way, can you answer a question for me? Yes, you say. Senior Brother Liu, what level has your strength reached now? Afraid of causing Liu Baichen's displeasure, Zhang Qingguan added, of course, if it's really inconvenient, you can choose not to answer. I want to surprise you. Liu Baichen said mysteriously, so what is my current strength? Let's keep it a secret for now. Zhang Qingguan was taken aback. Immediately, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up. Could it be that Senior Brother Lu's strength has reached the middle stage of King Conferring Realm? Did he tell her before that he promised to solve the problem of Dragon Elephant sect coming to Yaokai Holy Land to make trouble? This thought flashed through her mind, and Zhang Qingguan couldn't help but gasped. A king-level powerhouse who is only around the age? Damn, Senior Brother Liu is the one who has never been seen before, and who will never come after, right? Chapter 64 Liu Baichen comes to operate again? Senior Brother Liu is really awesome. It seems that I will have to work harder to cultivate in the future. Zhang Qingguan bit her pink lips slightly, and thought to herself, otherwise, if Senior Brother Liu leaves me far behind, I'm not qualified to associate with him. Originally, she was complacent about being able to cultivate her strength to the second level of Fenghua realm so quickly, far surpassing her peers. Now being stimulated by Liu Baichen, the original complacency suddenly disappeared. As the saying goes, there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. There must be many peerless geniuses in the spiritual world who are more talented and powerful than her evildoers. For example, Brother Liu in front of him is an example. The only thing is to be diligent, and never let up in your cultivation. Only then can you stand out and become a powerful existence unmatched by others. Zhang Qingguan told Liu Baichen her thoughts. Liu Baichen couldn't help but look weird and said, Junior Sister Zhang, did you misunderstand something? Zhang Qingguan was puzzled and said, how do you say that? It's good not to be proud and complacent. But there is no need to underestimate yourself. Liu Baichen replied seriously, Junior Sister Yat, I dare say that your cultivation talent and strength far exceed those of your peers, and there should be very few people in the spiritual world who can match you. Like this. Zhang Qingguan said suspiciously, but Senior Brother Liu, you are not much older than me, but your strength seems to be much stronger than mine. Actually, when I heard you say that your strength has reached the second level of Fenghua realm, I was under a lot of pressure. Liu Baichen replied truthfully, after all, I am your brother Liu, if you really catch up with me, or if you are not as good as you, where will I save face? I didn't expect Senior Brother Liu to be under pressure. Zhang Qingguan smiled putty and said, I see that you are usually very leisurely and don't like to stay in the room or practice in the secret room. I thought you didn't take strength too seriously. How is this possible? In the spirit world, strength is the most important thing. Who doesn't value strength? I'm no exception, okay. Liu Baichen replied with a wry smile, it's just that you should relax when you should. It's not good to just practice hard. That's why I seem to be more relaxed these days when I come to the holy land of Yaokai. This fabricated reason is indeed a bit ordinary. But he can't tell Zhang Qingguan that he has the cheat of the destiny villain system, he doesn't need to be like others, and he has to practice hard to improve his strength. I see. Zhang Qingguan said thoughtfully, I just said that brother Lu doesn't look like a person who is not motivated. Lu Beichen. How can you tell? Wouldn't it be calculated based on my appearance that fascinates thousands of girls? Junior sister Zhang really has a discerning eye. Lu Beichen praised cheekily. Senior brother Lu has won the prize. Zhang Qingguan smiled and said, if there's nothing else, I'm going to continue practicing. Okay, junior sister yet. Tisk tisk, you are a handsome man in the eye of the beholder. Zhang Qingguan didn't go far, another soul in her body couldn't help but spit out, you believe what other people say. I still say the same thing, know people, know their faces, but don't know their hearts. To shut up. Zhang Qingguan replied, if you don't speak, I won't treat you as dumb. It's over. Another soul in her body yelled, my little cabbage is about to be crushed by a pig. Screw you. What the hell to describe? Zhang Qingguan retorted, is there a pig as handsome as brother Lu in the world? Now is not the time to discuss whether Zhu Ying is handsome or not. It's about looking at you, even if the pig doesn't come to you, you still have to go to the pig. Ba ba ba. Please, can you stop talking about pigs? Zhang Qingguan said angrily, I still want to practice hard now, don't spoil my mood. The other soul in her body finally stopped being a moth, okay, I won't add any demons to you, so that you won't get mad during the cultivation process. Humph, it's almost there. Watching the graceful back of Zhang Qingguan leaving, Lu Beichen collected his mind and began to check his own life script. Host, Lu Beichen. Identity, Holy Son of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, disciple of the Lu family of the primordial immortal clan in the upper realm. Boundary, the first floor of the aperture realm. Fate, Destiny Villain, Blue. Bloodline, Demon Heart Deo Body. Luck Point, 875. Mandate, 0. Rewarded Product, Friendship Talisman *1. Recent Turning Point. The host fought with Wang Chongguang, the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, and won the battle, shocking everyone present. Fate has not changed, it is still the villain of destiny, plus blue. Luck points are 575 more than when he just crossed over. A lot is a lot. But compared with Zhang Qingguan's luck point of 1300, it's still a lot worse. As for his recent turnaround, not to mention very similar to Zhang Qingguan, they are exactly the same. It's just that some places have changed their names. System, call the system. Yes, yes. Look, according to the news from the spies, the Dragon Elephant sect has already made a big move to come to Yaokai Holy Land to inquire about crimes. Lu Beichen looked sincere, I don't think my strength at the first level of the out-of-body state is safe. I wonder if you can lend me 1 or 2,000 destiny points so that I can improve my strength first. Destiny Villain System. What kind of host is this? Can you even think of such a coquettish operation? Lu Beichen, are you dreaming and still awake? The Destiny Villain System replied dumbfoundedly, you actually told me to borrow 1 or 2,000 destiny points. What about your face? Let's discuss it. Lu Beichen said straightforwardly, before I crossed over, many people spent money first and then paid back. Don't worry, it's not the deceitful trick of asking people to transfer money to unfreeze the funds when Qin Shi Huang didn't die, but to let you learn to be flexible, understand? Anyway, when I get rid of Fang Yu's treasure hunting mouse, there will be a lot of destiny, so it's okay to return it to you then. Host, you can say whatever you want. The Destiny Villain System justly refused, this is something that breaks the rules, I will not agree. Isn't it? Why are you so stubborn? Lu Beichen was dissatisfied and said, don't do things that make everyone happy. Feel sorry. The Destiny Villain System was unmoved and said, I don't think there is any point in discussing the topic of destiny value. Forget it, I won't force you. Lu Beichen can only give up the idea of using destiny to improve his strength, anyway, I'm barely happy, right? Ignoring the mandate of Heaven Villain System, he focused on the Holy Land of Yaokai. Now that Zhang Qingguan has agreed, she will help Yaokai Holy Land deal with Longxiang Zone. Then you have to pay careful attention to when the Dragon Elephant Sect's army will arrive at the Holy Land of Yaokai, so that you can find the right time to make a move. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 65. Seeing that the army of the Dragon Elephant Sect has already aggressively entered the sphere of influence of the Yaokai Holy Land, the melon eaters who followed along the way speculated that the Dragon Elephant Sect might go to war with the Yaokai Holy Land. Send the news back quickly. If the Dragon Elephant Sect really goes to war with the Yaokai Holy Land, it will shake the structure of Central Continent. No, that's wrong. It should be said that the forces in the entire spiritual world will probably be reshuffled because of this. Whether it is related to Yaokai Holy Land or Dragon Elephant Sect, it is not a trivial matter. Not to mention the occurrence of such a major event that these two major forces are preparing to fight, which is enough to change the history of the spirit world. You actually chose to start a war with Yaokai Holy Land. Seeing this, a young man couldn't help but said in surprise, "Isn't the Dragon Elephant Sect too brave? So you are ignorant?" The big man next to him couldn't help popularizing science. "Let me tell you, in fact, after years of development, the Dragon Elephant Sect has long been no weaker than Yaokai Holy Land, and even has a higher combat power than Yaokai Holy Land." "Thank you, brother, for clarifying the confusion." No wonder Long Xiangzong behaved so unscrupulously, as if he didn't take Yaokai Holy Land seriously. The young man said thoughtfully, "It turns out that the Dragon Elephant Sect is no longer the ordinary sect in our impression." After a pause, he asked curiously, "However, I remember that the relationship between Dragon Elephant Sect and Yaokai Holy Land should not be bad. How did it get to this point?" The big man shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know the reason why Long Xiangzong went to trouble the Yaokai Holy Land. Such a scene must have been spectacular." The young man hesitated for a moment, then said, "Brother, what do you think we should go and see?" "No, I don't want to seek death myself. You need to know that there is a saying that when gods fight, mortals suffer." The big man refused angrily. "This kind of world-shattering decisive battle is not something that Xiao Xiaomai can participate in. Is it okay to look at it from a distance?" "No." The big man warned, "Let's not talk about the aftermath of the battle, just say that people will be red-eyed and treat you as an enemy. That would be a tragedy." "What brother said is true." The young man was sweating coldly behind his back. Because the scene described by the big man is indeed very likely to happen. Not far from them, an old man in black robe stroked his beard with his hand and said, "It seems that there are quite a few people in the world who are self-aware and know what things should be involved in and what things should not be involved in." The words fall. The purple-robed old man sitting opposite him smiled and said, "Elder Peng, isn't it human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages? Why is it so rare for you to talk about it?" "Elder Fan, the world is ignorant, and there are not many people who can keep their heads clear." The old man in black robe said disapprovingly, "After all, not everyone is as wise as you." The corner of the purple-robed old man's mouth twitched, and he said, "I can't tell whether you are praising me or stepping on me." "Of course I'm praising you." The old man in black affirmed, "As the elder of the Xiwei Holy Land, the strength has reached the 5th level of the Marquis realm, and it is easy to find out what happened between the Dragon Elephant Sect and the Yaokai Holy Land. However, for the sake of safety, you deliberately brought me along to accompany and help each other. This approach won my heart. Elder Peng is absurd." The old man in purple robe said with a wry smile, "The world of practice is dangerous. When encountering a sect war of this level, I have to think about my own life. It seems that the water in the spirit world is very deep." The black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "If the Dragon Elephant Sect doesn't do something like this, I don't know that its background is so strong. As the saying goes, there is no happiness in 1,000 days, and there is no flower in 100 days. I quite agree with some popular sayings in the mortal country." The purple-robed old man sighed, "It's actually quite normal for the major powers in the spirit world to rise and fall, and to go up and down each other. Elder Fan really sees it." The old man in black robe first praised him. Immediately, he went on to say, "Let's set off to keep up. A shocking decisive battle like this is rare in your lifetime, so don't miss it easily. It is good." Of course, the purple-robed old man did not object. It was his suggestion to form a team to explore the proposal. The old man in black robe, the elder of Tianyuan Holy Land, named Peng Liangping, his strength is around the 4th floor of Fengkao realm. The old man in purple robe, the elder of Xiwei Holy Land, named Fan Yuz, his strength is around the 5th floor of Fengkao realm. One of them is in the south and the other is in the north. This time, they are all here for the upcoming opening of the secret realm of chaos. I never thought that I would suddenly encounter such a big event that the Longxiang sect seemed to be going to war with the Yaokai Holy Land. Both parties were very interested in this. It happened that not long after they met, they hit it off and decided to form a team and go to the front row to eat melons. Besides, on the flagship Golden Wind boat, Zhao Yue was reporting respectfully to Wang Chongguang, "Old head teacher, we have entered the sphere of influence of the Holy Land of Yaokai. I believe it will not take long before we can reach the Holy Land of Yaokai." "Very good." Wang Chongguang nodded, and said, "I'm going to tell everyone to pay attention, don't be attacked by the enemy before reaching the destination, that would be ridiculous." "Yes, old headmaster." Zhao Yue hesitated for a moment, then said, "Nowadays there are many little tails secretly following behind our warship, do you want to get rid of them now?" Wang Chongguang thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "This matter should not be complicated, if they don't hinder us, follow if you want. Anyway, I also want to use this trip to the Holy Land of Yaokai to let people in the spirit world know our Dragon Elephant sect again. Clear. Zhao Yawei lifted his spirits. It's time to show the majesty of the Dragon Elephant sect to the world. Lest everyone think that the Dragon Elephant sect is still an ordinary sect. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yangzhen walked into the hall and said to Zhao Yawei, Master, the Holy Land of Yaokai has arrived. Has it finally arrived? Zhao Yawei's eyes flashed brightly, and he said, You send someone to notify the old head teacher, I'll go and have a good chat with the Lord of Yaokai first. Okay, Master. The Yaokai Holy Land naturally also received the news that the Dragon Elephant Sect's army had arrived. The Holy Master of Yaokai brought everyone out to have a look, and the expression on his face became more serious. It's one thing to hear people say it, but another thing to see it with your own eyes. In such a big battle, the whole Longxiangzong sect might be dispatched, right? It's true that those who come are not kind, and those who are kind don't come. The Master of Yaokai couldn't think too much, and hurriedly sent someone to inform the Old Master of Yaokai and the Supreme Elder of Yaokai. Because there is no Yaokai Old Holy Master and Yaokai Taishang Elder sitting on the scene, he has no idea. Seeing this, Zhang Qingguan felt a little uneasy. Having lived for more than 10 years, she has never experienced such a big scene. She can imagine how many people will die once the two sides go to war. Therefore, Zhang Qingguan thought about it carefully, and felt that it would be safer to send someone to invite Lu Beichen to come over to the scene first. Chapter 66 Dawn and number 039, T Pretend, It and number 039, SA Showdown. Lu Beichen paid attention to the movement of Yaokai Holy Land. Who didn't know that the army of the Dragon Elephant sect had already arrived at the Holy Land of Yaokai? System, do you think I have cheated the Holy Land of Yaokai? Lu Beichen sighed softly, and said, If Longxiangzong really goes to war with Yaokai Holy Land, I'm afraid how many people will die. Host, your heart is not dark enough. The Destiny Villain System replied, Whether it is the Dragon Elephant sect or the Yaokai Holy Land, what does it matter to you how many people die? Aren't I the so-called behind the scenes? How can it have nothing to do with me? Lu Beichen opened his heart and said, During this time, Uncle Zhang, Junior Sister Zhang, and the people in the Holy Land of Yaokai have treated me well. As for the Dragon Elephant sect, I don't care how many people they die, or even the entire army is wiped out. Host, I understand what you mean. The Destiny Villain System expressed understanding. Let's put it this way, as long as you take action to deal with the most powerful old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, Wang Chongguang, Yaokai Holy Land will definitely win. Then, use this to annex the Dragon Elephant sect and become the largest force in Central Continent. Under this premise, even if there are some losses, I think everyone in Yaokai Holy Land will still be happy to accept it. Makes sense. Lu Beichen asked again, Do you think I went out to save the scene with my true face, or should I disguise myself and play the nameless ancestor of the Holy Land of Yaokai? Does it make a difference? The Destiny Villain System asked back, Don't forget, your current strength has reached the first level of the Aperture Realm, so you don't need to be afraid of anyone in the spirit world. As soon as this remark came out, Lu Beichen was awakened like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning. Things like dressing up in disguise and acting as the nameless ancestor of Yaokai Holy Land. Only when one's own strength is insufficient, or one is afraid that others will know one's identity, and needs to continue to develop, one has to do it as a last resort. Lu Beichen suddenly realized, now that my strength has reached the first level of the out-of-aperture realm, if I still hide it, it will be unreasonable. After this exchange with the Destiny's Villain System, Lu Beichen decided to find the right time to come out with his true colors to save the scene. In short, he stopped pretending and it was a showdown. Hey, am I going to go back as I live? At this time, the Destiny Villain System suddenly sighed secretly. Do not know why. Thinking that Lu Beichen will be born out of nowhere, defeating Wang Chongguang, the most powerful old head teacher of Longxiangzong, and shocking the audience, it feels a little bit excited. Besides, after Zhao Yawei walked out of the Golden Wind Boat Hall, he flew forward and said, Holy Lord of Yaokai, come out and have a chat, how about it? It is good. The Holy Master of Yaokai also flew forward and asked, Headmaster Zhao, I wonder what your purpose is for bringing so many people to our Holy Land of Yaokai today? Knowingly asking. Zhao Yawei sneered, and said, I'm not going to be your guest at the Holy Land of Yaokai. Playing charades is a bad idea. It's better to speak bluntly. The Holy Master of Yaokai pretended to be puzzled and said, Please explain it clearly, Master Zhao. Hypocritical. Okay, then I'll be straight. Zhao Yawei replied in a cold voice, You people from Yaokai Holy Land not only killed my disciple Ye Chen, but also killed the Supreme Elder of our Dragon Elephant sect, as well as Elder Zhou. That's why we came to your Yaokai Holy Land today just to seek justice. It's impossible. The Lord of Yaokai looked in disbelief. Our Yaokai Holy Land has no reason and no motivation to do anything to Ye Chen and the others. Stop arguing. Zhao Yue gave evidence and said, first, in order to please Lu Beichen, the son of absolute beginning, you refused to recognize the marriage contract between Ye Chen and the saint of Yaokai. You are afraid that Ye Chen will get in the way, so you want to kill him quickly. Second, not long ago, the old headmaster of our dragon elephant sect made a fortune telling that the murderer who killed Ye Chen and the others is now in your Yaokai holy land. Therefore, I dare say that the unexplained demise of Ye Chen and the others is definitely related to you. Hearing this, the holy master of Yaokai felt that if he hadn't been sure that he had never done such a thing, he would have believed it. Headmaster Zhao, what you said is biased. The Lord of Yaokai retorted, first, I'm not mad enough to attack Ye Chen and the others. Secondly, I admit that the old head teacher of your dragon elephant sect is famous for being unparalleled in fortune-telling. Doesn't it mean that you don't make mistakes every time? It's not that he's afraid of Longxiang Zone, but that it's uncomfortable to be wronged. In addition, if Yaokai Holy Land started a war with Longxiang Zone because of a misunderstanding, wouldn't it take advantage of the person who planned all this in secret? However, Zhao Yue believed that the Lord of Yaokai was making sophistry. Holy Master Yaokai, explaining is just covering up. Zhao Yue snorted coldly and said, stop talking nonsense, please hand over the murderer who killed Ye Chen and the others. Otherwise, prepare to go to war. His tone was full of threats. Zhang Qingguan couldn't see it anymore. To be honest, I also feel a little sad about the deaths of Master Zhao and Junior Brother Ye. But my father just said that the deaths of Junior Brother Ye and the others have nothing to do with my father, nor with our Yaokai Holy Land. Please pay attention to it. Little girl, don't blame yourself, I think you are also one of the culprits. Zhao Yue glared at her, and said, if it wasn't for the fear that others would say that I bully the small with the big, I would have slapped you to death a long time ago. Want to slap me to death? Zhang Qingguan replied tit for tat, you have to have this ability. She checked it with her spiritual sense just now. Zhao Yue's current strength is around the second level of Fengtao realm, one level lower than her. You read that right, in a short period of time, Zhang Qingguan's strength has increased by another level, and she has reached the third level of the Marquis realm. Warner, shut up. The Lord of Yaokai scolded, you can't provoke a Marquis realm expert like Zhang Jiaozhao. Because Zhang Qingguan did not tell the Holy Master of Yaokai about her true strength. Therefore, the Holy Master of Yaokai still thought that Zhang Qingguan's strength was still around the 9th floor of the Holy Master realm, and he was afraid that Zhang Qingguan would suffer a disadvantage in a confrontation with Zhao Yue. Little girl, did you hear what your father said? Zhao Yue raised his eyebrows and said, I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm a strong man whose strength has reached the second level of the Marquis realm. It's not difficult to kill a young junior with a single slap. Is it? Zhang Qingguan hooked her fingers and replied without any fear, then come here and kill me. Zhao Yue sneered and said, hee, it's hard to speak behind your father's back. Zhang Qingguan passed the Lord of Yaokai and said, a person with strength must speak politely. While speaking, she also sent a voice transmission to the Holy Master of Yaokai, informing her that her strength had reached the third level of the Marquis realm. The Lord of Yaokai suddenly gasped. God, my daughter's aptitude is so terrifying. Chapter 67 The famous scene is coming. Polite. Are you sure what you want to say is not tough? Zhao Yue acted as if I saw through you, little girl, you are quite loud. It's a pity that some small details betrayed you, and you even said the wrong words. You must be strong on the outside and strong on the outside. You look tough on the surface, but you are really empty inside, right? Speaking of which, I'm still too young. Zhang Qingguan was a little embarrassed. This is the first time she has experienced such a big scene. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it is inevitable to be a little nervous. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made a slip of the tongue, saying toughness as polite, and was ridiculed by Zhao Yue. Zhao Zhangjiao is too self-righteous. Zhang Qingguan smiled calmly, and said, it doesn't matter if you are tough or polite, why bother picking words here? You are really capable, let's see the real chapter. What is this all about? Little girl, if it wasn't for me, I was afraid that people would say that I was bullying the younger, so I would have stepped forward to teach you a lesson, so that you know what to say and what not to say. Zhao Yue resisted the urge to run away, and looked at the Lord of Yaokai, you are so ignorant, you are her father, why don't you speak out to persuade her? The Lord of Yaokai forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart, and replied calmly, as a young man, there is nothing wrong with one being a bit more energetic, right? Also, Master Zhao, since she wants to compete with you, so what if you agree? Don't have that ability, but want to rely on the old to sell the old? Be careful that my daughter beats you all over the place. After learning that Zhang Qingguan's strength had reached the third level of the Marquis realm, the Lord of Yaokai wanted to announce to the whole world that he had a daughter with an extremely monstrous cultivation talent. Therefore, not only did he not stop Zhang Qingguan from provoking Zhao Yue, but he deliberately added fuel to the side. Why did the Holy Master react like this? Could it be that he is optimistic about the saint? Does he think that the saint can defeat Zhao Yue, the head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect? Everyone in Yaokai Holy Land had a thoughtful expression. The saint is not stupid. If she dares to fight Zhao Yue, there must be something behind her. Not to mention that the Holy Master has always been mature and stable, and has never done anything irrational. He is now so supportive of the saint's behavior. Not surprisingly, the strength of the saint is likely to be no weaker than that of Zhao Yue. Incredible. Doesn't this mean that the strength of the saint has at least reached the Marquis realm? These thoughts flashed in their minds, and while they were shocked, they were also ecstatic. Very good. With Saintess, a peerless genius with abnormal cultivation talent and abnormal strength, why can't Yaokai Holy Land not rise? Strange, why does the Holy Master of Yaokai seem to be looking forward to a big fight between me and the little girl? Zhao Yue thought about it and felt that this matter was quite strange. It stands to reason that if the Saintess of Yaokai provoked him, shouldn't the Lord of Yaokai come out to ease the atmosphere and prevent things from getting worse? Why is the Holy Master of Yaokai doing the opposite and fanning the flames now? Teacher, please be more careful, so as not to capsize in the gutter. Qin Yongzhen couldn't help reminding through voice transmission. I see. That's what Zhao Yue said, but he didn't think so in his heart. He didn't know where the Yaokai Saintess had the confidence to do so. But in the face of absolute strength, everything is false. Little girl, are you sure that what you said has passed through your brain? Zhao Yue narrowed his eyes and said, if there is a real fight, I won't show mercy. Who asked you to show mercy? Zhang Wangqing took out the Wujintian Luo umbrella from the storage ring. If you have any tricks, just use them. Very good. Zhao Yue looked cold, and said, this is the end of the matter, don't blame me for being rude later. After a pause, he continued, Holy Master Yaokai, you won't interfere, will you? Don't worry, you and my daughter, one-on-one, one-on-one. The Lord of Yaokai moved his body while talking, and retreated to the people of Yaokai Holy Land. Actually tell the truth. He was also worried that when Zhao Yue was at a disadvantage, people from the Dragon Elephant sect would intervene. So simple. Holy Master Yaokai is not afraid that I will beat this little girl to death on the spot. A look of vigilance flashed across Zhao Yue's eyes upon seeing this. System, why don't we make a bet? Lu Beichen, who was observing the scene secretly, said enthusiastically, Junior Sister Zhang, if you win, you can lend me some destiny points. If you lose, I will promise you a condition, how about it? Host, you are really persistent in wanting me to break the rules myself. The Destiny Villain system replied angrily, anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Yaokai Saintess has a relatively high chance of winning. Okay, let's change it. Lu Beichen said without giving up, if Zhao Yue wins, I will promise you one condition. If you lose, you can lend me some destiny points, how about it? Destiny Villain system. What the hell? Does this make a difference? Not to mention very similar, they are exactly the same, okay? Host, I have to say, you are a real show. The Destiny Villain system replied helplessly, if you bet with me or something, don't think about it, you'd better watch how your sister Zhang shows her supernatural power. I'm already rolled up like this, why isn't the system hooked up? Lu Beichen was a little disappointed. His golden finger is good, but there is one shortcoming, he is too inflexible. The system, the doomed thing, I don't have much interest in it. Lu Beichen said so, but his eyes were fixed on the scene. The tongue is not the heart. The Destiny Villain system secretly complained, and fell silent. Headmaster Zhao, do you want to fight me empty-handed? Zhang Qingguan said meaningfully, it's really brave. Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Yue said impatiently, little girl Pianzi, hurry up, I can't wait to teach you how to be a man. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Zhang Qingguan wasn't pretentious either, she attacked Zhao Yue with a flash of her figure. At first, in order to maintain his demeanor, Zhao Yue just covered himself with a purple energy circle. I didn't expect a snap. Zhang Qingguan waved the Wujintian Luo umbrella and easily broke it. Before Zhao Yue could react, he was hit hard in the back by Wujintian Luo umbrella. Fuck. It's careless. Zhao Yue didn't think much about it, and quickly moved away from his original position. However, as the saying goes, one step is wrong, every step is wrong. If he had used all his strength at the beginning, he might barely have been able to fight Zhang Qingguan back and forth. Now, the only thing left is to be crushed and beaten. Isn't it? A strong man who is in charge of the church and has reached the second level of Fengtao realm, but he can't beat the young saint of Yaokai. Seeing the astonishing scene where Zhao Yue was continuously being thrown away by the Wujintian Luo umbrella in Zhang Qingguan's hand, and unable to resist, all the members of the Longxiang sect couldn't help opening their mouths wide and falling into a state of sluggishness. Who will tell them what is going on right now? Chapter 68 Zhang Qingguan and number 039, S highlight moment. Compared to the shocked and unbelievable members of the Dragon Elephant sect, the members of the Yaokai Holy Land were overjoyed. The saint is too awesome, isn't she? How could Zhao Yaowei, the current headmaster of the Dragon Elephant sect, whose strength has reached the second level of the Marquis realm, have no power to fight back? Wanner didn't lie to me. Her current strength should have really reached the third level of Fengtao realm. Seeing this, the Lord of Yaokai subconsciously tore off a few beards, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. To have a daughter with such perverted aptitude as him exists. As long as the Dragon Elephant sect comes to make trouble this time, who can stop the rise of the Yaokai Holy Land in the future? Unlike the reactions of other people present, Lu Beichen was extremely calm. After all, in his cognition, Zhang Qingguan's strength is one level stronger than Zhao Yaowei's, not to mention the advantage of taking the first shot. Zhao Yaowei still despises Zhang Qingguan so much. If Zhao Yaowei doesn't lose, if he doesn't fall behind, then there will be ghosts. Maid, hell! Am I being suppressed and beaten by Zhang Qingguan, a little girl? At this moment, Zhao Yaowei was not usually depressed. Now that things have happened, he still doesn't know that he underestimated Zhang Qingguan to be so passive. Could it be that Zhang Qingguan, a little girl, is not weaker than me? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Zhao Yaowei quickly vetoed it. Are you kidding me? Zhang Qingguan's current age is said to be no more than 17 years old, how could she cultivate her strength to the Marquis realm? Accident. This is an accident. Zhao Yaowei comforted himself, just now I was at a disadvantage in the battle because I underestimated Zhang Qingguan, a little girl. As long as I pay more attention, I will definitely be able to make a comeback. Thinking of this, Zhao Yaowei ignored the pain in his body and the shock in his heart, taking advantage of the spare time, he took out the top-grade sacred weapon, the flame knife, from the storage ring. Boom! In the next second, he was thrown flying again with a knife. About winning and chasing, I am a professional. Zhang Wangqing is relentless when she is in power, and the movements of her hands don't stop for a moment. Including Qin Yangzhen, everyone in the Dragon Elephant sect at the scene wanted to cover their eyes so as not to watch this embarrassing scene. Not to mention who will win the battle between Zhao Yaowei and Zhang Qingguan later. Let's just say that the astonishing scene of Zhao Yaowei being beaten like a sandbag by Zhang Qingguan spread, not only Zhao Yaowei's face was lost. Everyone in the Dragon Elephant sect will not be able to hold their heads up in the spirit world in the future. Sensing Qin Yangzhen's imminent move, the Holy Master of Yaokai couldn't help but warn, don't act rashly, your head teacher Zhao said in advance that he would fight Wanner one-on-one, one-on-one. Enough. Stop. Qin Yangzhen responded, this battle, I admit that the Saintess of Yaokai won the battle, right? You are not the party. The Lord of Yaokai shook his head and said, you need to know that Headmaster Zhao hasn't conceded defeat yet. This. Qin Yangzhen was speechless. Little did he know that Zhao Yaowei listened to the conversation between the Lord of Yaokai and Qin Yangzhen, felt ashamed and embarrassed, wanted to admit defeat but couldn't hold back his face. There is no way, Zhang Qingguan is too fierce. He just didn't want to admit it anymore, and knew that he was doomed. Little girl, stop. An old voice that seemed to be far away in the sky, but also seemed to be close in front of me suddenly sounded. If you haven't seen him, hear his voice first. Zhang Qingguan had fun beating Zhao Yaowei, but she didn't want to pay attention to him. But the other party's consciousness seemed to lock her tightly, making her feel like she would be destroyed if she didn't stop. Old Headmaster. It's the old Headmaster who personally showed up to support us. There were bursts of joyful cheers from the Dragon Elephant sect. It turned out to be Wang Chongguang, the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect. Compared with him, my strength is indeed much worse. Zhang Qingguan stopped chasing Zhao Yaowei, and turned her gaze to where the members of Longxiang Zone were. Sure enough, he saw a mighty-looking old man in black robe standing in the air, looking at her with piercing eyes. It's really remarkable that you can possess the third level of Fengtao realm at such a young age. Wang Kongguang's strength is much higher than Zhang Qingguan's, so he can easily see through Zhang Qingguan's strength. I have to say, the luck of Yaokai Holy Land is really enviable. Senior Wang has won the prize. Zhang Qing replied politely, my mere cultivation on the third floor of the Marquis realm is not worth mentioning. When she said this, she used Lu Beichen as the prototype for comparison. But in the ears of everyone at the scene, the meaning of Versailles is unavoidably strong. Even someone as strong as Wang Chongguang couldn't help being dazzled by Zhang Qingguan. It should be known that at Zhang Qingguan's age, his strength has not even touched the threshold of the Holy Master realm. You little girl can really joke. The corner of Wang Kongguang's mouth twitched, and he said, I've been in the spirit world for many years, and I've never seen such a monstrous genius like you. Therefore, you don't have to be humble. After a pause, he turned his gaze to the Lord of Yaokai, hurry up and hand over the murderer, otherwise, I don't mind killing a peerless genius like the little girl. Senior Wang, aren't you? Zhang Qingguan looked at him with an absurd expression, a dignified old man with extraordinary strength, actually used me to threaten my father. Those who want to achieve big things don't care about small things. There was no trace of guilt on Wang Kongguang's face. It depends on the choice of the Holy Master of Yaokai, whether he wants to cover up the murderer, or choose to hand over the murderer. Fuck. It's too shameless, isn't it? Liu Beichen couldn't see it anymore. He didn't expect that Wang Chongguang, as the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, a strong man whose strength has reached the great perfection of king-conferred realm, would behave like this. However, before Liu Beichen came out, someone was one step ahead of him and arrived at the scene to confront Wang Chongguang. One is Zhang Jingfu, the old holy master of Yaokai. One is Lei Jialang, the supreme elder of Yaokai. Zhang Jingfu sarcastically said, Wang Chongguang, what kind of hero is he to embarrass a junior? Is not that right? Lei Jialang echoed, Wang Chongguang, thanks to your age, you still bully the juniors here, it's really out of style. Hehe, are you finally willing to come out? Wang Chongguang sneered and said, you are the only ones who are stronger than Cheng Xian in the holy land of Yaokai. It is estimated that the fall of Ye Chen and the others has nothing to do with you. Or you are the murderer. Both Zhang Jingfu and Lei Gao shook their heads and replied almost in unison, we have never done such a thing. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Wang Chongguang thought they were lying. Zhang Jingfu, Lei Jialang, Ye Chen and the others must have been waiting for a long time under the 9 springs. So let me send you straight to the road now. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene became chilling instantly. Chapter 69 Liu Beichen made a high-profile appearance. Don't recognize Ye Chen's marriage contract with King Guan, it's indeed our Yaokai Holy Land's fault. Zhang Jingfu said solemnly, but the downfall of Ye Chen and the others, I can guarantee that it has absolutely nothing to do with our Yaokai Holy Land. Therefore, there is no need for everyone to fight to the point of endless death, right? That is. Lei Jialang also said solemnly, the fall of Ye Chen and the others may be blamed on our Yaokai Holy Land by someone else. The purpose is to make the Yaokai Holy Land and the Dragon Elephant sect go to war, so that we can take advantage later. The irrational behavior you are doing now may have hit the trap set by others. Hehe, it sounds like it's true. Wang Chongguang replied noncommittally, if I hadn't come here before, I had calculated that the murderer is now in your Yaokai Holy Land, and I would have believed your nonsense. Can't a hexagram be wrong? Zhang Jingfu said unwillingly, maybe the murderer put something in our Yaokai Holy Land that can mislead you to fortune-telling. Wang Kongguang's strength is too strong. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to tear his face off with Wang Chongguang. Wang Chongguang didn't listen to his persuasion at all. Stop talking nonsense, I can give you a chance to make a move first, cherish it. Otherwise, I'm getting impatient. Do you understand what will happen if I make the first move? Hearing this, Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang looked at each other, they both saw the determination in each other's eyes. Then, they attacked Wang Chongguang tacitly. Seeing this, Wang Chongguang smiled confidently and circulated his spiritual power, forming a purple shield around his body. Regardless of the fact that Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang are only 5 or 6 levels lower than him. But this is a huge gap. He dared to say that even if Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang tried their best, they wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair of him. Boom boom boom. As expected. The attack momentum of Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang was astonishing. But it can't do anything if it hits the purple shield. My family's old head teacher is a strong man whose strength has reached the great perfection of king conferred. Seeing this, Qin Yangzhen couldn't help showing off, how can you two old fellows who have reached the 6th floor of the king conferring realm can compare in strength? Originally, according to his personality, he would not act so ostentatiously. It's just that Zhao Yue was suppressed and beaten by Zhang Qingguan just now, and he was brutally abused, which dealt a great blow to everyone in the Dragon Elephant sect. He had to use this method to boost their morale. Hearing his words, everyone in Longxiang sect couldn't help shouting excitedly, the old master is mighty. The old master's strength is as high as the sky, and his mana is boundless. Seeing this, Zhao Yue's mental state improved a lot. His internal injuries were not minor, and the trauma in his heart was even more serious. If it wasn't for his sanity, he would have hid aside to lick his wounds. Seeing this, everyone in Yaokai Holy Land became worried. Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang's strengths, they have some understanding. Surely there is no such thing as Wang Zongguangqiang who is its Okshan powerhouse in the king-conferring realm. Seeing this, Zhang Qingguan was secretly anxious. She looked left and right, looking for Liu Beichen's trace. He thought to himself, all the disciples sent to deliver the message have returned, why hasn't senior brother Liu arrived at the scene yet? Zhang Jingfu, Lei Jialang, is this all you can do? Wang Chongguang couldn't help laughing wildly, I really think highly of you. Both Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang's expressions became more and more ugly. They did not refute aloud, but strengthened the attack in their hands. Wang Chongguang restrained his smile, his face changed slightly. Because he felt that the purple shield formed by his spiritual power was about to break under the powerful attacks of Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang. Very good. You finally forced me to use a small part of my strength, and I should feel honored. Wang Chongguang removed the purple shield and began to fight back. Moment. Both Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang were easily blown away by Wang Chongguang. They couldn't help but smashed into the nearby mountains and disappeared. The old master is mighty. The old master's strength is as high as the sky, and his mana is boundless. Seeing this, everyone in the Dragon Elephant sect shouted even more happily. So what if you have a peerless genius like Zhang Qingguan in the holy land of Yaokai, whether you can grow up or not is another matter. Our Dragon Elephant sect has an old head teacher whose strength has reached the great consummation of king-conferred realm, enough to crush your Yaokai holy land. Seeing this, the lord of Yaokai panicked. Seeing this, Zhang Qingguan also panicked. Seeing this, the other people in Yaokai holy land also panicked. Even the old holy master and the first elder couldn't beat Wang Chongguang, let alone Wang Congguang's opponents. So it seems. Could it be that Yaokai holy land is really doomed today? Finally, it's time for me to show up. Seeing this, Liu Beichen did not hesitate to run his body, and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already opposite to Wang Chongguang. Wang Chongguang first spotted Liu Beichen. Who are you, kid? Hello, Liu Beichen, the holy son of absolute beginning. Liu Beichen replied unabashedly, I came here to teach you. Well, I've heard your name before. Wang Chongguang said with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, the holy master of Yaokai divorced the engagement just to betroth that little girl Zhang Qingguan to you, right? It's not considered a divorce. Liu Beichen retorted, because from the beginning to the end, there is no document to sign the marriage contract, or exchange anything representing the marriage contract. I don't want to continue discussing this issue with you. Wang Chongguang said calmly, you are the instigator, if you don't hide well, but run in front of me, yelling and shouting, you are not afraid that I will slap you to death. Liu Beichen sneered and said, then you have to have this ability. How dare you? How dare he provoke such a strong man whose strength has reached the great consummation of the king-conferred realm? Including Wang Chongguang, many people at the scene were puzzled by this. Why did I just think of brother Liu, and he came here? Zhang Qingguan thought sweetly, could it be that brother Liu really connects with me? He knows what I think. As for why she wasn't worried about Liu Beichen's safety. Needless to say, since senior brother Liu dared to come out to face Wang Chongguang, it was enough to prove that senior brother Liu must have some trump card, or rely on it. What's the situation? Just as Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang climbed out of the mountain in embarrassment, they saw the scene of Liu Beichen and Wang Chongguang confronting each other, and they were a little confused. The Lord of Yaokai briefly talked about the situation just now. Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang were even more confused. Neither of us two king-level powerhouses of the older generation can beat Wang Chongguang, so what's the point of joining in the fun when you are only a junior at your age? Are you tired of living? Chapter 70. In fact, the holy master of Yaokai was also puzzled by this at first. Later, when he thought about it carefully, Liu Beichen didn't look like a fool. If he dared to do this, he must hold on to it. Therefore, he told Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang his opinion. I think if Liu Beichen didn't have a baby who could compete with Wang Chongguang. It is just that there are rumors that the Taoist protector who may have reached the Yuan Shen realm, or above the Yuan Shen realm, is watching secretly, ready to come out to support Liu Beichen at any time. Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang thought about it too. Yup. Liu Beichen is said to be a peerless genius from the upper world. Perhaps it is not impossible to have some means to deal with Wang Chongguang. Is he the holy son of absolute beginning, Liu Beichen? Zhao Yawei forcibly pulled himself together, pointing to Liu Beichen and pleaded with Wang Chongguang, please ask the old head teacher to kill this beast to sacrifice Ye Chen's spirit in the sky. Why is Liu Beichen, one of the culprits, still alive and kicking here when his apprentice is no longer alive? Liu Beichen is not dead, his thoughts are really incomprehensible. Although Wang Chongguang hated Zhao Yawei's easy defeat to Zhang Qingguan just now, he felt that Zhao Yawei was too worthless. But seeing that Zhao Yawei is the current headmaster of the Dragon Elephant sect and rarely begged for his sake, he agreed. Okay, no problem. Even if you don't tell me, I won't let him go. Wang Chongguang nodded, and then asked Liu Beichen, boy, are you serious? As a strong man whose strength has already reached the great perfection of the king-conferring realm, I used only one move just now to easily beat the two strong men of the king-conferring realm in Yaokai Holy Land to serious injuries. You actually said that I have no ability to slap you to death. Seriously, of course. Liu Beichen replied calmly, I just don't think you have that ability. This kid's reaction is abnormal. Where did his courage to be so arrogant come from? Wang Chongguang thought for a while, and probed with his divine sense. Immediately, his eyes widened suddenly, and he said in shock, Lu Beichen, your strength has already reached the 5th level of the king-conferred realm. There was a lot of disbelief in his tone. Nima. Today's young people are getting more and more perverted. It's fine for that little girl Zhang Qingguan to have the strength of the Marquis realm. Lu Beichen's strength has actually reached the 5th level of king-conferring realm? Is this fucking human? His reaction was so great. One can imagine the reaction of other people at the scene. What? This is impossible. The old head teacher must have read it wrong, right? There was an uproar in the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Elephant sect who was present, and they couldn't believe that such a thing existed. Because in their cognition, Lu Beichen's age at this time is only around dash. Even if one starts training from the womb, it is impossible to cultivate one's strength to such an astonishing level as the 5th level of the king-conferred realm, right? Even though the Lord Yaokai and the others were prepared, they were also shocked. They thought that Lu Beichen had a treasure, or that Lu Beichen's guardians could deal with Wang Chongguang. But I never thought that Lu Beichen's strength was so terrifying that he had reached the incredible 5th level of the king-conferred realm. Senior brother Lu's strength has indeed reached the king-conferred realm. Zhang Qingguan thoughtfully said, could this be the surprise he told me? Do not mind. Hearing Wang Chongguang's words, Lu Beichen replied without arrogance or rashness, you just need to know that you don't have that ability. If it weren't for the fear that Wang Chongguang might have some big cards in the dark, he wouldn't deliberately control his aura at the 5th level of the king-conferring realm. You. Wang Zhongguang smiled back, very well, the stronger you are, the greater the sense of accomplishment I will have when I kill you. Old headmaster. At this time, Zhao Yawei suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and said, you said that Ye Chen's downfall was caused by Lu Beichen. Probably. Wang Chongguang's face darkened, and he asked Lu Beichen, don't tell me, did you really do such a bad thing? Want to know? Lu Beichen smiled and said, if you can beat me later, I'll tell you. What a big breath. Do you really think that if you cultivate your strength to the 5th level of the king-conferred realm, you will be invincible? Wang Chongguang snorted coldly and said, wake up, you are at best the young version of Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang. As soon as I make a move, I'm afraid you will kneel on the spot. Lu Beichen replied without the slightest fear, since you have said so much about yourself, then come here. Okay, for the sake of you being a junior, I'll let you make the first move. Why are you members of the Dragon Elephant sect all virtuous? Lu Beichen smiled again. He was not hypocritical, he took out the magnetic épée from the storage ring, and attacked Wang Chongguang. Wang Chongguang didn't expect Lu Beichen to be so vigorous and resolute, he would fight as soon as he said it. In order to create the image of a super strong man, he specially used spiritual power to form a purple shield. Lu Beichen, I'll let you feel how strong a cultivator whose strength has reached the great perfection of the king-conferred realm is. Wang Chongguang said contemptuously, you think you are great, but in the end, you will find that you can't even touch the corner of my clothes, and you will lose. Little did he know that his actions fell into Lu Beichen's trap. Hehe, are you underestimating me? Old man, you will soon know the consequences of despising me. Seeing this, an imperceptible evil smile flashed across Lu Beichen's mouth. Boom. The purple shield formed by Wang Chongguang's spiritual power was easily broken by Lu Beichen. Before everyone present could react to this, they saw an astonishing scene as if history had reappeared. Wang Chongguang was smashed to one side by the Yun magnetic épée held in Lu Beichen's hand, and then to the other side, repeating over and over again. More importantly, is Wang Chongguang still powerless to resist? No way. What's going on? Whether it was the members of the Dragon Elephant sect present, the members of the Yaokai Holy Land present, or the Melon Eaters watching the battle from a distance, they were all dumbfounded, people are numb. Wang Chongguang is a strong man whose strength has reached the great perfection of king conferred. But now he is being beaten by a boy who is only about -years old, and he looks helpless? How is this any different from the Arabian Nights? Could it be that they haven't woken up today and are dreaming? Or fell into some illusion to see such unreasonable things? Seeing this, Zhang Qingguan's eyes flashed with brilliance, thoughtful. Senior brother Lu deserves to be senior brother Lu, his cultivation talent and strength are indeed incomparably monstrous. In addition, it's no wonder senior brother Lu vowed to solve the problem of Dragon Elephant sect coming to make trouble. It turns out that senior brother Lu's strength has reached such an unbelievable level. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. She couldn't believe that Lu Beichen could beat Wang Chongguang, who was its Okshan powerhouse in the king-conferred realm. Lu Beichen, you kid doesn't talk about martial arts. Obviously a strong man whose strength has reached the first level of the out-of-aperture realm. But deliberately pretending to be a cultivator whose strength is at the 5th level of the king-conferring realm, do you have to be shameless? Wang Chongguang was shocked and angry. He was inexplicably horrified by Lu Beichen's powerful strength. But it was more anger at Liu Beiken's intentional concealment of his strength. After all, if Liu Beichen doesn't do this, he wouldn't underestimate Liu Beichen because of this, causing himself to fall into such a passive state. Liu Beichen sneered, and said, "Old guy, when you threatened Uncle Zhang with junior sister Zhang not long ago, why didn't you say you were going to teach martial arts?" Hearing this, while Zhang Qingguan was shocked, she couldn't help becoming sweeter. "Brother Liu. He is standing up for me." Chapter 71. Who else is there? Zhang Qingguan's eyes were watery, filled with indescribable emotion. Woohoo, she is a blessing from several lifetimes of cultivation to meet such a good senior brother Liu. In the process of Zhang Qingguan's heart fluttering, everyone at the scene finally reacted. What the hell? Is this really true? The shock in the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Elephant sect present cannot be described in words. First, Liu Beiken's age is only about or so. Second, Liu Beichen and the old head teacher just started fighting, and he was able to fight against the old head teacher, and he also showed a strong strength suspected of being at the first level of the out-of-body state. All of the above, all represent that there is a monstrous character in the spiritual world who can overwhelm the present and push the world. Zhao Yue felt extremely bitter in his heart. Judging from the current situation, not only can the old head teacher not be able to send Liu Beichen down to accompany Ye Chen, but he may also fall into Liu Beichen's hands. Incredible! The Lord of Yaokai excitedly tore off a few beards again without knowing it. I said that nephew Liu Xian was so calm when facing Wang Chongguang, presumably there is a strong backing behind him. Now it really proves that my speculation is correct. The corners of Zhang Jingfu's and Lei Jialang's mouths couldn't help twitching. If they were not happy at this moment, they would have to refute Yaokai Holy Master's afterthought remarks. It should be known that they heard all the words spoken by the Holy Master of Yaokai not long ago. But none of them said that Liu Beichen wanted to use his own strength to fight against Wang Chongguang. Why Liu Beichen may have a treasure in his hand that can compete with Wang Chongguang? Why is Liu Beichen, as a peerless arrogance from the upper realm, his guardians may be secretly observing the situation on the scene, ready to come out to support Liu Beichen at any time? The Holy Master of Yaokai has said such words. The other people next to him all had weird expressions on their faces. Lord, Lord! Since when did you become so thick-skinned? Besides, the people in Yaokai Holy Land looked at Liu Beichen at this time, which was obviously different from before. Elders and people above the level of elders all turned into surprises and full of appreciation. The male disciples called him a real man on the spot. Maybe from this moment on, Liu Beichen became an idol in their hearts, and they were the target they would chase after in the future. The female disciples looked envious. They all felt that Zhang Qingguan was really lucky. In order to stand up for her, Liu Beichen, the holy son of absolute beginning, brutally abused Wang Chongguang, a strong man whose strength had reached the great perfection of the king-conferred realm. If I and others can encounter such a loving thing, even if I live a few years less, I am willing. Regarding Liu Beichen's answer, Wang Chongguang blushed slightly. Although he did it a bit unreasonably. But still that sentence. Those who want to achieve big things don't stick to small details. However, what's going on with Liu Beichen? It's like oil and salt don't get in, and water doesn't leak. Wang Chongguang wanted to find out Liu Beichen's flaws so that he could fight back. It's a pity that Liu Beichen was so airtight that he didn't give him any chance or time to relax. Liu Beichen, if you have the ability, start over. There is no way to fight back, and Wang Zhongguang can still say a few words. What kind of hero is a man who takes advantage of others' danger? Let's not say that I'm not taking advantage of others. Just say you think I can't see that you are using the aggressive method. Liu Beichen smiled disdainfully. He will not be fooled. Junior sister Zhang knows how to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. If Wang Chongguang, an old cunt, can be calmed down, what a big hole card he has played. What if he capsizes in the gutter? Didn't you cheat yourself? As time went by, Wang Chongguang had less and less spiritual power to use for defense. For this reason, he felt a burst of despair. The most frustrating thing in the world. It's just that he obviously still has a hole card that he hasn't used yet, but he can only watch himself go down the road, right? Elder, what should we do now? Zhao Yue asked anxiously. Let's see how the situation develops first. Qin Yangzhen replied in a deep voice. At this moment, he still has a hint of luck. He thinks that even if Liu Beichen's strength is suspected to be one level higher than Wang Chongguang's, and Wang Chongguang has lost in the current battle, there is still a possibility of a comeback. After all, ginger is still old and spicy. Wang Chongguang, as the king-conferring powerhouse of the older generation, must have many unknown trump cards. Once used, Liu Beichen is definitely no match for Wang Chongguang. You don't need to read it, do you? Zhao Yue smiled wryly, and continued to ask, shall we go up and help? Headmaster, are you confused? Qin Yangzhen looked at him with an absurd expression, can we be able to intervene in this kind of battle between the strong? In addition, the people from the Yaokai Holy Land are watching. Will they sit and watch us go to support the old head teacher? This. Zhao Yawei didn't know what to do. Do something now. Do we have to wait for the old head teacher to be beaten to death by Liu Beichen before attacking the Dragon Elephant Sect army? After a while, more than half of the spiritual power in Wang Kongguang's body was consumed, and there was no time to recover. But Liu Beichen fought more and more bravely. The spiritual power used to attack Wang Chongguang every time, recovered in the blink of an eye. This is changing. Wang Chongguang finally couldn't stand it anymore, and became the soul of Liu Beichen's sword. Before he died, all kinds of thoughts were flying through his mind, and while he was extremely unwilling, he was also filled with a lot of regret. I shouldn't have looked down upon Liu Beichen when he was young, and ignored him, leading me to such a miserable situation. If life can be repeated, he will take everyone and everything seriously. Even if he died in the hands of others in the end, he would not regret it. It's just that it's too late to say anything now. He used his own life to achieve his great reputation. After confirming that Wang Chongguang was dead and there was no possibility of him being resurrected, Liu Beichen felt a little excited. Because what he is killing now is not a cat or a dog. It's a strong man of the older generation whose strength has reached the great consummation of the king-conferred realm, and who has traversed the spirit world for a long time. Didn't everyone say that the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant Sect is awesome? I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that. Liu Beichen shouted vigorously in the direction of the Dragon Elephant Sect. Who else? Who else wants to come up and test whether my sword is sharp? Taking advantage of the momentum of killing Wang Chongguang, a strong man whose strength has reached the great perfection of the king-conferred realm, he actually intimidated the Dragon Elephant Sect army present by himself. Showing the domineering posture to the extreme. No, everyone at the scene had an illusion at this time. That was Liu Beichen alone, who surrounded all the Dragon Elephant Sect present. Chapter 72 Shocked, the spirit world is about to change. Oh my god! The old headmaster is dead. Died at the hands of Liu Beichen, the holy son of absolute beginning who was only around the age of about. Everyone in the Dragon Elephant Sect present gasped involuntarily, their backs shivering. By now, they no longer questioned the fact that Liu Beichen had the strength to reach the first level of the out-of-aperture realm. In addition, the death of Wang Chongguang also instantly shattered the trace of luck in their hearts. Oh, it's over. The old headmaster couldn't last long in the hands of the son of absolute beginning, and he fell. We, Xiao Zhaimai, who are far inferior to the old head teacher, can't even rise up the idea of competing against the son of absolute beginning? How can we fight? Many Dragon Elephant Sect disciples at the scene were in an uproar after reacting. It's not that they want to increase the ambition of others and destroy their own prestige. But their opponents are too strong. It is so strong that compared with them, it is like ants and elephants, no different. In the kingdom of mortals, there may be a saying that a group of ants can kill an elephant. But in the practice world, no matter how many ants there are, they are still not enough to slap an elephant to death. Zhao Yawei panicked. He looked at Qin Yangzhen, looking as if he was in a hurry to go to the doctor. Elder, give me your opinion, what should we do now? Headmaster, you ask me, who should I ask? Qin Yangzhen replied with a wry smile, the strength of Liu Beichen, the holy son of absolute beginning, is obviously beyond our ability to deal with it. Among so many people present at the Dragon Elephant Sect, apart from the old head teacher who had just fallen, he was the strongest. But his strength is only around the 8th floor of Fengka realm. Not to mention fighting with Liu Beichen, even fighting against the injured Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang, I dare not say that I can win. How did things turn out so well? Zhao Yawei felt extremely aggrieved. Before coming to Yaokai Holy Land, the scene he expected was. My old head teacher killed all directions, killing all the senior officials of Yaokai Holy Land. Then, he led the army of the Dragon Elephant Sect to charge, wiped out the entire Yaokai Holy Land, and announced the rise of the Dragon Elephant Sect. Who would have thought that not only was he easily defeated by a junior like Zhang Qingguan now, even the old head teacher, who was a great master of the great perfection, died in the hands of Liu Beichen, the holy son of the beginning of the world, who was only about his age. Correct. The holy son of absolute beginning, Liu Beichen. It was the appearance of the damned guy that made all this unexpected. Therefore, Zhao Yawei looked at Liu Beichen not only with fear, but also with traces of resentment. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some are sad. Seeing this, everyone in Yaokai Holy Land burst into ecstasy. The current strongest combat power of the Dragon Elephant Sect, Wang Chongguang, who is a great master of the king-conferred realm, is dead. Then, even if Liu Beichen doesn't make a move, Yaokai Holy Land can still eat up the incoming Dragon Elephant Sect army. Then, Yaokai Holy Land took the opportunity to annex the Dragon Elephant Sect and become the #1 power in Central Continent. Thinking of such a prospect, their hearts completely boiled, filled with infinite motivation. before witnessing the astonishing scene where Liu Beichen easily killed Wang Chongguang with his own eyes. They didn't expect Yaokai Holy Land to turn crisis into opportunity at all. I just hope that I can withstand the attack of the Dragon Elephant Sect's army this time, so that the Holy Land of Yaokai can survive. The Holy Sun of Absolute Beginning is mighty. The Holy Sun of Absolute Beginning is astonishingly powerful, with boundless magic power. The Yaokai Holy Land disciples who were present shouted excitedly. They will never forget Liu Beichen, the hero who reversed the situation. Nephew Liu Xian is really too strong. I'm not as good as him. The Lord of Yaokai said with admiration. If he hadn't been concerned about his identity and age, he would probably have followed suit and shouted, the Holy Sun of Absolute Beginning is mighty. The Holy Sun of Absolute Beginning is astonishingly powerful, with boundless magic power. What does it mean that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people? Zhang Jingfu exclaimed, I have seen it today. Bringing a child should be like Liu Beichen. Lei Jialang also did not hide his admiration for Liu Beichen. I don't know which force can train such a peerless genius. The words fall. As if he realized something, he exchanged glances with Zhang Jingfu and the Lord of Yaokai respectively. Liu Beichen is a peerless genius from the upper world. This identity is a real hammer. As for the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning that is going downhill. Save it. Even if the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning is still the number one force in the spiritual world, there will not be a peerless genius like Liu Beichen. Isn't it? Liu Beichen, the Holy Sun of Absolute Beginning, really killed Wang Chongguang, who was its Okshan powerhouse in the king-conferred realm. The melon-eating crowd watching the battle from a distance were also shocked by Liu Beichen's performance. They never thought that they would see such an incredible scene. I never thought that a person's talent for cultivation could be as monstrous as Liu Beichen's. After they reacted, they sorted out their thoughts a little bit. I knew that the army of the Dragon Elephant sect had hit the iron plate, and their destruction was inevitable. If the Yaokai Holy Land is a little darker and annexes the entire Dragon Elephant sect, it will surely become the number one power in Central Continent. And Liu Beichen, as the Holy Sun of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, the rise of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning is also unstoppable. Therefore, no matter what they think now, there is only one consensus. That is because of the appearance of Liu Beichen, the spirit world is about to change. It's unbelievable that Liu Beichen, the Son of Absolute Beginning, was able to kill Wang Chongguang, who is its Okshan powerhouse in the king-conferred realm, at such a young age. Peng Liangping, the elder of Tianyuan Holy Land, sighed first. Immediately, he said with some doubts, however, this is a battle between the powerhouses of the king-conferred realm? Why does it feel like a bit of a joke? Fan Yuz, the elder of Ziwei Holy Land. What a joke! You go up and try it out. I'm afraid I have to die before I get close to Wang Chongguang and Liu Beichen. After all, the reason why Liu Beichen was able to overwhelm Wang Chongguang and easily kill Wang Chongguang. Relying on strength one level higher than Wang Chongguang, and the advantage of being the first to attack. Of course, there are also reasons why Wang Chongguang despised Liu Beichen. Thinking of this, Fan Yuz belatedly realized that Wang Chongguang seemed to have made the same mistake as Zhao Yuwei. Not a family, do not enter a door? Arrogance and defiantness are the fine traditions of the Dragon Elephant sect? Elder Peng, we are not in it, so don't jump to conclusions. Fan Yuz reminded, if you miscalculate the situation, the end will not be any better than Wang Chongguang. Elder Fan is right. Peng Liangping also figured it out now. His current strength is around the 4th level of the Fengkao realm. It is really inappropriate to comment on the battle between the strong people of the Fengkao realm like this. Fan Yuz had no intention of continuing to discuss this topic. Instead, he said meaningfully, the spiritual world is about to change. Peng Liangping was stunned for a moment, and then agreed, yes. The spirit world is about to change. It turned out that such an evildoer as Liu Beichen appeared in the sky, it's no wonder that the major forces in the spirit world didn't reshuffle their cards. Chapter 73. Why do they all look like goose-headed geese? Liu Beichen said impatiently, didn't you hear what I just said? After a pause, he continued, by the way, if you members of the Dragon Elephant sect don't dare to come out alone, you can choose to go all together. I don't mind. Zhao Yuwei, Qin Yangzhen and others were extremely angry. Maid. Liu Beichen didn't take them seriously at all. However, behind people daring to say this, there is an extremely powerful strength as a basis. In vain. Everyone in Longxiang Zone was silent for a while. In the end, it was Qin Yangzhen who came out and responded, Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, you have a noble status and unparalleled aptitude. Why bother with our little Dragon Elephant sect? Listen to you, do you want to make peace with me? Liu Beichen pretended to be puzzled, I just killed the old head teacher of your Dragon Elephant sect. Your Dragon Elephant sect shouldn't hate me to death. Are you seeking revenge from me? Holy Son of the Beginning, you worry too much. Qin Yangzhen laughed dryly, and said, the old master's teaching skills are not as good as others, and it is his blessing to die at your hands. People have to bow their heads under the roof. In order not to add Liu Beichen as an enemy, he had no choice but to belittle Longxiang Zone. In order to ease the relationship with Liu Beichen, he had to speak against his conscience. Zhao Yue clenched his fist secretly, then let it go quickly. What Qin Yongzhen did. Even if he couldn't see it, he knew that it was called keeping the green hills, and he was not afraid of running out of firewood. So bearable. Liu Beichen couldn't help being a little surprised. Don't be impulsive, know the current affairs. It seems that the development of the Dragon Elephant sect from a small sect to its current scale is inseparable from this old guy in front of him. To tell you the truth, Ye Chen and the others were killed by me. Liu Beichen deliberately made it clear. Can bear it? I'll see how long you can bear it. What? Rao Zhaoyue, Qin Yongzhen and others were mentally prepared in advance, or they were stimulated by Liu Beichen's revelation. Why? Why did you kill Ye Chen and the others? Zhao Yue's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help asking, what kind of enmity? Although the other members of the Dragon Elephant sect did not make a sound. But looking at their expressions, they obviously wanted to know the reason why Liu Beichen killed Ye Chen and others. Who asked Ye Chen to pester junior sister Zhang? Liu Beichen replied as a matter of course, I can't see it, so I just kill him directly. Is that okay? Big problem. Who would kill the chief true disciple of a great sect for such an absurd reason? The Lord of Yaokai was startled for a moment. Immediately, he pointedly said to Zhang Qingguan, Wanner, it seems that nephew Liu Xian treats you very unusually. Before Liu Beichen told the truth himself. He thought it was someone who had bad intentions for Yaokai Holy Land, who deliberately did such a thing. The purpose is to cause conflicts between Yaokai Holy Land and Dragon Elephant sect. Well, when a snipe and a clam compete, the fisherman will benefit. Who would have thought that Liu Beichen would actually kill Ye Chen and the others based on such absurd reasons? Yet, I didn't expect senior brother Liu to kill junior brother Ye for me. Zhang Qingguan was a little distracted. Could it be that senior brother Liu got jealous after knowing about my verbal engagement with junior brother Ye, or was afraid that I'd relapse? Otherwise, how do you explain senior brother Liu's behavior to prevent future troubles? Hasn't the Lord of Yaokai already denied Ye Chen's verbal engagement with that girl Zhang Qingguan? Zhao Yue widened his eyes and said, and our Dragon Elephant sect has broken off relations with Yaokai Holy Land. Under such circumstances, you still want to kill Ye Chen? Liu Beichen replied without hesitation, I think he is upset, he has to die. Do you understand? Zhao Yue asked again, then what about Elder Zhou and Elder Taishang of our Dragon Elephant sect? They didn't offend you, did they? What Zhou Zhengquan and Mao Chengxian are you talking about? Liu Beichen replied innocently, no way, it can't be my fault. Because they insisted on stopping me from killing Ye Chen, I had no choice but to kill them. After a pause, he continued, however, I didn't expect that your Dragon Elephant sect would send soldiers to the Holy Land of Yaokai just like that. Everyone at the scene didn't know what to say. Ye Chen was already dead enough to be wronged. Zhou Zhengquan and Mao Chengxian died more unjustly than him. It's off the charts. Hearing the conversation between Liu Beichen and Zhao Yue, Peng Liangping couldn't help being dumbfounded, with a confused look on his face. Found it. Case solved. It turned out that behind the battle between Longxiangzong and Yaokai Holy Land, Liu Beichen was actually caused by Ye Chen's displeasure? What the hell? Does this work? Fan Yu's only felt that his previous cognition had been subverted. If he hadn't been on the scene, he really couldn't believe that the ins and outs of the matter were so absurd. Now, he should say that the Dragon Elephant sect's luck is too bad, and that Liu Beichen is capable and willful. Or should it be said that the Holy Land of Yaokai was too lucky, so he just lay down and won? Is there anything else you want to know or ask? Liu Beichen continued to ask. Zhao Yue moved his mouth, but did not make a sound. He was afraid that he might say something irrational. Nothing. This time it was Qin Yongzhen who came out again and replied, the Holy Son of the Beginning, there is an old saying that it is better to resolve enemies than to tie them. Everything must be looked back. How about we just expose the grievances between you and our Dragon Elephant sect? Not good. I have killed so many important figures of your Dragon Elephant sect one after another. You actually told me to expose it now, can I believe it? Liu Beichen said noncommittally, and who wants to let the tiger go back to the mountain? My style of doing things is to avoid future troubles. Hearing this, including Zhao Yue and Qin Yongzhen, everyone in the Longxiang sect at the scene panicked. Damn it, this damn guy Liu Beichen wants to kill them all. Is there any room for negotiation? Qin Yongzhen asked unwillingly. Sorry, no. Liu Beichen glanced at Zhao Yue, Qin Yongzhen, and the others, and said, since no one from your Dragon Elephant sect dares to come up and test whether my sword is sharp, then I have no choice but to do as I wish. Qin Yongzhen asked anxiously, Son of Absolute Beginning, What do you mean by that? Liu Beichen smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he said to the Holy Master of Yaokai, Uncle Zhang, those guys from the Dragon Elephant sect, I will deal with those whose strength has reached the Marquis realm or above the Marquis realm. Others, you will lead someone to solve it, how about it? The Lord of Yaokai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he said happily, yes, nephew Liu Xian. According to Liu Beichen's arrangement, Yaokai Holy Land would have a hard time losing even if it wanted to. Zhao Yue, Qin Yangzhen and the others obviously also thought of this, and they couldn't help but change their expressions. Not good. It seems that they are about to finish the rhythm. Chapter 74 Brother Liu, I would call you the strongest in the spirit world. Elder Peng, let's go. Fan Yu said, there is no suspense about the outcome of this world-shattering decisive battle, and there is no point in watching it any longer. Look no more. Peng Liangping hesitated for a moment, then said, for a sect as big as the Dragon Elephant sect, maybe there are some great tricks it hasn't used yet. What is this all about? With Liu Beichen as an evildoer, do you think Longxiang Zone can turn salty fish over? Fan Yu shook his head, and said, don't be ridiculous, did you let the senior executives of the Dragon Elephant sect die or be seriously injured without seeing him twice? Seeing that a big sect is about to be destroyed, I always have an unreal feeling in my heart. Peng Liangping smiled bitterly, I always think that under such circumstances, there will be a hidden ancestor of the Dragon Elephant sect. How is this possible? You think too much, reality is not a script. Fan Yu laughed dumbly and said, from a small sect to the Dragon Elephant sect with its current scale, it is already quite remarkable to have Wang Chongguang, a strong man with the strength to reach the great consummation of the King realm. Where can a hidden ancestor appear out of thin air? Elder Fan, what you said is true. Peng Liangping nodded and asked, then, shall we leave now? Fan Yu's reminded, don't look at our position is a bit far from the battlefield, but it's not impossible to be affected by the battle. So it's the best choice for us to leave now. Clear. At this moment, both Peng Liangping and Fan Yu were thinking about how to gather what they saw just now into a message and send it back. Liu Beichen turned out to be born. The Holy Land of Yaokai is about to annex the Dragon Elephant sect and rise to become the #1 power in Central Continent. The Holy Land of the beginning may be revived again, reappearing the scene of the heyday at its peak. This is not good news for the major forces in the spiritual world, including Tianyuan Holy Land and Zaiwei Holy Land. Besides, with Liu Beichen making a move, and the members of the Dragon Elephant sect having no intention of fighting, it was not so easy for the members of the Yaokai Holy Land to fight. Zhao Yue died in battle. Qin Yangzhen died in battle. Many high-level members of the Dragon Elephant sect died in battle. After Liu Beichen completed his task of cooperating with the Lord of Yaokai, he turned around and came to Zhang Qingguan's side. Junior sister Zhang, I live up to your expectations. Liu Beichen smiled gently, and said, solve the problem of Dragon Elephant sect coming to Yaokai Holy Land to make trouble. Zhang Qingguan also smiled and said, thank you senior brother Liu. Although the battle between Yaokai Holy Land and Longxiang Zone was caused by Liu Beichen intercepting and killing Ye Chen and others. But Yaokai Holy Land has obtained benefits beyond imagination. After this incident, it was too late for everyone in Yaokai Holy Land not to blame Liu Beichen, but to thank him. As the saying goes, the waves behind push the waves ahead, a new generation replaces the old. Zhang Jingfu couldn't help but praised, Holy Son of the Beginning, you are the peerless genius with the best qualifications I have ever seen in my life. I agree with that. Lei Jialang echoed, don't talk about people of the same age, even some old monsters in the spirit world, I am afraid there are not many who can compete with the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning in terms of strength. The two seniors have won the prize. Liu Beichen replied very modestly, my current strength is not very strong, and I have to continue to practice hard in the future. Zhang Jingfu. Lei Jialang. They couldn't tell if Liu Beichen was showing off his strength, or did he really feel that his strength was not strong. Zhang Qingguan somewhat understood Liu Beichen's habits. Senior brother Liu, this is the spirit world, not the upper world. If you say that, it will be very shocking. Zhang Qingguan reminded. Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang suddenly realized. Absolutely. It turns out that Liu Beichen's standard of whether he is strong or not is based on the upper bounds as a reference. Liu Beichen spread his hands and said, I feel that the higher the requirements for myself, the more I can go further on the journey of cultivation. Maybe. Zhang Qingguan smiled playfully and said, Senior brother Liu, I would like to call you the strongest in the spirit world. Her words were approved by Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang. In terms of strength, Liu Beichen slapped his peers in the spirit world, and among the strong men of the older generation, there were not many existences who could compete with him. Zhang Qingguan referred to Liu Beichen as the strongest in the spirit world, which is worthy of the name, there is nothing wrong with it at all. Liu Beichen thought for a while, and it was pointless to argue, so he didn't refute this sentence aloud. At this time, the Lord of Yaokai returned. Old Holy Master, Supreme Elder, without further ado, we will immediately set off for the Dragon Elephant Sect to receive the legacy of the Dragon Elephant Sect. The Lord of Yaokai couldn't wait to say, otherwise, if someone picks the peaches at that time, it will be difficult. Of course Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang had no objection to this. The legacy of the Dragon Elephant Sect is the key to whether the Yaokai Holy Land can become the #1 power in Central Continent. Receive it as soon as possible, and feel at ease sooner. Wonder, if there is anything wrong with you sitting in the Holy Land of Yaokai, please send us a letter immediately. The Lord of Yaokai ordered, we will come back as soon as we receive the news. After a pause, he continued, of course, with nephew Lu Xian by your side, I don't have to worry about anything. As ordered. Zhang Qingguan took over the burden of sitting in the Holy Land of Yaokai without hesitation. After all, with a clear heart, she certainly knows what the legacy of the Dragon Elephant Sect means to Yaokai Holy Land. The two seniors are both injured now, and they haven't recovered yet. Lu Beichen said, Uncle Zhang, why don't I accompany you for a walk? The Lord of Yaokai thought for a while, and said, Nephew Lu Xian, will this trouble you too much? Accompanied by Lu Beichen, a strong man whose strength has reached the first level of the out-of-aperture realm, it will definitely be much easier to receive the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant Sect. No trouble, no trouble. Lu Beichen replied sincerely, Uncle Zhang, it is my honor to do something for the Holy Land of Yaokai. Okay, nephew Lu Xian, since that's the case, then please accompany me for a walk. Watching the back of Lu Beichen and the Lord of Yaokai leaving, Zhang Jingfu sighed, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is not only talented, but also has such a good character. He is really a rare young hero. Wonder, you have to work harder and try to make him a good son-in-law of Yaokai Holy Land. Lei Jialang agreed with deep approval, Wonder, if you meet such a wishful man like the Son of Absolute Beginning, once you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Working hard, working hard. Zhang Qingguan blushed and replied, I haven't known senior brother Lu for long, you must give me some time. Another soul in her body couldn't help but come out to join in the fun, the little cabbage is already mature, go and turn against Lu Beichen's handsome pig. It seems that Lu Beichen's excellence not only conquered Zhang Qingguan, but also conquered a certain soul. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 75 Holy shit, someone dares to break ground on Tai Sui and number 039, S head. Okay, then keep working hard. Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang both had expressions of relief. Although they really hope that Lu Beichen and Zhang Qingguan can achieve good things. But this kind of thing should pay attention to fate and the wishes of the parties. However, according to their observations, it was not that Lu Beichen did not have a good impression of Zhang Qingguan. Otherwise, Lu Beichen would not take the initiative to invite Ying to accompany the Lord of Yaokai to receive the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant Sect. Not to mention the willful act of intercepting and killing Ye Chen just because Ye Chen has a verbal engagement with Zhang Qingguan. Let's go to heal our injuries first and restore our strength. In case something happens to us, we can't help if we want to. Good. On the way back to her residence, Zhang Qingguan curiously asked another soul in her body, by the way, didn't you resist my approaching senior brother Lu before? Why do you suddenly change your mind now and encourage me? Another soul in her body replied, because I have seen many arrogances in the upper world, and there are few who can compare with Lu Beichen in aptitude. That's why I think he deserves you, that's why he made the statement just now. Besides, seeing Ye Chen as a rival in love was unhappy, and he immediately shot and killed Ye Chen, which suits me very well, do you understand? Can I say that you deserve the title of Sura? Zhang Qingguan said angrily, I only act according to my own will, I don't care about other people's opinions, I don't care whether it is reasonable or not. Because in a world where strength is paramount, the strong will survive, and the weak will perish. This is an eternal truth. Another soul in her body replied, for example, the winner today is the Dragon Elephant Sect. Do you think the Dragon Elephant Sect will let the Holy Land of Yaokai go? Zhang Qingguan thought for a while, then shook her head and said, no. Isn't that right? Actually, the spirit world is considered very good. If you have the opportunity to go to the upper world in the future, you will know that the upper world is cruel. Unless your strength is already unmatched, don't talk about being a holy mother, even a little persuasion can lead to murder, and you will end up in a tragic end. Hearing such remarks, Zhang Qingguan said thoughtfully, King Xin, it seems that you are a person with a lot of stories. How can someone who doesn't have a deep understanding tell such a big truth? You think too much, this is common sense. Another soul in her body replied noncommittally, in the upper realm, if you catch anyone casually, he will tell you the truth of this rotten street. Really? I do not believe. Zhang Qingguan smiled mischievously, and said, don't refute it yet, I will verify your statement when I have a chance to go to the upper realm in the future. All right. Seeing is believing. Anyway, No matter how much I say now, it's not as real as what you saw with your own eyes. Let's not discuss this topic. Zhang Qingguan asked, it's my first time sitting in the holy land of Yaokai, and I don't have much experience. Can you teach me? Teach what to teach? Didn't you become the holy master of Yaokai Holy Land and need to handle a lot of official duties? Another soul in her body suggested, you can do what you normally do. Once something really happens, you can come out and deal with it. So sloppy. Otherwise, what do you think? Clear. Zhang Qingguan went to practice with peace of mind. Fighting with Zhao Yue. In addition, being stimulated by Liu Baiken's easy killing of Wang Chongguang, a powerful man with a strength as high as the king-conferred Dzogchen, her cultivation bottleneck has been loosened. Work harder, maybe your strength will improve again. Isn't it? Another big scene like this. Not long ago, the army of the Dragon Elephant sect seemed to be going to conquer some force. Why is it the turn of the army of the Yaokai Holy Land now? Could it be that the spirit world, which has been stable for such a long time, will be turbulent again, and the scene of frequent battles between major forces will not be reproduced? Due to the reception of many flying warships of the Dragon Elephant sect, the disturbance made by the army of Yaokai Holy Land this time was far greater than when the army of the Dragon Elephant sect went out. Therefore, wherever the army of the Yaokai Holy Land went, there were bursts of exclamations. I'm afraid you don't know yet. The army of the Lord of Yaokai is going to attack the Dragon Elephant sect. No, that's wrong, it should be said to receive the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect. Soon someone will popularize science for everyone. Why did Zhang Qingguan, the saintess of Yaokai, fight against Zhao Yue, the leader of the Dragon Elephant sect who is a second-tier powerhouse in the Marquis realm? She won easily and shocked the audience. Liu Baichen, the holy son of Absolute Beginning, fought against Wang Chongguang, the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, who was a great master of the great conferred king realm, and easily beheaded him, showing that kind of incomparable demeanor, which is unmatched by anyone in the spiritual world. The reason behind this shocking decisive battle between the Dragon Elephant sect and the Yaokai Holy Land was that Liu Baichen killed Ye Chen, the chief true disciple of the Dragon Elephant sect, because he was unhappy. No matter which of the above news, they were shocked. And their discussion at this moment, the Lord of Yaokai on the Golden Wind boat completely heard it. You read that right, it is Jinfeng Zhou. The Lord of Yaokai saw that the flagship of the Dragon Elephant sect was not damaged, the decoration inside was gorgeous, and the outside looked magnificent. It was specially used as the flagship of this Yaokai Holy Land to receive the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect. The news spread quickly. The Lord of Yaokai excitedly asked Liu Baichen, who was next to him, Nephew Liu Xian, do you think this trip to the Dragon Elephant sect will go well or not? Hard to say. Liu Baichen thought for a while and replied, the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect is too attractive, maybe someone will dare to take advantage of us. Nephew Liu Xian, worry too much. The Lord of Yaokai smiled, and said, who would dare to break ground on Tai Sui's head? Do you want to die? Not to mention that doing so would offend the Holy Land of Yaokai. It even triggered another shocking decisive battle. Just say that now Yaokai Holy Land has monsters like Liu Baichen as backers, and people who are impatient with life will choose to pick peaches, right? It's the so-called lack of human heart that swallows elephants like snakes. Liu Baichen also smiled and said, it is good to accept the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect without any surprises or risks, but you should be cautious, and you should be more cautious. Nephew Liu Xian said yes. The Lord of Yaokai disapproved in his heart, but on the surface he echoed Liu Baichen's words, if this kind of unexpected situation really happens, I hope Nephew Liu Xian will help you. Good talk, good talk. I don't know how long it took, but the messenger disciple suddenly came to report. It is said that there seems to be other forces stationed in the headquarters of the Dragon Elephant sect. The Holy Master of Yaokai's face suddenly became hot, as if he had been slapped several times. Immediately, he reacted, and immediately became angry on the spot. What the hell? Someone really dares to dance on the tip of a knife, not afraid of offending the Holy Land of Yaokai to death. Chapter 76 The Big One is Coming. Uncle Zhang, I didn't expect my word to become a prophecy. Liu Baichen said with a wry smile, it seems that in the spirit world, there are not a few people who take risks for profit. Nephew Liu Xian, I miscalculated people's hearts. The Lord of Yaokai said in a deep voice, it's not surprising that people who are greedy for the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect will do such a greedy move. After a pause, he then asked the messenger disciple, can you find out who the other party is? What kind of power does it come from? The messenger disciple hesitated for a moment, and replied, according to the clothes the other party is wearing, there is no accident, it should be someone from Fengling Holy Land. Isn't it? People from Fengling Holy Land? The Holy Master of Yaokai frowned, feeling a little unclear in his mind. After all, Fengling Holy Land has always liked to fight against Yaokai Holy Land, and the conflict between the two sides is not wrong. But everyone comes and goes, and no one can take advantage of anyone. Where does the Fengling Holy Land have the confidence now? Dare to forcibly pick peaches when there are evildoers like Lu Beichen as backers in the Holy Land of Yaokai? Receive the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect one step ahead of time? Aren't you afraid that Fengling Holy Land will follow in the footsteps of Longxiang Zone? Unless Fengling Holy Land has the trump card to dare to do this. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and the Holy Master of Yaokai could not help but change his expression. Ma Dan, this possibility seems extremely high. Uncle Zhang, as far as I know, the Holy Land of Fengling is the enemy of the Holy Land of Yaokai, right? Lu Beichen searched the memory of the original owner. I wonder if you know the advanced combat power of Fengling Holy Land. I understand. The Lord of Yaokai collected his thoughts, and said, the foundation of Fengling Holy Land is comparable to that of our Yaokai Holy Land, and no one can do anything about it. And the one with the highest strength should be Cao Guanyu, the supreme elder of Fengling Holy Land, whose strength is about the 7th floor of the king conferring realm. Uncle Zhang, something is wrong. Lu Beichen said strangely, according to reason, Fengling Holy Land shouldn't make any rash moves. I noticed that too. The Lord of Yaokai said solemnly, it is estimated that something gave them the confidence to dare to do this. Lu Beichen said thoughtfully, you mean, there may be practitioners who are not weaker than me in Fengling Holy Land? Yes. Otherwise, I really can't think of a reason why they dare to break ground on Tai Sui. The Lord of Yaokai nodded, and said sincerely, Nephew Lu Xian, it seems that I will really have to trouble you later. Undoubtedly. Lu Beichen replied unyieldingly, since I choose to accompany you to receive the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect, I will not be able to justify my efforts to meet the enemy. Hearing you say that, I'm relieved. The Lord of Yaokai finally had a smile on his face. Fortunately, you came with me. Otherwise, in this situation, I don't know whether I should continue to receive the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect, or whether I should return to the Holy Land of Yaokai and make plans again. Lu Beichen smiled and said, it's my honor as a junior to make Uncle Zhang feel at ease. Nephew Lu Xian can really talk. The Lord of Yaokai praised him first. Immediately, he issued an order to the messenger disciple, go and tell everyone to speed up the march and rush to the headquarters of the Dragon Elephant sect as soon as possible. Yes, Holy Master. The messenger disciples left as ordered. Central Continent. Dragon Elephant sect. Hai Hall. At this moment, Cao Guanyu, the supreme elder of Fengling Holy Land, was asking a boy in black beside him, Zai Jun, how are things going? Go back to Master. The boy in black said with a smile, we've already received a lot of the Dragon Elephant sect's legacy. Very good. Cao Guanyu followed with a smile and said, at that time, I will give credit to the disciple who delivered the letter. If his news hadn't come in time, it would not have been so easy for us to take over the Dragon Elephant sect's property. Yes, Master. The boy in black said as if he remembered something, however, I am afraid that Yaokai Holy Land will not let it go. Who cares? Cao Guanyu said disapprovingly, let's eat the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect first. The boy in black hesitated for a moment and asked, are you really confident in dealing with Lu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning? According to the news gathered by the messenger disciples, his strength may have reached the astonishing level of the out-of-aperture realm. God knows how surprised and shocked he was when he learned about this. A boy who is only around the age. How could he possess such terrifying strength? It simply subverted his long-standing perception of genius. Rest assured. No matter how powerful Lu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, is, he is no match for his teacher. Cao Guanyu replied meaningfully, just wait and see. To be honest, he was also amazed by Lu Beichen's aptitude. But it hasn't reached the point where he has to avoid Lu Beichen's edge temporarily when he meets Lu Beichen. Otherwise, he would not have dared to lead the people of Fengling Holy Land to rob food and rob the Dragon Elephant sect's legacy. In addition, if you can kill a peerless genius like Lu Beichen, the sense of accomplishment in your heart will be extraordinary. At this time, another messenger disciple came in and reported that the army of Yaokai Holy Land is not far from the headquarters of Longxiang Zone. Zai Jun, let's go. Let's go out and have a look. Cao Guanyu pondered for a while, and said, we have just received the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect, so we can't let the battle break out here, lest we have to spend our time on repairing it. Yes, Master. The boy in black also didn't want a battle to break out at the headquarters of the Dragon Elephant sect, then I'll call other fellow sects to defend against the enemy from outside the Dragon Elephant sect. That's right, you still understand what I'm thinking. A gleam flashed in Cao Guanyu's eyes, if we can wipe out these troops from Yaokai Holy Land today, maybe our Fengling Holy Land will have double happiness. The boy in black was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Yup. Most of the foundation of Yaokai Holy Land comes from the army of this group of Yaokai Holy Land, if they can be wiped out. Isn't Yaokai Holy Land just like fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered by Fengling Holy Land? If the Fengling Holy Land swallows the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect, it will have a chance to become the #1 power in Central Continent. If you swallow Yaokai Holy Land again, tisk tisk, rising to become the #1 force in the spiritual world is no problem. Seeing the boy in black's reaction, Cao Guanyu nodded in satisfaction. These days, it is not easy to receive an apprentice with better qualifications and more flexible minds. With the order of Cao Guanyu, the Supreme Elder, everyone in Fengling Holy Land quickly assembled. So, for about a while, the Dragon Elephant sect headquarters flew out countless flying warships with the flags of the Fengling Holy Land, overwhelming the army of the Yaokai Holy Land. Some viewers who were eating melons in the distance couldn't help but cheer up when they saw this, thinking, the big one is coming. Chapter 77. Elder Peng, why are you here? Elder Fan, why are you here? Peng Liangping and Fan Yuz, who happened to meet again, looked at each other in dismay. Moment. Peng Liangping continued to speak. I originally wanted to find the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden. But I suddenly heard news that the Fengling Holy Land picked peaches from the Yaokai Holy Land and received the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect one step ahead. I was very curious about this, so I couldn't help running over to have a look. Elder Peng, I'm about the same as you. Fan Yuz interjected, it's also for this matter. Then we are not in an ordinary tacit understanding. Peng Liangping smiled and said, could it be that the legendary heroes see the same thing? Elder Peng, stop playing tricks. Fan Yuz laughed dumbly and said, let's focus on the confrontation scene, shall we? Fengling Holy Land is too brave. Peng Liangping straightened his face and said, I can't think of what their cards are. Neither can I. Fan Yuz said truthfully, however, after the battle between Yaokai Holy Land and Fengling Holy Land, we will know the reason. Are you sure the two sides will go to war? Peng Liangping disagreed. Lu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, has also come this time, and he is a strong man whose strength has reached the first level of the out-of-aperture realm. I think Fengling Holy Land will admit it and obediently spit out the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect. Impossible. The Holy Land of Fengling came prepared this time, how could you give up the benefits you got? Fan Yuz shook his head and said, perhaps he has a trump card behind him that can compete with Lu Beichen. Let's stop arguing. Wait for the results. Peng Liangping looked at the scene of the confrontation and said with emotion, I didn't expect that I could observe two world-shattering decisive battles of this level in such a short period of time. That is. Fan Yuz echoed with deep sympathy, this kind of shocking decisive battle, which is rare in 10,000 years, is rare enough to see it once. I didn't expect to see it for the second time now. It is really a feast for the eyes. Speaking of the confrontation scene, the Lord of Yaokai preemptively asked, Elder Cao, can you explain why you and so many fellow Taoists of Fengling Holy Land are here? Explain what? Isn't that obvious? Cao Guanyu replied flatly, the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect belongs to our Fengling Holy Land. Elder Cao, are you being too immoral? The Holy Master of Yaokai resisted the urge to run away immediately. Our Yaokai Holy Land wiped out the main force of the Dragon Elephant sect on the front foot, and your Fengling Holy Land swallowed the Dragon Elephant sect's inheritance on the back foot. How shameful is that? Everything comes first served. Cao Guanyu was unmoved and said, our Fengling Holy Land is well informed, so it is normal to come here and accept the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect. Besides, I'm doing this for the good of Yaokai Holy Land, so that you don't lose more manpower. What shit reason? Stop arguing. The Lord of Yaokai almost laughed angrily, also, listen to me and thank you. You're welcome. Cao Guanyu was not angry either, for the sake of the faction that everyone belongs to Central Continent, it is only right for us in Fengling Holy Land to do this. Elder Cao, you don't think I'm praising you, do you? Yaokai Sheng glanced at Lu Beichen subconsciously, and then said coldly, I warn you, if it is not something from your Fengling Holy Land, just hand it over obediently. Otherwise, the Dragon Elephant sect's army, which was wiped out not long ago, is a role model for your Fengling Holy Land. Cao Guanyu seemed surprised and asked the boy in black beside him, Zai Jun, is he threatening me, our Fengling Holy Land? Yes, Master. The black-clothed boy replied emphatically, what he means is, if we don't kneel down to him immediately, we will be wiped out. It's been a long time to see you. Even if Zhang Jingfu was here, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Cao Guanyu's expression turned cold, and he said, Holy Lord of Yaokai, who gave you the courage to cause you to ignore me? You don't care who I am, give me courage. The Lord of Yaokai said tit for tat, Elder Cao, don't think that you can do whatever you want because you have the strength of the 7th level of the king-conferred realm. Let me tell you, as soon as nephew Lu Xian makes a move, you will immediately kneel down. Nephew Lu Xian? Are you talking about Lu Beichen, the son of absolute beginning. Cao Guanyu couldn't help looking at Liu Beichen who was standing next to the Lord of Yaokai. Not bad. The Lord of Yaokai took a decisive step back as he spoke, highlighting Liu Beichen's figure. Elder Cao, I have looked up to you for a long time. Liu Beichen took advantage of the situation and said, Uncle Jiang's meaning just now is my meaning. I don't know if you choose to obediently spit out the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect, or choose to be beaten to death by me. Young man, don't be too proud and complacent. Cao Guanyu's expression became even colder. I've heard about you, and I was shocked by your heaven-defying aptitude. However, it doesn't mean you can look down on me. Understand? Don't know. Liu Beichen sneered, and said, your strength has reached the 7th level of the king-conferring realm, even though you are in the spirit world, you are considered very strong. But compared to my strength that has reached the 1st level of the out-of-aperture realm, it's a bit far behind. So I'm curious, what is your basis for saying these words? I don't think I need to explain to you, do I? As Cao Guanyu said, he flew out and said, Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, please enlighten me. Liu Beichen was not afraid, and flew out, saying, don't you think about it again? You need to know that with your strength at the 7th level of the king-conferring realm, I'm afraid you can't even resist my thoughts. Cao Guanyu smiled mysteriously and said, then try it. Of course Liu Beichen complied with his request, and immediately exuded a powerful aura from his body, pressing towards Cao Guanyu. Cao Guanyu's expression changed slightly. Liu Beichen is indeed a strong man whose strength has reached the 1st level of the aperture realm. How do you feel? Liu Beichen asked jokingly, now you know how good I am. Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, you are indeed the most qualified genius in the history of the spirit world. Cao Guanyu was so amazed at first. Immediately, he went on to say, however, it is not enough to make me surrender. Liu Beichen frowned slightly, and asked, how do you say that? Cao Guanyu gave a hint, have you forgotten how our Fengling Holy Land got its start? Liu Beichen searched the memory of the original owner, and asked uncertainly, puppet. It seems that your knowledge is barely profound. Cao Guanyu smiled mysteriously again, and shouted, come out, my true monarch conquering demons. The words fall. A giant puppet more than 10 meters high appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Chapter 78 You are so smart. Puppet. Is this giant puppet behind the Supreme Elder of Fengling Holy Land? Liu Beichen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he felt the aura emanating from the giant puppet, and his face changed slightly involuntarily. Seeing Liu Beichen's reaction, Cao Guanyu couldn't help saying proudly, the giant puppet I made has the same level of strength as you, and will definitely be able to suppress you later. So, the giant puppet is equivalent to a human's 1st level out-of-body level powerhouse? The Lord of Yaokai is not calm anymore. No way, based on his knowledge of Fengling Holy Land. All puppets produced by Fengling Holy Land will be invincible at the same level. Therefore, wouldn't Liu Beichen be unable to defeat this giant puppet? Incredible. Master, this is hidden too deeply, right? As his disciple, I didn't know that the old man secretly refined a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of a 1st level out-of-the-body level powerhouse. The boy in black was startled when he saw this, and then all worries in his heart disappeared. Instead, there was a sudden realization, and an indescribable ease and comfort. There's this giant puppet in. No matter how awesome Liu Beichen is, he must be like a grasshopper after autumn. It won't be long before he jumps around. Another case solved. Found the reason again. Peng Liangping and Fan Yuz looked at each other, they both saw the clarity in each other's eyes. No wonder Fengling Holy Land dared to break ground on Tai Sui's head, not afraid of Yaokai Holy Land's subsequent accusation, and received the inheritance of Long Xiangzong in advance. It turned out that Cao Guanyu, the Supreme Elder of Fengling Holy Land, refined a giant puppet whose strength was similar to that of Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning. Elder Fan, who do you think will win in the end? Peng Liangping asked. Hard to say. Fan Yuz thought for a while, and said, but according to the rumors, the puppets refined in Fengling Holy Land are said to be invincible at the same level, so the odds of winning should be greater. Peng Liangping said thoughtfully, it seems that Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of the Beginning, has met a real opponent, and it will be difficult. Of course Liu Beichen understood what Cao Guanyu meant. If the rumors are true, the giant puppet can indeed suppress him. However, the final result will only be known after a fight. Liu Beichen didn't think much, and took out the Yunca Pei from the storage ring. Son of Absolute Beginning, in front of my true monarch conquering demons, you still want to resist. Seeing this, Cao Guanyu smiled disdainfully, and said, surrender yourself. This way you will suffer less pain. Who wins the game is still unknown. Liu Beichen snorted coldly, and said, I really thought you were sure of me. You have kind. Since you are stubborn, then feel the beating from Zhenjun Jiangmo. As Cao Guanyu said, he manipulated the giant puppet to attack Lu Beichen. Not only was Lu Beichen completely unafraid. On the contrary, it also aroused his competitive heart. Speaking of being invincible at the same level, he is one of those examples too. A mere dead creature like a giant puppet deserves to be compared with him? Putting aside the thoughts in his heart, Lu Beichen held the Yuan magnetic épée in his hand, and with a stroke of luck, he moved towards the giant puppet. It's too late to say, then soon. I saw Lu Beichen slamming his sword fiercely on the giant puppet's hand. Boom! A loud bang. The giant puppet shook its body and recovered. Lu Beichen, on the other hand, was blown upside down by a powerful force and flew more than 10 meters away. Although there was no injury, the right hand holding the sword was a little numb. Too hard. In the first confrontation, the giant puppet gave Lu Beichen the first feeling, a bit like a strong man who has cultivated an iron shirt and a golden bell cover. Invulnerable. Can be immune to various attacks from opponents. Holy Son of the Beginning, have you seen it? Your attack is nothing more than a tickle to my true monarch subduing demons, it's not worth mentioning at all. Seeing this, Cao Guanyu couldn't help laughing proudly, despair me. Invincibility at the same level is not just talk. Yao Qi Sheng took the initiative to move his mouth, but did not make a sound. It's useless for him to say anything now. The only thing that can be hoped is that a miracle will happen, and Lu Beichen can restore the disadvantage and change the disadvantaged situation. Nephew Lu Xian is a peerless genius from the upper world, the most qualified genius in the spirit world. The Lord of Yaokai comforted himself in his heart, a mere setback should not trouble him, right? Elder Cao, it's good that you don't make a sound, old guy. As soon as you make a sound, I thought of a solution. Lu Beichen's heart moved, and he said with a smile, it's true that this giant puppet is difficult to fight, but why should I fight it? I don't quite understand what you mean. Cao Guanyu asked suspiciously, could it be that you want to admit defeat? After a pause, he put on a magnanimous look, let me think about it, if you kowtow to me and admit your mistake now, I might soften my heart for a while, and I might let you go. When did I say I was going to admit defeat? I have to say, your paranoia is really serious. Lu Beichen sneered and said, I mean, I can avoid the giant puppet and deal with its master. Hearing his words, the eyes of the holy master of Yaokai lit up. Wonderful. Nephew Lu Xian's idea is really wonderful. Can't solve the giant puppet, can't you also solve Cao Guanyu, the master who controls the giant puppet? It should be known that Cao Guanyu's current strength has not reached the first level of the leaving aperture realm, but around the 7th level of the king sealing realm. Other people in the holy land of Yaokai, as well as Peng Liangping and Fan Yus who were watching the battle from a distance, also felt that Lu Beichen was very witty and his idea was brilliant. Just get rid of Cao Guanyu, the master who controls the giant puppet. Isn't it equivalent to killing the giant puppet? Not good. Lu Beichen is really insidious. The boy in black's face was originally an expression of watching a show, but it instantly changed to full of worry. If it weren't for the shortcoming that the puppet would lose its function if the master was eliminated. Fengling Holy Land, which is good at refining puppets, has already become the #1 force in the spirit world. Where is it still used to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and come to snatch the inheritance of the dragon elephant sect? Now Lu Beichen tried to avoid the giant puppet and ran directly to deal with his master. Can this situation be reversed immediately? Son of absolute beginning, I have to say, you are really smart to think of such an approach. At the end of Cao Guanyu's speech, she couldn't help laughing wantonly, however, that's all old history. After years of research, the weakness you found doesn't exist for me now. Really? Lu Beichen didn't believe it, are you sure you're not a stern person? Pretending to be calm. No matter how much you say, it's not as real as your own experience. Cao Guanyu said with a smile on his face, son of absolute beginning, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Continue to despair, is your way back. There is a lot of joking in the tone. Chapter 79 at end number 039, S time to show your true strength. Elder Cao, what you said seems to be true. Lu Beichen slowly raised the Yuan magnetic épée in his hand, and said, don't wait for me to make a move, your lie will be exposed, and I will be disappointed. Come on, do whatever you want. Cao Guanyu didn't look worried at all, if you can hurt me, you are capable. Lu Beichen didn't talk nonsense when he heard the words. Immediately, he used his body skills, avoided the giant puppet, and swung his sword to attack Cao Guanyu. However, before he could get close to Cao Guanyu, the giant puppet stopped in front of him. No way! The giant puppet is so huge, how can it be so flexible? Lu Beichen felt a burst of surprise in his heart. Obviously, the action and reaction speed of the giant puppet exceeded his expectations. Holy Son of absolute beginning, are you dumbfounded? Cao Guanyu smiled triumphantly again, and said, I have put in a lot of effort in making puppets. The true monarch conquering demons has become one with my puppet now, and you want to cross it to deal with me. Sorry, that's impossible. Are you kidding me? Do you really think that he has been studying puppet art for so many years? Can't even solve a small weakness? In addition, he is now the first to create a puppet technique. Human puppet as one. Fuck, isn't master, the old man, too awesome? It actually solved the weakness that has always existed in the puppet technique. After the black-clothed boy came to his senses, a look of admiration flashed across his face. Afterwards, the heart he mentioned before was also relieved. Now, just as his master said. If Liu Beichen wanted to deal with his master, he had to pass the giant puppet first. Now it's troublesome. The Lord of Yaokai's complexion became ugly again. Nephew Liu Xian couldn't help the giant puppet. He couldn't get past the giant puppet to deal with Cao Guanyu. This battle. I'm afraid it's not good for nephew Liu Xian and Yaokai Holy Land. Thinking of this, the Holy Master of Yaokai couldn't help but feel a sinking heart. I hope nephew Liu Xian can find some way to turn things around. Not only the Holy Lord of Yaokai, but also the other people in the Holy Land of Yaokai are also very confused. Their mood is no different from that of the legendary heaven of ice and fire. Cold for a while, hot for a while, alternating hot and cold. In the first confrontation between Liu Beichen and the giant puppet, he fell into a disadvantageous scene, as if pouring a basin of cold water on them, making them feel chilly behind them. Later, Liu Beichen said that he found Cao Guanyu's weakness in using the puppet technique. They thought it made sense, and their hearts became hot again. Unexpectedly, it was later proved that the so-called weakness did not exist, and Liu Beichen still showed signs that he was not a giant puppet opponent. Holy Son of the Beginning, please give me some strength. They prayed silently in their hearts. After all, even Liu Beichen, whose strength has reached the first level of the out-of-aperture realm, can't beat the giant puppet. Then these people whose strength is far inferior to Liu Beichen, must be easily killed when they face giant puppets. Isn't it? Have things turned around again? Peng Liangping was very surprised when he saw this. Cao Guanyu, the supreme elder of Fengling Holy Land, has actually studied the puppet art to this extent. Human puppet as one. Is this a puppet technique that can be found in the spirit world? Fan Yus thought more and more carefully than Peng Liangping. Fengling Holy Land is already very strong, and it is one of the top forces in the spirit world. The puppet art weakness is now resolved. Isn't Fengling Holy Land going to take off directly? He told Peng Liangping about his worries. Peng Liangping's reaction was not so great. Elder Fan, why are you looking for trouble? Peng Liangping said, the battle between Liu Beichen and Cao Guanyu today may cause a reshuffle of the major forces in the spirit world. Liu Beichen won. The Yaokai Holy Land annexed the Dragon Elephant sect and became the largest power in Central Continent. In addition, the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning will re-emerge because of Liu Beichen, the Holy Sun, and be proud of Dongzhou. On the other hand, if Cao Guanyu wins, Fengling Holy Land will swallow the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect, and there will be a puppet technique without any weaknesses. Not to mention becoming the number one force in Central Continent, it is not impossible to become the number one force in the spirit world. Fan Yus nodded and said, Elder Peng, I know everything you said. I'm not giving you science. Peng Liangping continued, I just want to tell you that no matter what the outcome of this battle between Liu Beichen and Cao Guanyu is, or what impact it will have on the spirit world, we cannot stop it. Instead of worrying here, it's better to watch this shocking battle and accumulate experience for your future cultivation. You're right. Fan Yus thought for a while and said, I overestimated myself. He is a cultivator whose strength is at the 5th level of the Marquis realm. Facing this upcoming brilliant trend, thinking too much will only increase his troubles. Human puppet as one. Interesting. Liu Beichen used his body skills unbelievingly, trying to get past the giant puppet and deal with Cao Guanyu. Unfortunately it still didn't work. The giant puppet kept standing in front of him like a legendary ghost. Therefore, Liu Beichen was absolutely determined to deal with Cao Guanyu first. As the old saying goes, one force can break all laws. Liu Beichen said harshly, is the giant puppet obstinate? I'll see how much it can carry me. While his thoughts were turning, he swung the Yuan magnetic épée in his hand and slashed at the giant puppet. Boom! A loud bang. As if history was repeating itself, the giant puppet shook and returned to normal. Liu Beichen, on the other hand, was blown upside down by a powerful force for more than 10 meters. Come again! Liu Beichen didn't pause at all, and continued to attack the giant puppet with his sword. Boom boom boom! Deafening sounds sounded one after another. Ma Dan, is Liu Beichen crazy? Cao Guanyu couldn't help cursing in his heart. Although the giant puppet did not suffer any damage under Liu Beichen's crazy attack. But in the process of manipulating the giant puppet, his spirit experienced quite a shock. The big problem is that it's not a big problem, it's just the continuous numbness and pain that annoys him so much. Son of absolute beginning, don't look at your operation as fierce as a tiger. It's a death struggle at best. Cao Guanyu still had that joking look on his face. Give up, you won't be able to turn over anyway. Ding, Zhang King Guan's affection for the host will be increased by 5, and her destiny value will be increased by 200. Before Liu Beichen could respond, there was a system prompt in his mind. Liu Beichen was immediately overjoyed. Very good. I would like to call junior sister Zhang the timely rain for saving the suffering. Elder Cao, it was just an appetizer. Next is the main course. Liu Beichen said vigorously, it's time to show your true strength. What do you mean by that? Cao Guanyu suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. That's what you think it means. After Liu Beichen replied meaningfully, he silently shouted in his heart, System, add all the 200 points of destiny to my cultivation base. Chapter 80 Reversal, this wave of him in the atmosphere. This breath. Cao Guanyu's eyes widened suddenly, his expression a little dull. Although he didn't know why the aura emanating from Liu Beichen's body suddenly surpassed the first level of the aperture realm. But when it came to Liu Beichen's answer to him just now, does it mean that Liu Beichen's strength is not around the first level of the out of aperture realm, but has reached the realm above the first level of the aperture realm? Thinking of this, Cao Guanyu couldn't help being taken aback. After a while, he asked in surprise, Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, what realm has your strength reached? Liu Beichen chuckled, and replied truthfully, it doesn't matter if I tell you, my current strength is only on the second floor of the out of aperture realm. Impossible. Cao Guanyu retorted subconsciously, if you really have the strength of the second level of the out of aperture realm, then why did you lose the wind in the battle with my demon-conquering true monarch just now? Isn't this the first time I've seen this kind of giant puppet, so I'm curious. Liu Beichen opened his eyes and said nonsense, so suppress your own cultivation and have fun with the giant puppets. Is there any problem? After a pause, he seemed to have remembered something, and asked in surprise, Elder Cao, you don't really think I can't beat the giant puppet, do you? Cao Guanyu. What the hell? So, isn't it ridiculous that he showed off the Demon King in front of Liu Beichen just now? Liu Beichen was just teasing him. But he really thought that Liu Beichen was not the opponent of Zhenjun Jiangmo? The second floor of the out of aperture realm. Has nephew Liu Xian's strength reached the second level of the out of aperture realm? The Lord of Yaokai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his face was full of smiles again. He just said it. Nephew Liu Xian is a peerless arrogance from the upper world, and he will definitely not be defeated by a mere giant puppet. No, the reverse scene in front of him proves that he has the foresight. I go. The Holy Son of Absolute Beginning also hid his true strength in advance. Could this be the legend? We thought you were on the first floor of the aperture realm, but you were actually on the second floor of the aperture realm. Everyone in the Yaokai Holy Land at the scene was once again stunned by Liu Beichen's so-called coquettish operation. This constant reversal. If it weren't for their relatively strong ability to accept, the heart would have to stop all of a sudden. However, after they reacted, surprise flashed across their eyes. Since the true strength of the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is stronger than that of the giant puppet, then can they expect to see the scene where the Son of Absolute Beginning defeated the giant puppet and beheaded Cao Guanyu, the owner of the giant puppet? The Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is mighty. The Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is astonishingly powerful, with boundless magic power. Excited, they couldn't help cheering for Liu Beichen. Damn it, is Liu Beichen the chosen one? Can you cultivate your strength to the second level of the out of aperture realm at a young age? The boy in black cursed in his heart. He felt that God treated Liu Beichen too favorably. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that Liu Beichen's current strength is one step higher than the giant puppet refined by his master. Therefore, he began to worry about whether the giant puppet could deal with Liu Beichen. The other people in the Fengling Holy Land were somewhat panicked. After all, the giant puppets refined by Cao Guanyu looked powerful and powerful. But after all, his strength is still one level lower than that of Liu Beichen. Ah, this! Did I underestimate Liu Beichen again? Peng Liangping didn't know what to say. Infinite Matryoshka, this is it. Elder Peng, we can't use common sense to deduce such things as evildoers. Fan Yuz exclaimed, for example, in Liu Beichen's case, if he doesn't show his true strength, can we know that his strength has reached the second level of the out of aperture realm? Do not know. Peng Liangping shook his head and said, I'm afraid not to mention us, but the whole scene, I'm afraid no one knows. The perspective returns to Cao Guanyu, he is already scolding his mother in his heart at this moment. Because he had reason to suspect that the disciple who sent the letter had given wrong information. Liu Beichen's strength has clearly reached the second floor of the aperture realm. Why does the intelligence show that Liu Beichen's strength is only around the first level of the out of aperture realm? Otherwise, he will definitely think twice. Only then will he decide whether to bring someone to receive the legacy of the Dragon Elephant sect in advance. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Cao Guanyu felt like he was being tricked. It's just that, now that things have come to this point, it's useless to say these things. The only thing we can count on is the demon subduing true monarchy refined can defeat Lu Beichen, or kill Lu Beichen. It seems that I really hit the spot. Seeing that Cao Guanyu was silent, Lu Beichen couldn't help but smiled and said, "You are quite old, why are you acting like a child, trusting others so easily?" "You? What are you?" Lu Beichen interrupted, "It is said that the puppets refined by your Fengling Holy Land are said to be invincible at the same level, right? My current strength is already higher than your so-called true monarch subduing demons, you can get me an invincible of the same level and come out and see. Holy Son of the Beginning, don't be ashamed." Cao Guanyu couldn't listen to these ridicules. Furious, he immediately manipulated the giant puppet to attack Lu Beichen. "Human puppet is one, right? I can't get past the giant puppet to deal with you, right? Then I'll get rid of your giant puppet first." Lu Beichen sneered when he saw this. Immediately, he waved his sword and greeted the giant puppet. Boom! A loud bang. Lu Beichen just shook his figure, and soon he stabilized himself. The giant puppet was different, it flew backwards for more than -meters. Don't talk about not being able to stabilize your figure. It also smashed a mountain that pierced into the sky. Seeing this, Cao Guanyu didn't think much about it, and quickly manipulated the giant puppet to stand up. Lu Beichen is best at chasing after victory, how could he allow Cao Guanyu to recover? I saw his figure flickering, as if he had crossed the distance of space, and came to the front of the giant puppet. Boom boom boom. Loud noises erupted one after another. The giant puppet was either just standing up, or it was on the way to be sent flying by Lu Beichen's sword. Fuck. Is this over yet? Cao Guanyu looked at the cracks on the giant puppet's body, and his face became extremely ugly. It took him a lot of hard work to refine Jiang Mojianjun, if Lu Beichen really ruined it, he would die of heartache. In addition, the pain caused by the soul attached to the giant puppet also made him choked up. Is the giant puppet at a disadvantage? Cracks appear on the body of the giant puppet. It seems that the giant puppet may not be able to withstand Lu Beichen's attack. Seeing this, everyone present was in an uproar. Everything in front of me. Does it mean that the giant puppet is about to be defeated by Lu Beichen? Chapter 81. If you want to say this, I won. And number 039, be sleepy anymore. The Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is mighty. The Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is astonishingly powerful, with boundless magic power. After the people in Yaokai Holy Land reacted, they shouted even more joyfully. It seems that with their support, Lu Beichen was able to defeat the giant puppet. Nephew Lu Xian is really awesome. Seeing this, the Lord of Yaokai was completely relieved. As long as nephew Lu Xian defeats the giant puppet, and then kills Cao Guanyu, he will be able to take back the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect from the hands of everyone in Fengling Holy Land. Go even further, with greater ambitions. Taking advantage of the loss of Cao Guanyu, the strongest combat force in Fengling Holy Land, it is not impossible to annex Fengling Holy Land. Thinking of this, the Holy Master of Yaokai couldn't help feeling emotional. Thanks to nephew Lu Xian, the future of Yaokai Holy Land is promising. Master, the giant puppet made by his old man will not be able to defeat this monster Lu Beichen after all. A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the boy in black. In the battle with Lu Beichen, the giant puppet was at a disadvantage, and the cracks appeared on his body, which extinguished the trace of luck in his heart. Therefore, he secretly made a decision in his heart. That is, once the giant puppet is defeated by Lu Beichen, his master will lose to Lu Beichen. He immediately took out the flying magic weapon and started running. Where there is life, there is hope. If even his master and the giant puppet refined by his master are not Lu Beichen's opponent, he is still here, just waiting to die. Everyone in Fengling Holy Land present had more or less the same thoughts as the boy in black. They are not fools, knowing that they can't beat them, they still don't run away, waiting to deliver food to others. Seeing this, Peng Lianjiu asked, Elder Fan, what do you think about this? The situation is settled. Fan Yuz replied with emotion, no accident, Lu Beichen is sure to win. Peng Lianjiu asked again, then shall we leave now? There's no need to be in such a hurry. Fan Yuz shook his head and said, when we see Lu Beichen defeating the giant puppet and beheading Cao Guanyu, the owner of the giant puppet, it won't be too late to leave after the dust settles. Elder Cao, what about being invincible at the same level? The giant puppet you refined is really unbeatable. At the fighting scene, while Lu Beichen kept attacking the giant puppets, he still didn't forget to tease Cao Guanyu. Cao Guanyu, son of the beginning, are you polite? Not to mention that the demon subduing true monarch I refined has never been beaten. Let's just say that your strength is not at the same level as true monarch conquering demons. It's too much to say that you are invincible at the same level. Cao Guanyu was very angry. It's just that his strength is much lower than Lu Baiken's. The proud masterpiece giant puppet produced by refining seems to be unable to beat Lu Baiken. So now he has more energy than energy, so why not Lu Baiken? I just like the way you can't understand me, but you can't kill me. Although Cao Guanyu remained silent, Lu Baiken still did not stop his teasing. Because he did this with a purpose. That is to disturb Cao Guanyu's mind and make Cao Guanyu lose his original calmness. After all, he was afraid that Cao Guanyu, a powerhouse of the older generation, would have some hole cards that he hadn't used. Whoever called him at this moment has completely gained the upper hand. If there is another reversal, his little heart may not be able to bear it. However, he seemed to be overthinking it. According to Cao Guanyu's temper, he really had some hole cards at the moment, and he would have used them long ago. Boom boom boom. The loud noise at the scene did not stop for a moment. With Cao Guanyu having no other hole cards to use. No matter how tough and durable the giant puppet was, it couldn't withstand such intensive attacks from Lu Baiken. If the giant puppet had its own consciousness, it might immediately scream, what the hell is cracked? Not bad. The giant puppet was split from head to toe and shattered into countless pieces. Seeing this, Cao Guanyu's heart also felt like it was cracking. In addition, because he used the refining method of combining human and puppet, his spirit was severely damaged as the giant puppet was damaged. Seeing Cao Guanyu spit out several mouthfuls of blood in front of him, Lu Baiken couldn't help saying in surprise, Elder Cao, aren't you? Are you so weak? He thought that Cao Guanyu was furious when he saw the damage of the giant puppet. Cao Guanyu shouted full of heartache, son of absolute beginning, don't bully others too much. Why did I bully people too much? Lu Baiken provocatively said, if you don't like it, come and kill me. At this time, he saw through Cao Guanyu's falsehood. What's the real whole card? Cao Guanyu will never let the giant puppet be destroyed by him. Holy son of the beginning, I admit that my skills are inferior to others. Cao Guanyu showed a smile that was uglier than crying, can we have a discussion, how about we turn enemies into friends? Lu Baiken looked at him absurdly, you didn't make this suggestion before you did it just now. Now that you have fought all the battles, you are about to be defeated, so you made this suggestion. Don't you think it's too late? Not too late. As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. Cao Guanyu said in a good voice, I will return all the inheritance of the dragon elephant sect to you. In addition, I will add some valuable things as an apology for offending you just now, is that okay? Hehe, what did you do early? I'm not afraid to tell you, it's too late to reconcile with me now. Lu Baiken responded unmoved, if you have heard about me, you will know that I have never liked to let the tiger go back to the mountain. It's my style of doing things to avoid future troubles. It's really not negotiable. Of course. Lu Baiken nodded and said, you can choose to be killed by me, or you can choose to kill yourself. Cao Guanyu asked in a deep voice, if you do this, you won't be afraid of my dying counterattack. Not afraid. Lu Baiken replied without hesitation, I have absolute confidence in my own strength. Very good. Cao Guanyu's expression turned cold, and he said, since that's the case, then let's settle the vengeance of destroying my true monarch subduing demon and the vengeance of insulting me together now. The words fall. He quickly circulated the spiritual power in his body, and his body exuded a dazzling golden light. If you say this, I won't be sleepy. Seeing this, Lu Baiken cheered up and prepared to fight Cao Guanyu for the next battle. However, what he didn't expect at all was, the trapped beast is still fighting, desperate or something. It was just an illusion deliberately created by Cao Guanyu. Misleading him so that he can escape from the scene is Cao Guanyu's main purpose. No, before Lu Baiken could react, Cao Guanyu had already turned around and ran away. Lu Baiken. Everyone present. It has to be said that Cao Guanyu's shameless behavior almost overturned the three views of everyone present. Chapter 82 Dawn and number 039, T come here. Oops. Forget about master, the old man knows the way to protect oneself best. Seeing this, the boy in black cried out inwardly. Originally seeing the astonishing scene of the giant puppet being chopped into pieces by Lu Baiken, he was hesitating whether he should choose to run away immediately. Then, he heard his master speak so resolutely. He thought that his master might have some hole cards behind him that he didn't use. So he stayed and waited and watched for a while. Who knew that his master seemed to want to go all out, but in fact he was setting up doubts in order to confuse Lu Baiken and escape from the scene. After reacting, the black-clothed boy didn't bother to think too much, and quickly turned his body skills, and fled towards the distance. There is no way, his master has run away. He is still here, is he feeling impatient to live? Everyone in the Fengling Holy Land at the scene also reacted when they saw this. They imitated the actions of the boy in black, moved their body skills, and fled towards the distance. Fug. Sure enough, the ginger is still old and spicy. This Cao Guanyu deserves to be a strong man of the older generation, but he is cunning. The Lord of Yaokai felt that he had really learned a lot today. After all, he has lived for so long, and this is the first time he has seen such a shameless senior as Cao Guanyu. If there is something good at the top, there must be something wrong with the bottom. The Lord of Yaokai noticed the actions of the boy in black and the others, and couldn't help sighing in his heart, the ancients never deceived me. After a pause, he channeled his spiritual power into his voice, and ordered, all the elders and disciples of Yaokai Holy Land obey the order, and no one from Fengling Holy Land must be allowed to leave here. If necessary, kill without mercy. Nephew Liu Xian has helped Yaokai Holy Land to this point. If he doesn't seize this rare opportunity, I'm afraid he will be sorry for nephew Liu Xian's good intentions. Everyone in the Yaokai Holy Land at the scene replied excitedly in unison, obey, Holy Master. At this moment, they finally realized what was going on now. On the other side of Fengling Holy Land, the strongest fighting force has been beaten away by Liu Beichen. The others, on the other hand, had no intention of fighting and only wanted to escape. This is tantamount to being defeated like a mountain. May I ask those who march and fight, what is their favorite thing? Of course it's a win-win. Therefore, upon hearing the order from the Holy Master of Yaokai, they all used their body skills without hesitation, and rushed towards the people in the Fengling Holy Land on the spot. Elder Peng, let's go. Seeing this, Fan Yu said hello, Cao Guanyu is finished, and these people in Fengling Holy Land are also finished. It doesn't make sense for us to look any further. Isn't that right? Didn't Cao Guanyu run away regardless of the demeanor of the older generation of strong men? Peng Liangping was a little surprised and said, how do you say he's finished? Can Cao Guanyu run away? Fan Yu explained, Liu Beichen said just now that it is his style to avoid future troubles. I think Cao Guanyu can run away for a while, but not forever. Peng Liangping thought so too. Cao Guanyu's strength was around the 7th level of the king-conferring realm, and she herself suffered serious internal injuries. How could it be possible to escape from Liu Beichen, who is a second-tier expert in the out-of-aperture realm? Don't hesitate. Let's go. Fan Yu watched the scene where people from Yaokai Holy Land were chasing and killing everyone from Fengling Holy Land, fearing that it would affect him. Okay, Elder Fan. Peng Liangping was also terrified. Don't leave right now. If the people of Yaokai Holy Land think that they are the helpers of Fengling Holy Land, then they will be in big trouble. One must know that before the Fengling Holy Land, there was a precedent of taking food from the tiger's mouth and receiving the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect in advance. Everyone in the Yaokai Holy Land may look like an enemy now. Liu Beichen did not immediately go after Cao Guanyu. Instead, he helped the people in Yaokai Holy Land kill some of the more powerful senior officials of Fengling Holy Land. The Lord of Yaokai was a little puzzled by this and said, Nephew Liu Xian, are you planning to let that old guy Cao Guanyu go? How is this possible? Liu Beichen smiled and said, I just let him run for a while, and when he thinks he has escaped successfully, I will catch up with him. Wouldn't it be more interesting? The Lord of Yaokai hesitated for a moment, and said, Nephew Liu Xian, are you not afraid that he will run out of your tracking range? Not afraid. Liu Beichen shook his head and said, in the spirit world, there should not be many people who I want to track but can't track. At least not including Cao Guanyu. Are you kidding me? With the Qi mechanism talisman given by Mr. Mo, if he still loses Cao Guanyu, he doesn't have to continue messing around in the spirit world. Although the Holy Master of Yaokai still has doubts. But since Liu Beichen said so, he can only choose to believe Liu Beichen. In fact, those high-level officials of Fengling Holy Land who were easily beheaded by Liu Beichen were cursing in their hearts before they died. Maid. You are a dignified superpower on the 2nd floor of the out-of-aperture realm, why don't you go after and kill the supreme elder corresponding to you? On the contrary, if you attack those of us whose strength is far inferior to yours, you don't even talk about martial arts at all. Besides, Cao Guanyu fled for a while, but when he saw no one was chasing him, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In other words, since he was sensible, he has never been so embarrassed as he is today. Not to mention that after he became the supreme elder of Fengling Holy Land, who would not respect him when he saw him? Now. Alas, don't say anything. If you lose face or something, you lose it, but at least you can save your life. By the way, you can't go back to Fengling Holy Land now. Cao Guanyu pondered, I have to find a hidden place to recover from the injury, and then make plans. Reason tells him. The Holy Land of Yaokai has Liu Beichen as a big backer, and the Holy Land of Fengling will definitely not be let go. He can't be so stupid as to throw himself into a trap. Are you tired from running? At this moment, a joking voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Cao Guanyu's thoughts. He looked anxiously at the source of the sound. This is not Lu Beichen, who else could it be? Holy Son of the Beginning, how did you find me? Cao Guanyu asked with a look of horror. He obviously searched the surroundings with his spiritual sense just now, but he didn't find anyone there. Could it be that Lu Beichen used some method of restraining his breath to blind his consciousness? As long as I want to look for it, I can find it. Elder Cao, you don't naively think that you can escape my pursuit, do you? Lu Beichen sneered, and walked slowly towards Cao Guanyu. Seeing this, Cao Guanyu was like a mortal who had never practiced before, backing back again and again in horror, and shouted in a panic, Lu Beichen, don't come here. Tisk tisk, your reaction makes me look like a villain who likes to bully the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Seeing this, Lu Beichen laughed at himself and said, this is the end of the matter, you can go at ease. Besides, as the saying goes, a family should be neat and tidy. In order not to make you feel lonely, I will personally send all the important people in Fengling Holy Land to accompany you. Chapter 83 His name, Megatron 8 Fang. Dragon Elephant Sect Headquarters. Seeing Lu Beichen coming back, the Lord of Yaokai immediately asked with concern, Nephew Lu Xian, I wonder how Cao Guanyu is doing now. Lu Beichen smiled slightly and responded, Uncle Zhang, from now on there will be no such person as Cao Guanyu in the world. I can rest assured that. The Lord of Yaokai also smiled and said, Cao Guanyu has been running for so long, you can catch him even if you go after him. I have to say that nephew Lu Xian's tracking skills are really unparalleled in the world. To be honest, he was really afraid that Lu Beichen would not catch up with Cao Guanyu. After all, if Cao Guanyu, who has reached the 7th level of the king conferring realm and can refine giant puppets, continues to exist. Not only him, but even the entire Yaokai Holy Land will feel panicked. I'm afraid that I don't know when Cao Guanyu will suddenly take my life away. Uncle Zhang has won the prize. Lu Beichen first replied modestly. Immediately, as if he remembered something, he continued, yes, before Cao Guanyu died, I promised him that I would send all the senior officials of Fengling Holy Land to accompany him. As a good person, if I don't fulfill this promise, my conscience can't bear it. The Lord of Yaokai. Is Cao Guanyu so insane? It doesn't matter if you die, but you still want to drag the entire upper management of Fengling Holy Land into the water? Wrong. This should be nephew Lu Xian's plan to use Cao Guanyu's mouth to avoid future troubles, right? As for whether nephew Lu Xian is a good person or not, must be. Only a good person like nephew Lu Xian would value promises so much. Thinking of this, the Holy Master of Yaokai thought deeply and said, Nephew Lu Xian, since you have agreed to Cao Guanyu's request, then let's go to Fengling Holy Land without delay. Now he finally realized what it was like to have a big backer. Facing the enemy, there is no need to think too much. Just do it. In addition, the situation is moving more and more in the direction he expected. Take back the legacy of the Dragon Elephant Sect. Further annex Fengling Holy Land, which likes to oppose Yaokai Holy Land. Afterwards, Yaokai Holy Land became the #1 force in Central Continent, and even became the #1 force in the spirit world. It's so beautiful to think about it. All this is thanks to his daughter who has a good relationship with Lu Beichen. Otherwise, even if Yaokai Holy Land has a chance to rise, it is unknown when it will happen. Uncle Zhang is really resolute in his actions. Lu Beichen nodded, and said, it's time to go quickly, lest those high-level officials in Fengling Holy Land receive the news in advance and run away in fright. That would be a bit difficult. Nephew Lu Xian is right. The Lord of Yaokai left some manpower to deal with the matter of receiving the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant Sect, so he and Lu Beichen went to the Holy Land of Fengling. And just before Lu Beichen and Yaokai Holy Land arrived, everyone in Fengling Holy Land did receive the news. But choose to fight, or choose to avoid the edge. They couldn't make up their minds for a moment. Let's hit. Their strongest combat power in the Holy Land of Fengling, the Supreme Elder Cao Guanyu, with the help of a giant puppet on the first layer of the out-of-aperture realm, can't even defeat the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, Lu Beichen. These people are basically meat buns beating dogs against Lu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, and they never return. Don't fight. Not to mention that they are not very reconciled. Just say that they don't want to give up the huge foundation left by their ancestors. So, before they could discuss the reason, Lu Beichen and the Lord of Yaokai led someone to call the door. At the beginning, Holy Master Fengling asked Lu Beichen, Holy Master Yaokai and others if they could turn hostility into friendship. The answer I got was, no. There is no other way. The Holy Master Fengling had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the lead to fight. Seeing this, Lu Beichen smiled at the Holy Master of Yaokai, and said, Uncle Zhang, it seems that the people in Fengling Holy Land have a lot of backbone. The Lord of Yaokai. If people let you choose to be killed, or commit suicide. You have to work hard too. The complaints in his heart returned to the complaints, but the Lord of Yaokai still smiled and replied, Nephew Lu Xian, since they have such backbone and look like they sacrifice their lives for benevolence, let's help them. Good. Just as the Lord of Yaokai predicted earlier. With Lu Beichen, a strong man whose strength has reached the second level of the out-of-aperture realm, the people in Fengling Holy Land can't make any troubles at all. It didn't take long for the masters of Fengling Holy Land to disappear, leaving only 2 or 3 puppies and cats. This means that the Fengling Holy Land, which is comparable to the Yaokai Holy Land, has disappeared, and will soon end up being annexed by the Yaokai Holy Land. After getting the result he expected, the Holy Lord of Yaokai was very excited, but at the same time, his attitude towards Lu Beichen became a little humble. Because now he realizes the importance of Lu Beichen more and more in his heart. Whether it is the annexation of the Dragon Elephant sect or the Fengling Holy Land, Lu Beichen's role in it is irreplaceable. Fortunately, Lu Beichen is not the enemy of Yaokai Holy Land. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to imagine what would happen. It's just that the Holy Lord of Yaokai here has fulfilled his wish, and the high-level officials of the major forces in the spiritual world over there received the news, but they were almost stunned by the shock. The reason why the Dragon Elephant sect and the Yaokai Holy Land went to war is extremely absurd and I won't talk about it. Lu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, who is only around the age, actually possesses an astonishing strength as high as the first level of the Aperture Realm? If they hadn't confirmed again and again that it was true, I'm afraid I will think that someone deliberately fabricated fake news. Of course, Wang Chongguang, the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant sect, and the defeat of the Dragon Elephant sect's army conquering the Holy Land of Yaokai, needless to say, they all know what this means. The Holy Land of Yaokai is about to rise to become the #1 power in Central Continent. Before they could discuss a strategy to deal with it, there was news that the Fengling Holy Land picked the peaches from the Yaokai Holy Land and received the Dragon Elephant sect's legacy in advance. Then, Cao Guanyu, the Supreme Elder of Fengling Holy Land, used the giant puppet he refined to fight against Lu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning. It is said that this giant puppet possesses a strength comparable to the first level of the out-of-aperture realm. Cao Guanyu also solved the weakness contained in the puppet technique, reaching the level of human puppet unity. Who would have thought that Lu Beichen's strength had reached the second level of the out-of-aperture realm, and he had defeated the giant puppet, so that Cao Guanyu could only choose to flee in the end. In this regard, they didn't know what to say in their hearts. If Lu Beichen was a strong man of the older generation who had been famous for a long time, they would not have been so surprised. But this is a weak crown boy. Is the world fantasy? Or has the strength become easier to cultivate? Or is there something wrong with the cultivation system that has always existed in the spiritual world? Otherwise, how could such an incredible thing happen today? A terrifying evildoer like Lu Beichen, the son of Absolute Beginning, appeared for no reason? Chapter 84 Shocked, Master Taixuan is numb. Central Continent. Yaokai Holy Land. Zhang Qingguan received the news reported by the messenger disciple. While she admired Lu Beichen more and more, she also felt a burst of gratitude and fear in her heart. Fortunately, senior brother Lu accompanied her father to receive the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect when the old Holy Master and the Supreme Elder were both injured. Otherwise, even if the old Holy Master, the Supreme Elder, and her father joined forces, they might not be the opponent of Cao Guanyu, the Supreme Elder of Fengling Holy Land. After all, Cao Guanyu not only solved the weakness of the puppet technique, but also refined a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of a first-level powerhouse in the out-of-aperture realm. Can this be avoided? Another soul in her body couldn't help but say, "Your father, he's so lucky." How? Zhang Qingguan said angrily, "From the meaning of your words, it seems that you really hope that something will happen to my father." No. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that. Another soul in her body explained, "It's just a little emotion, why do you think I hope your father is okay? There is no best." Zhang Qingguan reminded, "Don't forget, you and I have 2 souls, and my father can be considered your father. Haven't you forgotten? You have the intention to question me, why don't you think about how to make Lu Beichen a handsome pig?" Changing the subject, right? Zhang Qingguan snorted softly, and said, "Also, don't be a pig, it's so ugly. Also, please tell me loudly, senior brother Lu's whole body, how can he have anything to do with a pig?" This. The other soul in her body was silent for a while, and then replied with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I just said it smoothly, and I can't change it for a while." Zhang Qingguan. Could this be a mantra? It is conceivable what kind of character it was before it fell. Do not mind the details. Before Zhang Qingguan could respond, another soul in her body continued to say, "In short, you have to work hard to get Lu Beichen, just win over. It's up to you to say it. Senior brother Lu, I am bound to win." As Zhang Qingguan talked, Thinking of the scene where Liu Beichen got along with her, she couldn't help feeling a little crazy. Mai Xiaobai is completely fascinated by Liu Beichen's charm. Another soul in her body thought secretly, I don't know if my way of fueling the flames is right. After thinking about it, there is nothing wrong with it. Isn't it normal for a peerless genius like Liu Beichen who doesn't even have much in the upper world to bring Zhang Qingguan together? This thought flashed through his mind, and a certain soul was finally relieved. Dongzhou. Taixuan Holy Land. Star Hall. At this moment, Holy Master Taixuan was asking Zhang Yangping, Grand Elder, how are things going? Although there were some twists and turns in the process, overall, it went smoothly. Zhang Yangping responded, after all, the top leaders of the major forces in the spiritual world are unwilling to see the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning rise again. That's good. Lord Taixuan nodded, and said, this is enough to prove that we are right to try to combine vertical and horizontal. I believe that the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning will soon know what it means to be guilty of Huibi, and regret that such a monstrous and peerless genius like Liu Beichen exists. Zhang Yangping hesitated for a moment, then said, actually, they have doubts about whether they should join us in the fight against the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning with us. It was only when they learned that the old Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning had already sat down, and that the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning no longer had high-level combat power, they were reluctantly moved. And what made them finally make up their minds was, because there were rumors that Demon Venerable Teasing was about to break out of the tower, and the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning would have no time for him. We can come out to pick up bargains when Demon Venerable Teasing is fighting to the death with the people from the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. The Holy Master Taixuan pondered for a while, and said, they are good at calculating. Zhang Yangping smiled wryly, I'm just afraid that if I'm not careful, let's not say that we didn't find it cheap, but instead became the main force against Demon Venerable Teasing. Well, your worries are not impossible. The Holy Master Taixuan thought about it, the devil Teasing can break out of the tower, and his strength must be unfathomable. The current power of the Holy Land of the Eternal Beginning may not be able to deal with him. Before he could finish speaking, a messenger brother came in hurriedly, and respectfully handed him a letter jade slip. The Holy Master Taixuan took the jade slip and checked it with his spiritual sense. Next second, his eyes widened suddenly, and an expression of disbelief quickly appeared on his face. How is this possible? Taixuan Shenzhou murmured. Holy Master, what happened? Zhang Yangping asked with concern. Taixuan Shenzhou first eased his emotions. Immediately, he handed the letter jade slip to Zhang Yangping, and sighed softly, Great Elder, read it for yourself. He used his spiritual sense to read the contents of the jade slip of communication several times before he was sure that he read it correctly. Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, showed his might again in Zhongzhou. Not only to help the Yaokai Holy Land to kill Wang Chongguang who is a strong man of the great perfection of the Dragon Elephant sect. It also showed an astonishing strength as high as the first level of the out-of-aperture realm. Zhang Yangping took the jade slip with some curiosity, and looked at it with his spiritual sense. Moment. He also had the same reaction as Holy Master Taixuan, his eyes suddenly widened, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. Really? Isn't that guy Liu Beichen only around the age of about? Zhang Yangping lost his voice and said, how could he kill Wang Chongguang of Longxiang Zone, who is a strong man of the great perfection in the king-conferring realm, and also possesses the terrifying strength that has reached the first level of the out-of-aperture realm? Compared to the news of the war between the Dragon Elephant sect and the Yaokai Holy Land, as well as the reason for the war, seemed less important now. This news, without accident, should be true. The Holy Master Taixuan said in a deep voice, because the messenger disciples who are placed in Central Continent by the Holy Land of Taixuan will definitely confirm its authenticity again and again, and then pass it back. Zhang Yangping was a little puzzled and said, we haven't even dealt with the old opponent of the Holy Land of the Absolute Beginning yet. Liu Beichen is supporting the Holy Land of Yaokai again in Zhongzhou. Also, if Yaokai Holy Land is allowed to annex the Dragon Elephant sect, wouldn't it become the #1 power in Central Continent? Liu Beichen is too capable of making trouble. Taixuan Shenzhou said with an ugly face, what's even more annoying is that he has a talent that no one else can match. As long as he is given a certain amount of time to develop, it won't be long before there is no one in the spirit world who will be his opponent. Report. At this time, another messenger disciple came in with a letter jade slip. The Holy Master Taixuan frowned, took the jade letter of transmission, and inspected it with his spiritual sense. He was immediately paralyzed. What the hell? Bad news never ends, right? Just got one, now another one? The point is it all related to that nasty guy Liu Beichen? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 85 and number 039, am not afraid of fox spirits. Judging by the Holy Master's reaction, it is almost the same as before. Could it be that what is recorded in this jade slip of letters is also a big bad news? Seeing this, Zhang Yangping couldn't help but thump in his heart, and quickly asked, Holy Master, is there something serious going on again? Taixuan Shenzhou handed him the jade letter slip with a complicated expression, Grand Elder, you should still read it yourself. Zhang Yangping took it over and quickly inspected it with his spiritual sense, and he was immediately paralyzed. The Fengling Holy Land took chestnuts from the fire, snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and received the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant sect in front of the Yaokai Holy Land. Liu Beichen fought with Cao Guanyu, the supreme elder of Fengling Holy Land, and destroyed the giant puppet refined by Cao Guanyu, which was comparable to the powerhouse of the first level of the Aperture Realm, showing the amazing strength of the second level of the Out of Aperture Realm? Heck! Liu Beichen, the damn guy, doesn't think he stimulated them enough, does he? Having the strength of the first level of the Out of Aperture Realm is false, but having the strength of the second level of the Out of Aperture Realm is true? After a while, Zhang Yangping managed to recover from the shock, and continued to ask, Holy Master, Liu Beichen's current strength is unmatched by anyone in Taixuan Sacred Land. Should the plan of gathering all major forces in the spiritual world to fight against the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning together with our Holy Land of Taixuan be stopped? Let's wait and see first. The Lord Taixuan thought for a while, and said, Liu Beichen will not sit idly by when the demon Venerable Teasing breaks out of the tower, which can cause huge damage to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. As long as he fights with demon Venerable Teasing and loses both, or dies, our plan can still succeed. Yup. Zhang Yangping's eyes lit up. Liu Beichen's strength is not bad. But Demon King Teasing is not a good stubble either. Once the two meet, it's like a thunder from the sky stirring up fire on the ground, and you will be beaten to the death. At that time, wouldn't they have a bargain? Thinking of this, Zhang Yangping couldn't help but praise, Holy Master is wise. Wise what? Calm down, you should be able to think of this level. The Lord Taixuan first replied noncommittally. Immediately, he went on to say, as for whether the Yaokai Holy Land will become the #1 power in Central Continent, or even become the #1 power in the spirit world. Let's leave it alone. After all, we won't be able to touch the Holy Land of Yaokai until Liu Beichen is dealt with. Zhang Yangping took it seriously and said, Liu Beichen is now the backer of Yaokai Holy Land, if he is gone. Not to mention the forces from the other 4 continents in the spirit world, just those forces in Central Continent will definitely attack the Holy Land of Yaokai. That's right. Lord Taixuan agreed, without Liu Beichen's Yaokai Holy Land, if you want to rise again, it will be like a mirror image. The words fall. He and Zhang Yangping looked at each other with a feeling of sympathy in their hearts. However, they also knew that all of this was based on Liu Beichen's death. If Liu Beichen does not die, they can only watch the rise of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and the Holy Land of Yaokai, and they are powerless to stop this trend. Holy Land in the beginning. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning held the jade slip of letters with a look of shock and excitement, but also a bit of resentment. After Liu Beichen went to Zhongzhou this time, the strength he showed really surprised him. Not only far surpassed his peers, but also far surpassed him, the Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning. In addition, he was a little puzzled by Liu Beichen's dedication to helping Yaokai Holy Land. After all, he had never heard of any connection between Liu Beichen and the Holy Land of Yaokai before. Old Zhou, what do you think about this? The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning asked. To sum it up in one sentence, Zhou Chong exclaimed, that is the strength of the Holy Sun is astonishing, and the magic power is boundless. Put aside the praises of the Holy Sun. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning said dumbfoundedly, I want to ask you what you think about the Holy Sun's hard work in helping Yaokai Holy Land. This one. Elder Zhou thought about it seriously, and replied, the old slave guesses that it should be related to Zhang Qingguan, the saint of Yaokai. Zhang Qingguan, the saintess of Yaokai. The Holy Master in the beginning checked the jade slips of communication again, and found that what Elder Zhou said was extremely possible. Mr. Zhou, if you didn't say it just now, I haven't noticed that the Holy Sun and the fairy maiden Zhang Qingguan seem to be called brothers and sisters. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning looked vigilant, don't tell me that Zhang Qingguan, the maiden of Yaokai, is too beautiful to seduce the sun. Regarding this information, there are too few records in the Chuangzhen jade slip. It's very difficult to deduce the reason why the Holy Sun did this from just a few words. Elder Zhou said, the only thing that is certain is that the relationship between Shenzi and Yaokai Holy Land is not simple. Damn it! Maybe this Yaokai Holy Land will become the #1 force in the spirit world before our Absolute Beginning Holy Land. Even though the Holy Master in the beginning had always been upright and prudent, he couldn't help but swear. Who told Yaokai Holy Land to benefit too much, he couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Elder Zhou reminded, Master, the most important thing we should do now is to maintain a good relationship with Shenzi. We must not let Yaokai Holy Land win over Shenzi. Old Zhou, what you said makes sense. The Lord of Absolute Beginning nodded and said, I'm going to tell Schwetter the news right now. He still understands how to maintain a good relationship with Liu Beichen. When Gu Qingxiu saw the Holy Master of Absolute Beginning, she couldn't help asking in surprise, "Father, why are you here?" "Shuer, what are you talking about?" The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning said angrily, "I am your father, come and see you, is it okay?" "No problem at all." Gu Qingxiu replied flatteringly first. Immediately, she called out, "You can't blame me. Who told you that you always go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing? According to you, it was my fault." The Holy Lord in the beginning rolled his eyes, and handed the jade slip in his hand to Gu Qingxiu. "I won't talk to you anymore, let's read the news recorded in it." Gu Qingxiu took it over, inspected it with her spiritual sense, and was shocked. Senior brother Lu's strength has advanced too quickly, right? Is that the point? The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning snorted softly, and said, "If you don't grasp the sun's heart, the sun will be fascinated by the vixen in the holy land of Yaokai." "Father, you think too much about senior brother Liu." Gu Qingxiu retorted, "I'm not afraid of vixen or something. Because if senior brother Liu was so easily attracted by women, my chastity would have been lost long ago. What's more, I still have a marriage contract with brother Liu. Even if he really takes Zhang Qingguan, the saint of Yaokai, I'm still in the palace, okay? Senior brother Liu is so good, isn't it normal to attract flowers and attract butterflies? She just needs to keep her rightful position." The Holy Lord in the beginning thought the same thing. Liu Beichen has a marriage contract with his daughter, and they are childhood sweethearts who grew up together. It is not comparable to other women. Chapter 86 The Demon Venerable is holding on, Fang Yu is complacent. Holy Land in the beginning. Inside the Demon Refining Tower. Song Lebang had just met Demon Venerable Teasing. He said solemnly, "Master Mojun, something seems to be wrong." "What's wrong?" Demon Venerable Teasing asked with some doubts, "Could it be that you haven't contacted Guardian Zhou until now?" "It's true that I didn't get in touch." Song Lebang nodded, and said, "This subordinate has carefully investigated in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning during this period. According to the inadvertently leaked information from the disciples who came back from the Ye family, Zhou Guardian led people to set up a bloody formation on the way back for Liu Beichen and others. It's just that Liu Beichen's strength is too strong. Not only did he break the Blood Fiend formation by himself, but he also captured the Zhou Guardian. Guard Zhou is estimated to be in danger now, or has already fallen. How can that be?" Demon Venerable Teasing couldn't believe it and said, "Let's not say that Guardian Zhou's strength has reached the third level of Fengkao realm. Let's say that the Blood Fiend formation is not something that Liu Beichen, a young man with a weak crown, can break through. That's what it says. But now, not only can my subordinates not be able to contact Guardian Zhou, but Liu Beichen and the others have returned to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning safely. And the internal response of our Blood Moon Demon sect, Zhong Yufa, the fourth elder of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, has already run away for fear of revealing his identity." Song Lebang said with a wry smile, "Therefore, the information obtained by my subordinates is probably true. So, this seat underestimated Liu Beichen's strength." Motion Qizing's face instantly became ugly. With the blessing of Zhou Dharma, who is a third-tier powerhouse in the Marquis realm, Liu Beichen needs at least the strength of the great perfection in the Marquis realm if he wants to break the bloody formation. Doesn't that mean that Liu Beichen now possesses the strength of the great perfection of the Marquis realm, or even above the great perfection of the Marquis realm? Thinking of this, Motion Qizing's eyes flashed with fear. He has the great method of refining the gods in his hands, and he has been devouring the demons in the Demon Refining Tower continuously, so that he can restore his strength to about the fourth floor of the King Conferring Realm. If it is against Liu Beichen, it is still unknown who will win the game. It seems that I will have to wait for a while. Motion Qizing sighed in his heart. Originally, he thought that if his strength recovered a few more levels, he would be able to break out of the tower and sweep the entire Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. In order to avenge the old Holy Master of Taishu who imprisoned him in the Demon Refining Tower. Now, he felt that his strength had to be restored to around the small perfection of the former King Conferring Realm, and it would be safer to break out of the tower again. In view of the fact that Guardian Zhou was captured alive by Liu Beichen. Song Lebang hesitated for a moment, then continued, "You have a way to restore your strength, and you may not be able to hide the news that you are going to break out of the tower. Is that so?" Demon Venerable Qizing thought for a while, and said, "Since you can't hide it, you should spread the news that I have a way to restore my strength and want to break the tower. Turn up the water thoroughly, so we can fish in troubled waters. Master Motion is wise." Song Lebang replied respectfully, "This subordinate will do it now." Watching the back of Song Lebang leaving, Demon Venerable Qizing murmured, "Is this seat too weak, or the young people today are too fierce? Otherwise, how could I be reduced to being on the same level as a young man with a weak crown who is only around the age?" And because of Liu Beichen's existence, he had to postpone the time to break out of the tower. Not long after, Song Lebang rushed in and said in a panic, "Master Mojun, it's not good. Mo Shunqizing frowned, and comforted him, calm down, talk slowly if you have something to say. Okay, Master Mo Shun. Song Lebang sorted out his words, and said, after I left the demon refining tower just now, I heard some amazing news. Lu Baiken's strength has probably reached the second floor of the out-of-aperture realm. There was a lot of disbelief in his tone. What? Demon Venerable Qizing was stunned for a moment. Immediately, after reacting, he was shocked and said, quickly tell me what is going on here. Lu Baiken, a young man with a weak crown, can have the strength that is suspected to be the great perfection of the Marquis realm, or above the great perfection of the Marquis realm, which is beyond his expectations. Now Song Lebang suddenly said that Lu Baiken's strength might have reached around the second floor of the out-of-aperture realm? I just want to shock the dead for not paying for their lives. Of course Song Lebang could understand why Demon Venerable Qizing had such a reaction. After all, a normal person, hearing such amazing news, the reaction will not be any smaller than him, or the Demon King Qizing. After stabilizing his emotions again, Song Lebang continued, the thing is like this. The more Mo Shunqizing listened, the more ugly his face became. Elder Song, have you confirmed the authenticity of these news? Mo Shunqizing asked in a deep voice. Compared with whether the Yaokai Holy Land will become the number one force in Central Continent, or even the number one force in the spirit world, he is more concerned about whether Lu Baiken's strength is really that strong. The subordinates have confirmed that they have confirmed it. Song Lebang replied respectfully, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I can't guarantee whether there is any deviation from the facts. Too exaggerated. Lu Baiken, a young man who is only around the age, can cultivate his strength to around the second level of the aperture realm. Can you believe it? Demon Venerable Qizing sneered, and said, I guess this is a plot by the people of the Yaokai Holy Land to deliberately myth Lu Baiken to scare the top leaders of the major forces in the spirit world. Master Mo Shun is right. Song Lebang thought about it, Lu Baiken was too young, and it was doubtful whether he could have the strength of the second level of the out-of-aperture realm. On the contrary, it is not surprising that the people of Yaokai Holy Land boasted about the strength of continental Beichen for their own benefit. Okay, go and investigate carefully to see if Lu Baiken will show his feet. Demon Venerable Qizing ordered. Yes, Master Mo Shun. Song Lebang was ordered to leave. It's always good to play it safe. Mo Shunqizing made a decision in his heart. No matter what Lu Baiken's current strength is, he will wait until his strength reaches the leaving aperture realm, or above the leaving aperture realm, and then break out of the tower. Lest you capsize in the gutter. Central Continent. Tianmu City. Ayo, if I had done this earlier, my strength would have at least reached the king-conferring state, or even a higher state. Fang Yu sat on the tea house, a little bit more authentic. These days, he has used the special function of the Shenhai Jiaolong Tulu to devour the spiritual power of many practitioners and turn it into his own use. Master, in fact, it's a bit early to start doing this now. Ao responded with some helplessness, because the more solid your knowledge is, the greater the benefits of using this function of Shenhai Jiaolong Tulu. On the contrary, being too eager for quick success will damage your future achievements. It's getting late, just right. Fang Yu said in high spirits, if that guy Lu Baiken knows that my strength has reached the 6th floor of the Fengtao realm, I'm afraid he will be stunned on the spot. Think about it, it's really exciting. Fortunately, he didn't give up chasing Lu Baiken. Otherwise, where is the current counterattack coming from? It didn't take long for Fang Yuji to be satisfied, and he found that someone not far away seemed to be discussing news about Lu Baiken. Chapter 87 It and number 039, not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. At first, Fang Yu couldn't help cursing in his heart, maid, you can hear about Lu Baiken everywhere, he really lingers. However, after he listened carefully to the conversations of those people, the complacent expression on his face stagnated instantly. Replaced by full of disbelief and bewilderment. Isn't it? I can't wait to cultivate my strength to the 5th level of Fengka realm. When you think you can hold Lu Baiken firmly. But you told me that Lu Baiken's current strength has reached the 2nd level of the out-of-aperture realm, far surpassing me. Not only Fang Yu, but even the weapon spirit Ao of Shenhai Jiaolong catalog was shocked. In the countless years of its existence, I have never heard of someone as enchanting as Lu Baiken. Ao, am I still awake from a dream? Or maybe chasing Lu Baiken in terms of strength became my demon. It caused me to have auditory hallucinations. Fang Yu couldn't accept this fact, otherwise, how could I have heard the outrageous news that Lu Baiken's current strength has reached the 2nd level of the out-of-aperture realm? Ao came back to his senses and said, Master, please cheer up, it is unknown whether these news are true or not, maybe they are based on rumors, fabricated by someone with a heart. Fang Yu finally had a gleam in his eyes, yes, this is most likely fake news. After a pause, he stretched out his hand and slammed the table, and then shouted, if you mention the name Lu Beichen again, and dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will kill you immediately. Ao. The blow the master suffered was too great, leading to the loss of previous calm. Do not. It should be said that the master can't calm down when encountering things related to Lu Beichen. Seeing Fang Yu being so domineering, everyone around was angry. The other party is just a young man with a weak crown. How dare you speak so shamelessly here, do you really think they are easy to bully? However, Fang Yu exuded the unique aura that belonged to the 6th floor of the Fengta realm, and they were immediately persuaded. There's no way, he's a boss, he can't be provoked, he can't be provoked. Fang Yu intimidated the crowd, and asked them one by one about Lu Beichen. Asking and asking, Fang Yu felt that he was not well. Because all the collected information proves that Ao and his inference just now are wrong. Lu Beichen is really likely to have cultivated his strength to the 2nd level of the Aperture realm. Ao, do you think I can still catch up with Lu Beichen? Fang Yu lost his mind and said, why does it feel like the more I chase after him, the farther I will be thrown away by him? Ao was silent for a while, and then responded, no matter what, don't give up. As long as you continue to work hard, and the Shanghai Flood Dragon catalog is searching for you, there may not be a chance of surpassing Lu Beichen. Fang Yu forcibly pulled himself together and said, when will the secret realm of chaos be opened? Ao replied with certainty, soon, in the near future. That's good. Fang Yu said suspiciously, but, Lu Beichen, a damn guy who appeared in Central Continent, could he also be aiming at the secret realm of chaos? Because of the fact that he was robbed of the opportunity by Lu Beichen last time, he now has a shadow in his heart. It's hard to say. Ao replied, you should be wary of Lu Beichen. Okay, if I see this damn guy Lu Beichen in the secret realm of chaos, I'll just avoid him for now. Fang Yu said harshly, when I fully understand the opportunities in the secret realm of chaos, he will know the consequences of provoking me. Well, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Ao said deeply, Master, I support your decision. Yaokai Holy Land. After discussing with Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang, Zhang Qingguan began to prepare the things needed for the celebration banquet. When Lu Beichen, Lord Yaokai and the others came back in the flying warship, what they saw was the scene of lights and festoons everywhere. The Holy Master is back. The Son of Absolute Beginning is also back. The people in Yaokai Holy Land were boiling, and many people who came to welcome them couldn't help but shouted, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is mighty. The Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is astonishingly powerful, with boundless magic power. The sound was loud, deafening, and went straight into the sky. At this time, through the information released by Zhang Qingguan, I learned that the Yaokai Holy Land not only annexed the Dragon Elephant sect, but also annexed the Fengling Holy Land. There are signs of becoming the #1 force in Central Continent, and even the #1 force in the spirit world. And Lu Beichen played an irreplaceable role in it. That's why they were so excited when they saw Lu Beichen, it will be the same as seeing your idol. The Lord of Yaokai had a smile on his face. He was not angry at all because of his low sense of existence at this time. Nephew Lu Xian has made such a great contribution to the Holy Land of Yaokai, he deserves some limelight. The Lord of Yaokai was thinking about what gift to give to thank Lu Beichen would be the best. Uncle Zhang, everyone is so enthusiastic. Lu Beichen smiled and said, it makes me feel a little embarrassed. Nephew Lu Xian, look, I don't even get this treatment. It is enough to show that you have a very high status in their hearts now. The Lord of Yaokai made fun of it first. Immediately, he went on to say, let's go down, don't make them wait. Okay, Uncle Zhang. After everyone saw the ceremony, Zhang Qingguan couldn't help saying gratefully, Senior Brother Lu, thank you for everything you have done for the Holy Land of Yaokai. Junior Sister Zhang, you're welcome. Lu Beichen responded with faint displeasure, besides, based on the relationship between you and me, shouldn't I do this? Zhang Qingguan felt sweet in her heart. Brother Lu really did his best to help Yaokai Holy Land because of me. The Lord of Yaokai, Zhang Jingfu, Lei Jialang and others looked at each other, and they all saw the clarity in each other's eyes. It seems that the sacred land of Yaokai is about to rise. In addition to the great hero Lu Beichen, Zhang Qingguan also contributed a lot. Senior Brother Lu, don't be angry. Zhang Qingguan flattered her, at most, when the celebration banquet is held, I'll toast you a glass of wine. How about making amends? Not at all. Lu Beichen shook his head and said, I'm not angry, and you didn't offend me, so just make amends. However, when it comes to drinking with junior sister Zhang, I'm still looking forward to it. Zhang Qingguan smiled sweetly and said, then it's settled, our Yaokai Holy Land has nothing else but a lot of wine. In other words, she is also looking forward to drinking with senior brother Lu. The Lord of Yaokai, Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang all rolled their eyes, feeling a little speechless in their hearts. Look at what you said, why does it feel like the holy land of Yaokai is full of alcoholics? Chapter 88 The Gentleman Part 2. Regarding the celebration banquet, the Lord of Yaokai originally wanted to hold it more grandly, and invited high-level officials from all major forces in the spiritual world to attend. I want to use this to show off that the holy land of the Yaokai has a young superpower like Lu Beichen as its backer, and to announce the rise of the holy land of the Yaokai. However, when the Lord of Yaokai was asking for Lu Beichen's opinion, Lu Beichen said that he couldn't wait for such a long time. Because he will soon leave Yaokai Holy Land to do something. Nephew Lu Xian, is it really impossible to delay the time? The Lord of Yaokai asked unwillingly. According to Lu Beichen, the celebration banquet can only be done in a simple way. Lu Beichen shook his head and said, this matter is too important, I can only say sorry to you. In fact, he knew what the Holy Master of Yaokai was thinking, and he was willing to cooperate with the Holy Master of Yaokai to make such a move. But the key is that the time is not right. The secret realm of chaos is about to open, he can't be held back by the celebration banquet, and lose the opportunity to snatch Fang Yu. All right. The Lord of Yaokai said helplessly, then let me change the time for the celebration banquet. As the main hero, nephew Lu Xian couldn't help but appear at the celebration banquet, right? Otherwise, what's the point of holding this celebration banquet? Forget it, keep it simple, it's better than holding a celebration banquet without nephew Lu Xian. Also. Lu Beichen nodded. He still wants to attend the celebration banquet or something. After all, he promised Zhang Qingguan that he would have a drink with Zhang Qingguan then, and compare who can drink the best. The Lord of Yaokai breathed a sigh of relief, and said, nephew Lu Xian, then it's settled. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Since the celebration banquet did not invite the high-level leaders of the major forces in the spiritual world to participate, it did not take long to prepare. So within a few days, it was held as scheduled. Zhang Qingguan was the focus of the celebration banquet. Lu Beichen was the focus of the celebration banquet. There was an endless stream of people present to toast them. Seeing Lu Beichen's unchanging expression, the Lord of Yaokai couldn't help praising, nephew Lu Xian is really huge. The wine at the celebration banquet was not ordinary. It is the spiritual wine treasured in Yaokai Holy Land. Practitioners will also get drunk if they drink too much. It's not a huge amount. Lu Beichen replied with a smile, my drinking capacity is so-so. Nephew Lu Xian is being modest. The Holy Master of Yaokai followed with a smile, and then said on a whim, by the way, the Holy Son of our generation of Yaokai Holy Land has not been selected until now. How about you do it for me? Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Immediately, after they had reacted, they felt that the idea of the Holy Master of Yaokai was really wonderful. The relationship between Lu Beichen and Zhang Qingguan is so good. If he becomes the Holy Son of Yaokai Holy Land again, then Lu Beichen will be completely bound to Yaokai Holy Land, regardless of you and me. Zhang Qingguan's eyes lit up, and she said, Senior brother Lu, you can think about this carefully. To be honest, she is very willing to see Lu Beichen become the Holy Son of Yaokai Holy Land. In this way, Lu Beichen will definitely spend more time in Yaokai Holy Land. Lu Beichen thought about it seriously, and politely refused, no, Uncle Zhang, you'd better leave the opportunity to the other brothers and sisters in the Holy Land of Yaokai. Now that his strength has advanced so fast, Fang Yu's treasure hunting mouse is about to lose its usefulness again. Therefore, he may not have much time to stay in the spirit world. What's the point of being the Holy Son of Yaokai Holy Land? Nephew Lu Xian, stop thinking about it. The Holy Master of Yaokai said without giving up, even if you are a Holy Son in honor. Zhang Qingguan followed up and persuaded, Senior brother Lu, if you are afraid of trouble, just use a name. Lu Beichen. Is it so sloppy? Okay, let's do it. Lu Beichen nodded and said, however, you have to tell me about your obligations and responsibilities, and what you need to pay attention to. The Holy Lord of Yaokai and Zhang Qingguan both talked about this point, and he couldn't justify it if he didn't agree. The Holy Master of Yaokai was overjoyed and said, Nephew Lu Xian, you can be the Holy Son of Yaokai Holy Land, which is the greatest help to Yaokai Holy Land, there is no need to deliberately do anything. What's the point of that? What's the embarrassment about? The Lord of Yaokai laughed so hard that he couldn't see his teeth, Nephew Lu Xian, from now on we are a family, come, I respect you, everything is in the wine. Okay, deep feelings, a mouthful of boredom. Lu Beichen replied, Uncle Zhang, I did it, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Qingguan looked at this warm scene with a smile on her face. After drinking many glasses of wine with Lu Beichen, Zhang Qingguan lay on the table with drunken eyes, her white fingers tightly grasping the corner of Lu Beichen's clothes, and she murmured, Brother Lu, I want to drink more. Cheers. Seeing this, the Holy Lord of Yaokai moved in his heart, and said, Nephew Lu Xian, Shuer is drunk, Could you please send her back to her room to rest? Uncle Zhang, isn't this very good? Lu Beichen hesitated and said, as the so-called men and women don't get close, I'm afraid it will damage the reputation of junior sister Zhang. Nephew Lu Xian, you are falling into the cliché. Yaokai Shenzi replied in a positive manner, the sons and daughters of practice don't talk about this, let alone you are not the only one, there are maids with you. Other people at the scene, such as Zhang Jingfu and Lei Jialang, also said that there was nothing wrong with it, and asked Lu Beichen to send Zhang Qingguan to rest at ease. Lu Beichen finally stopped refusing. Then, led by a maid, he helped Zhang Qingguan to her room. Watching Lu Beichen and Zhang Qingguan leave, the Lord of Yaokai smiled like an old mother. Although I feel a little sorry for Shwetter when I say it. But for the future of Yaokai Holy Land, I believe Shwetter will understand what he did. Nephew Lu Xian, this peerless genius, has come into my urn. The Lord of Yaokai thought a little proudly. Besides, the maid was very knowledgeable, she specially gave Lu Beichen and Zhang Qingguan time to be alone. Why do you have such big hearts? Lu Beichen couldn't help complaining in his heart, what if I feel guilty about junior sister Zhang, what should I do if I come here to make a fool of myself? Looking down at Zhang Qingguan's beautiful little cheeks that were blushed due to drinking, and her small mouth so pink that water could be pinched out, Lu Beichen's heart became a little hot. Made, if he hadn't been sane, he might have to sleep with junior sister Zhang right away. Lu Beichen stabilized his mind, he reluctantly pulled up the quilt to cover Zhang Qingguan's graceful body, and then closed the door and left. However, what he didn't know was... At this moment, Zhang Qingguan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes were so clear, where did she appear to be half drunk? My senior brother Lu is really a gentleman. Zhang Qingguan murmured with some resentment. Chapter 89. This chapter is wonderful. Zhou, I said Lu Beichen is not good enough. Another soul in her body couldn't help complaining, facing you, a charming little lady, how can he be indifferent? Shut up. Don't curse brother Lu. Zhang Qingguan retorted, he thinks I'm drunk and unconscious, what's wrong if I don't want to take advantage of others? Where did I curse Lu Beichen? Another soul in her body refused to accept, it's just wondering why he can hold it. Didn't I just say that? Zhang Qingguan replied displeasedly, brother Lu is a gentleman, he doesn't like to do things that take advantage of others. Understood. It seems that Lu Beichen's character is really good. Another soul in her body disapproved, it's not in vain that I support you so much to beat him up. The key is that senior brother Lu has such a good character, sometimes it's not a good thing. Zhang Qingguan said with some distress, for example, today is an example. There is such a good opportunity, and he doesn't know how to cherish it. Xiaowaner, think about it carefully. Another soul in her body said, I think there is something wrong with your approach. Zhang Qingguan asked puzzledly, what's wrong? Another soul in her body replied, since Lu Beichen doesn't like to do things that take advantage of others, after you return to the room, you should wake up in time and express your feelings to him. If you can do this, maybe you've got Lu Beichen by now, and you can fly with him. Yup. Why didn't I think of it? Zhang Qingguan's pretty face was full of remorse, I made a mistake, why didn't you remind me earlier? You can't blame me for that. Another soul in her body smiled wryly, first, I didn't expect Lu Beichen to be able to hold back you. Second, Lu Beichen left too quickly, I didn't realize it for a while. Forget it, it's useless to talk about it now. Zhang Qingguan rolled around on the bed unhappy. Just now she really wanted to give herself to Lu Beichen. Otherwise, she, who has always had a good capacity for alcohol, would not pretend to be drunk on purpose. Who knew? Alas, not to mention. Well, Dad should have seen it, right? Zhang Qingguan thought shyly, two blushes flashed on her beautiful cheeks again. Who said it's useless? Another soul in her body reminded, with this experience, next time, shouldn't you know how to attack Lu Beichen? King Xin, I'm very curious. Zhang Qingguan asked, before you fell, did you ever fall in love? How do you talk about experience, one set? Is this? No. Another soul in her body laughed dryly, and replied, it's just that I haven't seen pork, and I've seen pigs running. After living for so many years, I have seen countless Taoist couples living together. Is it okay to be more experienced? Zhang Qingguan was dumbfounded. No. She was actually discussing how to fall in love with someone who had never even dated before? King Xin, why don't you tell me that you learned it from the scriptures? Zhang Qingguan said angrily. Hey, how do you know that I read a lot of storybooks? Another soul in her body asked suspiciously, could it be that you got part of my memory? Zhang Qingguan. Damn, she knew that a certain soul was unreliable. Zhang Qingguan said tiredly, I will take care of the matter between me and senior brother Lu myself. As for your love experience, you don't need to instill it in me, thank you. Really not? Of course. A cunning light flashed in Zhang Qingguan's eyes. I will use the method of attacking an honest gentleman to attack brother Lu. Please wait and see. It's a pity that she, who is ambitious, meets Lu Beichen, who is not good at oil and salt, and the methods she uses are not effective at all. Even though Lu Beichen was tempted, he didn't take the step Zhang Qingguan wanted. Zhang Qingguan was completely convinced. She thought about it seriously, and felt that everything should go with the flow. Anyway, she will spend a lot of time with senior brother Lu in the future. There is a phrase called long-term love, isn't it? She believes that she and senior brother Lu will achieve good things. On this day, Lu Beichen bid farewell to Zhang Qingguan, Lord Yaokai and others, and embarked on the journey to the secret realm of chaos. As for the Shenfengzhou and the disciples of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning who were driving the Shenfengzhou, they stayed in the Holy Land of Yaokai and waited for him to come back. After all, his trip this time is to snatch the opportunity that originally belonged to Feng Yu, so it should not be too publicized. And Lu Beichen used the air machine talisman to search for Feng Yu's traces, and followed all the way to Tianmu City. Holy Son of the Beginning, is that you? A voice of surprise sounded suddenly. Lu Beichen frowned slightly. He didn't need to turn his head, just listening to the voice, he knew that the person who spoke was Xia Ruling, the Tianyuan saintess who had once met him once. It's me. Lu Beichen turned around helplessly, and responded, Sister Tianyuan, long time no see. Xia Ruling trotted over to Lu Beichen, and said with a sweet smile, long time no see, I thought I was wrong just now. After a pause, she seemed to think of something, and she continued to say with splendor in her eyes, by the way, Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, I have heard a lot about you recently. Then, I'm not afraid to tell you, I was stunned at the time. Until now, I still feel a little unbelievable. There was a trace of admiration in his tone. In addition, judging by her appearance, she seems to be no different from Lu Beichen's fangirl. Holy Maiden of Tianyuan, you are joking. Lu Beichen replied flatly, that's all rumors, don't be deceived by these false rumors. Holy Son of the Beginning, you are dishonest. Xia Ruling didn't believe it, I have seriously investigated many times, and the final result proves that the news about you is true. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Lu Beichen said indifferently, Holy Maiden Tianyuan, if there is nothing else, let's just leave here. A mist suddenly surged in Xia Ruling's eyes, Son of Absolute Beginning, do you hate me so much? Don't you want to see me? You know it well, so why say it? Lu Beichen said unmoved, I've always been used to being alone, I'm really not suitable for dealing with others. After finishing speaking, before Xia Ruling could respond, he turned and left. Xia Ruling was left in a mess in the gust of wind. Am I so unbearable in Lu Beichen's eyes? Xia Ruling stamped her feet angrily, feeling extremely unconvinced. In other words, in terms of figure and appearance, how can she be inferior to Zhang Qingguan, the fairy girl of Yaokai? Why did Lu Beichen go to war for Zhang Qingguan and help the Yaokai Holy Land to annex the Dragon Elephant sect and the Fengling Holy Land, yet he didn't even want to stay with her for a moment longer? Chapter 90. In the tea house not far away, Tianyuan Shenzi saw this scene, and couldn't help saying in admiration, Niubu. Taishu Shenzi is really a role model for my generation. He originally wanted to wait for his own strength to reach the king sealing state one day before going to trouble Lu Beichen. Unexpectedly, these days, I suddenly heard that Lu Beichen showed great power, defeated the strongest combat power of Longxiang sect and Fengling Holy Land one after another, and showed the strength of the second level of the Aperture Realm. While feeling extremely shocked in his heart, he also felt a chill behind his back, and he was sweating. Fortunately, someone tested Lu Beichen's depth for him in advance. Otherwise, he will not even know how he died in the future. However, although he gave up the idea of competing with Lu Beichen, the idea was extremely incomprehensible. Until today. He saw Lu Beichen reject Tianyuan Saintess overtures again. Not only did he have a clear idea, but he also got rid of the bad feeling in Lu Beichen's heart. Replaced by Lu Beichen vaguely showed signs of becoming his idol. However, Peng Liangping who was beside him was a little dumbfounded. Didn't the Holy Maiden just say that? She is very familiar with the son of the first? Why doesn't it actually look like it? Don't you see that the Holy Son in the beginning looks like he doesn't want to pay attention to the Holy Maiden, doesn't he even want to say a few more words? Thinking of this, Peng Liangping's expression became ugly. Holy Son, what's going on? Peng Liangping asked. What else could it be? Tianyuan Shenzi sneered, and said, Holy Lady, this is a hot face to stick to someone's cold ass, it's useless to fetch water from the bamboo basket. The words fall. He also briefly talked about the first time Xia Ruling met Lu Beichen. I see. Peng Liangping suddenly realized, the saint just said that she is very familiar with Lu Beichen, but she was just bragging, but I took it seriously. Holy Sun, didn't I tell you that? Don't mention to anyone that I went to Lu Beichen to form an alliance and was rejected. Xia Ruling's voice rang out angrily, you take my words as wind on your ears, don't you? Elder Peng is not an outsider, what does it matter if I told him about it? Tianyuan Shenzi responded disapprovingly, you want to please the Shenzi in the early days. If people don't take you seriously, you will be angry. I can understand, but this is not the reason why you can take your anger on me. You. Xia Ruling glared at each other angrily. The holy maiden calms down, the holy sun calms down. Peng Liangping quickly interjected, we are all in the same family, what is there to discuss? Why bother with this kind of verbal dispute? To be honest, Xia Ruling wants to have a good figure, and a good appearance. Lu Beichen still refused to send it to the door automatically. This kind of determination is not something ordinary people can have. She is a monster with natural aptitude, and she is not attracted by her beauty. She deserves to be famous in the spirit world, and she is so powerful in all directions. Now he finally understands why Lu Beichen can cultivate his strength to the astonishing level of the second level of the aperture realm at such a young age. For other people, with Lu Beichen's qualifications and personality, as long as he works hard, his achievements will be no less than Lu Beichen's. Elder Peng, I'm not angry. Tianyuan Shenzi smiled, and said meaningfully, on the contrary, I just watched a good show, and I'm in a good mood now. Holy Sun, don't go too far. Xia Ruling almost lost his temper, don't think that we are from the same family, so I dare not fight with you. Once it really annoys me, I won't die. Don't stop. Seeing that Tianyuan Shenzi was about to break out a fierce conflict with Xia Ruling, Peng Liangping quickly persuaded him again, Shenzi, give me face, what are you arguing about, forget it, everyone just expose it. When he said this, he even gave Shenzi Tianyuan a wink. This means that, since we are all in the same school, don't continue to sprinkle salt on Xia Ruling's wounds. Okay, Holy Maiden, for Elder Peng's sake, I apologize to you. Tianyuan Shenzi said weakly. Okay, Holy Sun, for the sake of Elder Peng, I don't care as much as you do. Xia Ruling calmed down and said, forgive you for offending me this time. That's right. Seeing this, Peng Liangping was very satisfied and said, we are from the same family, we should love each other, instead of frequent infighting, and let outsiders see the joke for nothing. Tianyuan Shenzi and Xia Ruling replied almost in unison, thank you for Elder Peng's teaching, I understand. What a show. It's a pity that I was disturbed by an old guy. Otherwise, maybe we will see an interesting scene where the Holy Sun and the Holy Woman of Tianyuan Holy Land fight. Lu Beichen went and came back. He was afraid that Fang Yu would learn of the news that he had come to Tianmu City, which would cause some accidents. Therefore, he came back specifically to look for Xia Ruling, wanting to tell Xia Ruling not to reveal his whereabouts. I didn't expect to see the scene where Xia Ruling and Tianyuan Shenzi confronted each other. After Lu Beichen did not hide his body, Peng Liangping, Xia Ruling, Tianyuan Shenzi and others soon discovered his existence. What are you all looking at me for? Go on. Lu Beichen looked like he didn't think the matter was too big. Everyone present. Son of the beginning, are you polite? What the hell is going on? Is it really what you want when you start a fight? The holy son of absolute beginning was joking. Peng Liangping came to his senses first, only to hear him ask cautiously, I don't know why you condescend to come here. Lu Beichen straightened his face, and said, I'm here to tell you, don't let others know that I'm in Tianmu City. Otherwise, there will be serious consequences. I believe you don't need to tell me, you all understand, right? Clear. Everyone at the scene, including Peng Liangping, expressed that they would keep their mouths shut. A joke, Lu Beichen's warning, who dare not listen to them, are you feeling impatient? You just need to understand. Lu Beichen nodded, and then the person disappeared in place. Come without a shadow, go without a trace. The powerhouse on the second floor of the out-of-aperture realm is so terrifying. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked. They couldn't feel how Lu Beichen left at all. It's like they couldn't feel how Lu Beichen came here just now. Compared with other people present, Xia Ruling was not generally disappointed. After all, she still had a little luck just now, guessing whether Lu Beichen had changed his mind, so he appeared in the tea house. Then, she realized that she was thinking too much. Damn, how can there be a man like Lu Beichen who ignores this girl? Xia Ruling shouted unwillingly in his heart. Look, there seems to be a robbery of civilian girls in Tianmu City. The holy son of absolute beginning has just left, do you think he will come out and act bravely? At this time, the enthusiastic voice of Tianyuan Shenzi suddenly sounded, interrupting Xia Ruling's thoughts. Chapter 91 Outrageous, Lu Beichen blatantly pretends to be the son of Tianyuan? Holy Sun, what are you kidding? Xia Ruling looked like you shouldn't be too naive, the world of cultivation always respects the strong, and the weak prey on the strong. There are countless things like this that rob people's daughters by force. Beichen is not the Holy Mother, don't say he has left, just say that he is really on the scene, and he won't stand out easily. The saint is right. Peng Liangping echoed, from the fact that the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning helped the Yaokai Holy Land annex the Dragon Elephant sect and the Fengling Holy Land, we know that he is a ruthless person, and it is impossible for him to do anything brave. It's not certain. Tian Yuanshenzi thought for a while, and said, I don't think everything can be easily concluded. Because our understanding of the Son of God in the beginning is limited to meeting 1 or 2 times and hearing various rumors about him. It doesn't make much sense to continue arguing about this topic. Holy Son, why not? Xia Ruling teased, why don't you come out as a hero to save the beauty, you should be able to win her heart. After all, although this woman's appearance and figure are slightly inferior to mine, she is still considered stunning in the world. It's not necessary. Tian Yuanshenzi shook his head, and said, I want to learn from the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, and treat female sex as floating clouds. Therefore, act bravely in righteousness, save the beauty and so on, let's go. Xia Ruling. She has reason to suspect that Tian Yuanshenzi is mocking her. But there is no evidence. If you save this beautiful girl, she might give her body to her, and the red sleeves will make her more attractive. Are you really not tempted at all? Xia Ruling asked. I want to dedicate my whole life to practice, and I will never be swayed by beauty. Tian Yuanshenzi replied firmly. Holy Son, I don't know why you made such a determination. Peng Liangping sorted out his words, and said, it's just that I want to say that practice and reproduction are not in conflict. Elder Peng, you misunderstood. That was not what I meant. Tian Yuanshenzi explained, not being swayed by beauty does not mean that I resist reproduction. For example, if the saint can become a Taoist partner with me, I can barely accept it. Xia Ruling was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Holy Son, you haven't woken up yet? It's broad daylight, what are you dreaming about? I'm just telling the truth. Are you taking yourself too seriously? The son of Tian Yuan also responded coldly, you want to lick the Son of Absolute Beginning, but he doesn't even look at you. If such news spreads by accident, you will definitely become a joke in the spirit world. At that time, besides me, who else would want to marry you? An astonishing killing intent flashed in Xia Ruling's eyes. Holy Son, you are too aggressive, Elder Peng quickly interrupted, Holy Son, Holy Maiden, have you forgotten what you promised me just now? Maid, where did the scene where the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden lived in harmony before? Why is it that the two sides have not said a few words now, and they are almost quarreling to the point where they are about to start fighting? Could it be that he was influenced by Lu Beichen? Think about it this way. That guy Lu Beichen is really poisonous. Good guy, this is a brace. Lu Beichen did not really leave the scene. He hid his figure and restrained his breath. I wanted to see how Xia Ruling, Tian Yuanshenzi and Peng Liangping would react after he left. Who would have thought that such a thing as robbing a civilian girl would happen? I also saw the scene where Xia Ruling and Tian Yuanshenzi had a quarrel again and almost started fighting. Xia Ruling said it well. In the world of practice, the strong are respected and the weak prey on the strong. There are countless things like this that rob people's daughters by force. He can't control it even if he wants to. However, this does not mean that he will just watch others do evil in front of him. Sometimes, if you do some kind deeds within your ability, your thoughts will be more clear, isn't it? As the time for the opening of the secret realm of chaos is getting closer and closer, dragons and snakes are mixed in Tianmu City, and there are countless practitioners who want to come to reap the benefits. A pair of good-looking masters and servants from a small sect, without any disguise, wandered around Tianmu City swaggeringly. It's no wonder that nothing happened. Skyfrost Gate. The pink-faced young man who took the lead in besieging the master and servant laughed unscrupulously. I've never heard of it. I guess he's a low-ranking little section. Why do you continue to stay in this trashy little sect? Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you that I am a true disciple of Hidden Sword Mountain. If you follow me, don't you have a better future than you in that Tianchuangmen? Hidden Sword Mountain. It is said that it is the power second only to several holy places in the spiritual world, and it is known as the big sect that all sword cultivators want to join. A look of extreme uneasiness flashed across the pretty face of the girl in blue. The background of the other party is far beyond what she can compare with. Even if it's her father, it's probably useless for the current headmaster of Tianchuangmen to come. Could it be that she really wants to succumb to the pervert of the other party today? Compared with the girl in blue, her maid's performance was even worse. Miss, what should we do now? The maid asked tremblingly in a low voice. Don't panic, things haven't reached the point of despair yet. The girl in blue first replied to the maid in such a low voice. Immediately, she looked at the young man with noodles, bit her lip, and said, Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement officers of Tianmu City will intervene if you act so recklessly? You think I'd care about that? The powder-faced youth replied disapprovingly, the law enforcers in Tianmu City are all from Tu Linzong, a middle-level power, how dare they take care of my hidden sword mountain? They don't dare to control it, but I dare to control it. Liu Beichen showed his figure, and walked slowly towards the location where the young man with the noodles and the others were. Saint, Elder Peng, it seems that you all guessed wrong. Seeing this, Tianyuan Chenzi said a little proudly, sure enough, you can't draw conclusions lightly, otherwise, you will be slapped in the face by reality. Xia ruling. Peng Liang Ping. Liu Beichen, is this the rhythm of eating and having nothing to do? If it were someone else who took care of this matter, they wouldn't be surprised. But Liu Beichen is different. He has always paid no attention to women's sex, what is the purpose of doing so? Or is it purely a desire to be brave? What is the origin of you dare to meddle in my business? The powder-faced youth looked at Liu Beichen with displeasure, do you think our sword in Hidden Sword Mountain is not sharp, or do you think your life is too long? I'm not afraid to tell you that I am the holy son of Tianyuan Holy Land. Liu Beichen smiled lightly, and said, that's why I, the son of heaven, should take care of things that the law enforcement officers in Tianmu City dare not take care of. As soon as this statement came out, everyone at the scene was shocked. In the tea house, Xia Ruling, Tianyuan Chenzi, and Peng Liangping were all stunned. What the hell? Did they hear correctly just now? Liu Beichen is so outrageous that he claims to be the holy son of Tianyuan Holy Land? Chapter 92 Are you teaching me to do things? Oops. I'm a stand-in. After Tianyuan Chenzi came to his senses, he didn't know what to say. Liu Beichen's coquettish operation was obviously intended to trick him. But the key is that he is thinking about his own life, and he dare not go to stop others from doing this. Xia Ruling arched fire beside him and said, Holy Son, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is now blatantly pretending to be you, why don't you teach him a lesson? Saint, what kind of heart do you have? The son of Tianyuan rolled his eyes and said, the strength of the Son of Absolute Beginning overwhelms the present. Can a mere practitioner like me compete with him? A fool would do this kind of thing like hitting a stone with an egg. Saint, please be careful. Peng Liangping warned solemnly, this kind of thing can't be used as a joke. It is necessary to know that the Holy Son is closely related to the Tianyuan Holy Land. If he offends the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, he might implicate the entire Tianyuan Holy Land, causing Tianyuan Holy Land to follow in the footsteps of the Dragon Elephant Sect and the Fengling Holy Land. Elder Peng reminded me. Only then did Xia Ruling correct his attitude, and admitted his mistake, I did speak without thinking. The words fall. Peng Liangping didn't say anything anymore, but just gave Tianyuan Chenzi a sympathetic look. I think Tianyuan Chenzi can be regarded as a peerless genius, and he will definitely be one of the main peak powerhouses in the spiritual world when he grows up in the future. It's a pity that he was born in the same era as an evildoer like Liu Beichen, what a shame. After all, I am too weak. Tianyuan Chenzi sighed softly in his heart. No matter what later Liu Beichen would use his identity to do, he can only acquiesce and bear it down. In case Liu Beichen is not happy, take him, or use Tianyuan Holy Land. However, the words of the Son of Absolute Beginning are quite domineering. Don't insult my reputation. Thinking of this, Shenzi Tianyuan felt somewhat comforted. Is this the Son of Heaven? The eyes of the girl in blue suddenly lit up. The other party not only has a profound background, but also is so handsome, he is really a good candidate for a husband-in-law. Various thoughts flashed through her mind, she almost even thought of the child's name. Miss, we are saved. The maid shouted in surprise. In terms of power, Tianyuan Holy Land is stronger than Tibetan Sword Mountain. In terms of strength, Tianyuan Chenzi should be stronger than the noodle youth. Therefore, with Tianyuan Chenzi intervening, how can the powder-faced youth be arrogant? I know. The girl in blue stared at Liu Beichen intently, for fear of missing any next scene. Sage Son of Heaven. The other party is actually Tianyuan Chenzi. After the lackeys of Fenmian youth came to their senses, they all panicked. Fuck, this is not a big shot they can mess with. They panic, and the noodle youths panic even more. Who told him to say such rude words to Tianyuan Chenzi just now? The noodle youth forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, and saluted, it turns out that it is your excellency Tianyuan Chenzi. I have offended you because I have no eyes. Please forgive me once. This is impossible. Liu Beichen replied noncommittally, unless you let me try whether your swords in Hidden Sword Mountain are sharp or not, I will consider whether I will forgive you. Your excellency Tianyuan Chenzi, swords have no eyes, and we have no grievances, so we won't get into trouble. The noodle youth apologized and said with a smile, how about if you make other requests, I will try my best to satisfy you. Liu Beichen stared at him for a while, then said with a half smile, are you teaching me how to do things? Damn Tianyuan Chenzi. The powder-faced youth was extremely angry in his heart, but he still smiled apologetically. Your Excellency, Son of Heaven, you are joking. I am just an insignificant little monk, how dare I teach you how to do things? Whether you dare or not, you know it well. Beichen repeated the old saying, don't say I won't give you a chance, as long as you can beat me today, then how about we just laugh away and forget all the grudges? Of course, in order not to be accused of bullying you, I can allow you to find helpers, as many as you want. So big. Doesn't look at our hidden sword mountain at all. The powder-faced youth asked with a look of astonishment, Your Excellency Tianyuan Chenzi, are you not afraid that I will go and find our elders from hidden sword mountain? Beichen replied indifferently, if a gentleman says it, it's hard to chase after a horse. Do you understand what I mean? If it wasn't for preventing Fang Yu from knowing that he was in Tianmu City, he wouldn't have to pretend to be the son of heaven. And if he reveals his true identity, the powder-faced youth might even kneel down on the spot and kowtow to him begging for mercy, not to mention asking for help. Understood. The noodle youth hurriedly ordered a dog beside him to shake him. The girl in blue became anxious. Your Excellency Tianyuan Chenzi, as far as I know, there are indeed elders in Tianmu City in Hidden Sword Mountain. Beichen replied indifferently, don't worry, even if all the high-level officials of Kangjian Mountain are in Tianmu City today, I'm not afraid. Hearing his words, the powder-faced youth couldn't help complaining in his heart, with such a loud tone, I'm not afraid to flash my tongue. I really think you are the son of the primordial sun. Hidden Sword Mountain is in trouble now. Xia Ruling looked at Tianyuan Chenzi and Peng Liangping respectively, seeing the sympathy in each other's eyes. Unlike everyone else on the scene, they know Beichen's identity and strength, and it's not a problem for them to directly destroy the entire Tibetan Sword Mountain. Sure enough, not long after, an elder surnamed Yang from Zhangjian Mountain came to the scene. After negotiating with Beichen, he started to move. Then, he was instantly killed by Beichen. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this. Even the elders of Hidden Sword Mountain couldn't survive a move in the hands of the Tianyuan Chenzi? Sage son of Tianyuan probably took the same script as the son of Absolute Beginning, right? The noodle youth was almost scared to pee. What kind of monster did he mess with? Can instantly kill Elder Yang who is the third floor of Fengpa realm. Doesn't it mean that after the son of Absolute Beginning, another terrifying evildoer appeared in the world? Exorcism is done. Killing one is killing, killing two is killing. As soon as Beichen dealt with Elder Yang in Hidden Sword Mountain, he turned around and killed Fenmian youth and others without hesitation. Seeing that Beichen was about to leave the scene, the girl in blue quickly shouted, Grandfather, please stop. No thanks. After Beichen said such a sentence, the person disappeared from the spot in an instant. Seeing this, the girl in blue felt quite disappointed. I want to make a promise with my body, is my dream of marrying Tianyuan Chenzi shattered like this? In the tea house, Xia Ruling said thoughtfully, Holy Son, so many people have died in Kangjian Mountain, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. Can you blame me? Tianyuan Chenzi smiled wryly with a closed face, the Chenzi of the beginning wants me to take the blame for him, do you think I dare not? Peng Liangping also had a thoughtful expression, Holy Son, not only have you made a big deal, but you will soon be named Spirit World. The sage son of Tianyuan instantly killed the elder Kangjianshan who was a third-tier powerhouse in the Fengpa realm. Once this astonishing news is spread, it will be no wonder if it doesn't cause a huge sensation. Chapter 93 I and number 039, am not, I and number 039, am not, Don and number 039, T talk nonsense. As the saying goes, if a tree is as beautiful as the forest, the wind will destroy it. What's more, his strength is far from reaching the point where he can instantly kill a third-tier marquee realm expert. Therefore, it is not rare for him to be famous in the spirit world like this. Tianyuan Chenzi smiled wryly again, Elder Peng, think about how to solve this matter first. I don't think Hidden Sword Mountain will let it go. In addition, I can't explain to Kangjian Shan that I was not the one who killed their elders and true disciples, but the son of Absolute Beginning who pretended to be me. Well, let's not say whether they believe it or not. Just say that you really don't have the capital to refuse to take the blame for the son of Absolute Beginning. Elder Peng suggested, Holy Son, this is the end of the matter, you should record what happened today on the jade slip of letters and send it back. Trust the Holy Lord and they will understand your difficulties and make a corresponding strategy. Okay, Elder Peng. After Tianyuan Chenzi recorded the ins and outs of the incident in the jade slip of letters, Peng Liangping left his unique mark in it, indicating that he was the witness of all this. Xia Ruling hesitated for a moment. Finally, based on the friendship of the same family, she also left her own unique mark in it. Thank you Elder Peng, thank you Holy Maiden. Tianyuan Chenzi looked at Xia Ruling unexpectedly, obviously he did not expect Xia Ruling to testify for him. Holy Son, don't get me wrong. Xia Ruling said, I did this for the sake of Kangjian Mountain. Tianyuan Chenzi nodded and stopped talking. What happened today had a huge impact on him. He has to take his time. And because Liu Beichen pretended to be the son of Tianyuan, he made a heroic act of saving the beauty and acting bravely, which completely shocked the practitioners living in Tianmu City. For a while, no one in Tianmu City dared to commit crimes. Sage son of Tianyuan, God forever. Many locals are grateful to the Tianyuan Shenzi, and some even set up a shrine for the Tianyuan Shenzi. There is no reason for him. During this period of time, because the secret realm of chaos was about to open, the influx of a large number of practitioners from other places in Tianmu City made them feel miserable. Now with the feat of Tianyuan Shenzi, the law and order in Tianmu City is better than ever. Let me ask, why don't they feel admiration for the Tianyuan Shenzi? Sage Tianyuan is so strong, he killed so many people in Hidden Sword Mountain just because he disagreed with him. If it were you, you would be so strong if you have a strong man who can easily kill a man whose strength has reached the third level of the Marquis realm. The actions of the Tianyuan Holy Sun seem to have no regard for Kangjian Mountain. Anyone who can become the Holy Sun of Tianyuan Holy Land is a bully. In the past, the Holy Sun of Absolute Beginning showed great power and demonstrated the amazing strength of the second level of the Aperture realm. Now the Tianyuan Holy Sun kills the elder of Kangjian Mountain who is a strong man of the third level of the Marquis realm. Monsters come out one after another. Is the world in the spirit world going to chaos? Listening to everyone's discussion, Tianyuan Shenzi really wanted to deny it 3 times. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Of course, the heat of this matter didn't last long before it was covered up by another matter. That is, it's finally time for the secret realm of chaos to open. Fairy lights flicker. The mysterious aura was circulating crazily, coupled with the mirages constantly emerging in the sky. Set off the opening chaotic secret realm like a legendary fairyland. So everyone at the scene was very excited. As long as they enter the secret realm of chaos. Even if you can't find a rare and powerful technique, or any other special opportunity, you can always get some panacea herbs, right? However, there are also many people with strange eyes flashing in their eyes. The things in the secret realm of chaos are limited. Quarrels, even big fights, scenes of killing people and seizing treasures are unavoidable. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, people in this world are sinister. I believe you can guess what will happen in the primal chaos realm. Peng Liangping reminded, I hope that you will put aside past suspicions and unite together so as not to be broken one by one, okay? Of course. Tianyuan Shenzi first showed his kindness to Xia Ruling, anyone who wants to deal with the saint must step on my body first. It has to be said that the fact that Xia Ruling testified for him saved a lot of his previous goodwill towards Xia Ruling. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling face. Xia Ruling replied sincerely, Elder Peng, I understand. Also, thank you Holy Sun for your kindness. If something really happens, let's deal with it together. Peng Liangping stroked his beard with relief. It would be great if the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden can return to their previous harmony. Elder Peng, long time no see. A voice of greeting suddenly sounded, pulling Peng Liangping back to his thoughts. Peng Liangping couldn't help but look along the source of the sound. Well, I met an acquaintance. Who else could it be if it wasn't Fan Yuz, the elder of the Ziwei Holy Land? Peng Liangping smiled slightly and responded, Elder Fan, long time no see. Immediately, he introduced Fan Yuz's identity to Tianyuan Shenzi and Xia Ruling. Fan Yuz followed suit with a smile, and then said, not long after I arrived in Tianmu City, Shenzi, and I heard the news that Tianyuan Shenzi easily killed the elder Kang Jianshan who was a third-tier powerhouse in the Fengka realm. I was extremely shocked. I didn't expect that after the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, Tianyuan Holy Land would also produce a good seedling with monstrous aptitude. In the spirit world, the appearance of such a monster as Liu Beichen is already chaotic enough. Now that the evil Tianyuan Shenzi appeared again, it must not be a mess. The son of Ziwei next to him sympathized and said, whether it is the son of Absolute Beginning or the son of Tianyuan, they are too strong. I was born in the same era as the son of Absolute Beginning and the son of Tianyuan, so I really feel a lot of pressure. Both Peng Liangping and Xia Ruling had weird expressions on their faces. If Liu Beichen's deterrence was not too great, they really wanted to tell Fan Yuz and others the truth. Tianyuan Shenzi maintained a calm expression on the surface, but he was smiling wryly in his heart. Please. From the beginning to the end, there is only such a monster as Liu Beichen in the spirit world. Elder Yang and Fenmian youth from Hidden Sword Mountain. They were all killed by Liu Beichen, so it has nothing to do with him, okay? He was impersonated by Liu Beichen, and he became a substitute, okay? Besides, being in the same era as the evil Liu Beichen, he also felt a lot of pressure. Elder Fan, son of Ziwei, you are overrated. Tianyuan Shenzi responded truthfully, I am just a mere weak practitioner, far worse than Taishu Shenzi. Fan Yuz and Ziwei Shenzi thought it was because he was too modest. After all, the sage son of Tianyuan can easily kill even the elder Kang Jianshan, who is a third-tier powerhouse in the Fengpa realm. If such a strong strength is considered weak, then there are not many people in the spirit world who can be called not weak. Chapter 94. In order to avoid too much embarrassment for Tian Yuan Chenzi, Peng Liangping quickly changed the subject and said, Elder Fan, you must have come here for the secret realm of chaos, right? Yes, Elder Peng. Fan Yus nodded and said, it is said that there are countless exercises, panacea, and top-grade holy artifacts in the secret realm of chaos. Of course we at Zaiwei Holy Land will not miss this opportunity to benefit from it. The purpose is the same as ours. Peng Liangping thought for a while, and suggested, there are quite a few people from all walks of life peeping at the treasures of the chaos secret realm this time, and there are many powerful characters among them. If one is not careful, he may unfortunately perish in the chaos secret realm. Therefore, Elder Fan, why don't we form a team and go to the secret realm of chaos to explore together, so that we can take care of each other, what do you think? I think so. Fan Yus pondered for a while, and said, it is our honor to be able to travel with you as a team. Although it is said that you blackmail me in the practice world. But this is the third time he and Peng Liangping have met, and they somewhat understand each other's personality. That's why he agreed to Peng Liangping's proposal. Besides, the strength of Tian Yuan Chenzi seems to be much stronger than him, forming an alliance with Tian Yuan Chenzi and Peng Liangping, they will be much safer. Yup. Zaiwei Shenzi echoed, Elder Peng, Tian Yuan Chenzi, Tian Yuan Chenv, I am also very happy to be able to team up with you to explore the secret realm of chaos. With the words of Fan Yus and Zaiwei Shenzi, the two sides hit it off and reached a consensus on a temporary alliance. Lu Beichen, who was hiding in the dark and watching the reactions of the people at the scene, was immediately happy. It seems that under the circumstances that Tian Yuan Chenzi, Xia Ruling, and Peng Liangping dared not come out to clarify, many people regarded Tian Yuan Chenzi as a young and strong man with similar qualifications as him. Of course, he is quite satisfied with Tian Yuan Chenzi, Xia Ruling, and Peng Liangping who are so knowledgeable. So, Lu Beichen said in his heart, if you have a crisis that you can't handle later, and I can help you, I will help you. Ignoring the crowd at the scene, Lu Beichen put his mind back on the Qi machine talisman that Mo Lao gave him. Soon, he locked his target on a middle-aged strong man wearing a bamboo hat. Oh, I haven't seen you for so long. Fang Yu actually knows how to change his face, not bad. He has always been very patient with Fang Yu, a treasure-hunting mouse that continues to bring him great benefits. If it weren't for the fact that the two sides were born enemies. He also needs to gain benefits from Fang Yu, maybe he can become good friends with Fang Yu. It's a pity that there is nothing in the world if he can only snatch Fang Yu's chances and drain all the destiny points he can earn from Fang Yu. At this moment, there was a loud bang in the direction where the secret realm of chaos was located, and a huge golden light gate appeared out of thin air. Great! The secret realm of chaos has been opened, it's time for us to go in and get a chance. The people guarding outside the chaotic secret realm immediately leaped towards the golden light gate one after another after reacting. Even Tian Yuan Chenzi and others were no exception, they all flew into the golden light gate without hesitation. It was Fang Yu's middle-aged strong man in disguise. He waited for most people to act before walking slowly towards the golden light gate. Seeing this, Lu Beichen thought for a moment. Since Fang Yu is the protagonist, the route he walks in the secret realm of chaos must be different from others. Otherwise, how can we get the most benefits? I don't need to pay attention to other people, I just need to keep an eye on Fang Yu. Having made up his mind, Lu Beichen continued to hide his figure, restrained his breath, and followed Fang Yu leisurely. Entering the golden light gate, Lu Beichen heard a lot of screams, and he couldn't help being stunned. This is just the beginning, is it so tragic? Thinking of this, he used his divine sense to investigate. I saw that a large number of practitioners were either chased and ran around by various puppets, or were beaten to death on the spot by puppets. Are they all puppets whose strength is comparable to that of the Holy Master Realm, or the powerhouse above the Holy Master Realm? Can some of them still compete with the powerhouses in the King Realm? Lu Beichen was a little surprised. According to the rumors, isn't the secret realm of chaos opened only after choosing a successor? It's so unfriendly to practitioners now. He believed that he deliberately lured practitioners from the spiritual world to come in so as to destroy them all. The water in this chaotic secret realm is very deep. I have to keep an eye on Fang Yu, the treasure mouse. Lu Beichen said secretly in his heart. Originally, he thought that with the strength of the second layer of the out-of-aperture realm, he would not be afraid of any risks in the primal chaos secret realm. Who knew such an astonishing scene would appear? However, Fang Yu seems to have a special walking route. Along the way, he saw that the government puppets Fang Yu encountered had never surpassed the first level of the Marquis realm. The sixth floor of the Marquis realm. Seeing that Fang Yu dealt with the incoming mechanism puppets in 2 or 3 strokes, Lu Beichen couldn't help but think, these days, Fang Yu's strength has advanced a little faster. If he wasn't a jerk, he would have been intimidated by Fang Yu's aptitude. It's just that with him, Ren Fangyu's aptitude was against the sky, and he had to fall into his hands in the end. Even if the gods come, they can't save Fangyu, he said. Although Tianyuan Shenzi and others had better luck than most practitioners, they picked a lot of rare medicinal materials and got a lot of panacea. But they still encountered a large number of organ puppets whose strength was comparable to the powerhouses of the Holy Master Realm. And with Peng Liangping and Fan Yuz, two strong men who have reached the Marquis Realm, they will be wiped out soon. However, next, they will not be so lucky. Among the group of puppets I encountered for the second time, there are several organ puppets whose strength is comparable to the powerhouses in the Marquis Realm. Fan Yuz said solemnly, Holy Son of Tianyuan, please, you will join me and Elder Peng later to get rid of these puppets whose strength is comparable to that of the Marquis Realm. Son of Tianyuan. His current strength is only around the 5th floor of the Holy Master Realm. If it is against an organ puppet whose strength is comparable to that of a feudal marquis, wouldn't that be the same as beating a dog with a meat bun? This thought flashed through his mind. Tianyuan Shenzi's face turned black. He is in a dilemma right now. Tell the truth. He will offend Lu Beichen, and may be snapped off by Lu Beichen in the future. Don't tell the truth. He has to face the organ puppets whose strength is comparable to the strong ones in the Marquis Realm, and it is also a dead end. Seeing the troubled Tianyuan Shenzi, Xia Ruling suddenly felt like laughing for some reason. If you want to wear a crown, you must first bear its weight. Shenzi became famous in the spirit world by pretending to be his identity in Tianmu City by landing on Lu Beichen, and now he has finally suffered retribution. Chapter 95. Peng Liangping rescued the Tianyuan Shenzi and said, Elder Fan, it's nothing more than puppets of some agencies, and you and I can solve them all. Why do you need to use the younger generation, the son, to make a move? I always think it's safer. Fan Yuz responded with a smile, besides, I really want to see the majesty of Tianyuan Shenzi. To make up for the regret that Tianyuan Shenzi showed his supernatural power in Tianmu City before, but I didn't have the chance to see him. Tianyuan Shenzi laughed dryly, and said, Elder Fan, I'm not afraid to tell you that the rumors should be a little distorted, I'm actually not that powerful. He gave Fan Yuz a vaccination first. In case it is really exposed in the future. There's a reason for the explanation too, isn't there? Excessive modesty is pride. Fan Yuz said sincerely, Sage Tianyuan, I believe you are a young strong man whose strength has far surpassed the 3rd level of Fengpa realm. Son of Tianyuan. Elder Fan, listen to me, thank you. Xia Ruling finally couldn't help laughing out loud at this moment. Fan Yuz's confidence in Tianyuan Shenzi. It is much stronger than Tianyuan Shenzi's confidence in himself. Saint. Tianyuan Shenzi looked at Xia Ruling with some resentment. Holy Son, it has nothing to do with you. Xia Ruling replied seriously, I just laughed when I thought of happy things. I believe you a ghost. Tianyuan Shenzi rolled his eyes, and then said to Fan Yuz, Elder Fan, you and Elder Peng go up first, and I will stand by to support you. If you can't deal with these puppets with your strength, how about I help you? He had to go down the steps given by Elder Peng immediately. Otherwise, if Fan Yuz forced him to play with him, wouldn't that be the end of the game? All right. Fan Yuz nodded and accepted the arrangement. After all, the puppets of the second batch of agencies have already caught up. I can't tolerate them making other plans. Seeing Peng Liangping and Fan Yuz going to fight against the attacking puppets, Tianyuan Shenzi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Xia Ruling teased, Son, don't you feel like you've been reborn after a catastrophe? The Tianyuan Shenzi replied through voice transmission angrily, Saint, I bear the humiliation like this, so don't you stop gloating, okay? Okay. Xia Ruling smiled sweetly, and said, Holy Son, you are here to stand up for Elder Peng and Elder Fan, and I will deal with those organ puppets whose strength is in the Holy Master Realm. After finishing speaking, she flashed her figure, and went to fight those attacking puppets. Holy Maiden of Tianyuan, I'll help you. Shenzi Ziwei followed after talking about running her body. Press the formation. Squeeze your hair. Tianyuan Shenzi couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. Good guy. The saint is piercing his heart all the time. Because if he really has the strength to support Peng Liangping and Fan Yuz, I have already gone up to fight those puppets whose strength is around the feudal state, so why stand here and watch the battle in embarrassment? Not good. Tianyuan Shenzi suddenly discovered a very terrible thing. That is, there is an organ puppet whose strength has reached the Marquis realm at least, and is rushing towards him. How to do? I know how to do. Tianyuan Shenzi panicked, people are stupid. Damn it. His luck is too bad, right? Standing still and watching the battle can be targeted? Seeing this, Fan Yuz fought against the organ puppet, and said, Tianyuan Shenzi, please take action to destroy this organ puppet whose strength is the Marquis realm. Elder Fan, I'll kill you grandma. Tianyuan Shenzi almost didn't say these words. With his current strength at the 5th level of the Holy Master Realm, he can't beat this incoming organ puppet at all. It's fine if you don't get wiped out by others, but you still want to kill others? This is not the way to seek death. In addition, it's not that he wants to measure the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. It's that he has reason to doubt the puppet that raided him. In fact, it was Fan Yu's who deliberately let him go to test his true strength. My own life is much more important than face. Tian Yuanshenzi didn't think much about it, and immediately turned around and ran away. Fan Yu's couldn't help but couldn't accept it when he saw Tian Yuanshenzi running around being chased by the puppet of the Marquis realm. Didn't it mean that Tian Yuanshenzi's strength is unfathomable, and he can easily kill the elder Kang Jianshan who is a 3rd-tier powerhouse in the Fengka realm? Now why don't you even have the intention to take the initiative to fight with the puppet of the agency whose strength is the Marquis realm? Seeing this, Zai Wei was also a little strange. He asked Xia Ruling, Tian Yuanshenzi is this? The corner of Xia Ruling's mouth twitched, and he replied, I don't really know, it should be a strategy used by the Holy Sun to fight with others. Talk nonsense, just talk nonsense. Who told Shenzi's luck to be so bad as this bird? Strategy. Sun Zaiwei looked suspicious. In other words, why does he feel that Tian Yuanshenzi seems to be fleeing? Not good. Peng Liangping wanted to rescue Tian Yuanshenzi, but he was held back by the puppets of several agencies who were fighting with him. Fan Yu's situation was similar to his. Therefore, even if he tells the truth, it may be useless. Holy Sun, there is no other way, you can only ask for blessings. Peng Liangping sighed helplessly in his heart. In his opinion, Tian Yuanshenzi wants to protect himself. He had to escape from the pursuit of the organ puppet whose strength was the feudal state, or wait for him and Fan Yu's to finish solving the organ puppets around him. Tian Yuanshenzi is not stupid. What Peng Liangping can think of course he can think of it. According to his plan, he was going to take the incoming puppets around to delay time. Also, he also wanted to see if there was a chance to lure the puppets of the incoming agencies to Peng Liangping and Fan Yu's side. However, what he didn't expect was that plans are never as fast as changes. The mechanism puppet attacking him was so fast that it was almost impossible for him to dodge. So close. Almost hung up. Tian Yuanshenzi looked at the pieces of clothes that fell on the ground, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If he hadn't flashed fast enough just now, I'm afraid that the whole person will be split in two by the organ puppet at this moment. Tian Yuanshenzi erased the previous plan, tried his best to run away from the scene. Right now, his only thought is to escape as far as he can. As long as you can run out of the chasing range of the organ puppet. The idea of Tian Yuanshenzi is still good. But he misjudged the strength gap between himself and the agency puppet. So he was soon overtaken by the organ puppet again. Mom, my life is over. Tian Yuanshenzi thought in horror in his heart. However, perhaps his life should not end here. At this moment, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Tian Yuanshenzi's mind, and then he shouted out of his heart, the Holy Sun of Absolute Beginning, save me. Chapter 96 Liu Beichen made a move, everyone was shocked. Is the Holy Sun out of fright? The Sun of Absolute Beginning is not here, how can he save you? Xia Ruling shook his head secretly. However, she could understand why Tian Yuanshenzi would have such a reaction of speaking indiscriminately and acting like a living horse doctor. No matter what happened until now, she and the other people on the scene were helpless in the matter of stepping forward to support Tian Yuanshenzi. If it happened that Liu Beichen was at the scene and was determined to rescue Tian Yuanshenzi might really be able to escape this catastrophe. Peng Liangping's thoughts were similar to Xia Ruling's. He also felt that Tian Yuanshenzi was frightened and stunned by the puppet whose strength was around Feng Hujing, so he asked for help from Liu Beichen who was not there. Of course, in order to avoid a new long situation, he also deliberately searched the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and found no sign of Liu Beichen's presence at the scene. And Fan Yu's and Zai Wei Shenzi understood it. Tian Yuanshenzi is no match for this organ puppet whose strength is around Feng Hujing. Otherwise, Tian Yuanshenzi would not behave like he is now. However, what are the recent rumors about Tian Yuanshenzi? Since Tian Yuanshenzi can't even beat this organ puppet whose strength is around Fengka realm, then how did he manage to instantly kill the elder of Kangjian Mountain who was the 3rd floor of Fengka realm? Could it be that the rumor is wrong, or is it too distorted? Also, the son of Tian Yuan suddenly asked the son of Absolute Beginning for help, does it prove that the son of Absolute Beginning is also here now? Thinking of this, Fan Yu's and Zai Wei Shenzi used their spiritual senses one after another to explore the surroundings. Soon, they found that they got nothing. Feeling baffled and extremely puzzled. We can only put our doubts in our hearts for the time being, and wait until this batch of attacking puppets is resolved. In fact, including Tian Yuanshenzi himself, everyone at the scene did not know that Liu Beichen was indeed here, and heard Tian Yuanshenzi's cry for help. Liu Beichen frowned slightly. If it weren't for Fang Yu's passing the level of the organ puppet, maybe Fang Yu's vigilance must be aroused at this moment. So reckless. You deserve to be chased by the puppets. Liu Beichen couldn't help complaining in his heart. Of course, the Tianyuan Chenzi gave him a good impression, he is a man and has a sense of humor, so he can save Tianyuan Chenzi's life. Anyway, with the Qi machine talisman, Fang Yu couldn't leave his perception range. Boom! The organ puppet behind Tianyuan Chenzi was hit by Liu Beichen in the air, and it immediately turned into a pile of broken metal. Hearing the sound, Tianyuan Chenzi turned his head slightly, and then a look of surprise flashed across his face. Am I saved? After the Tianyuan Chenzi came to his senses, he shouted again gratefully, Your Excellency, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, were you the one who saved me just now? It's easy to do, don't worry about it. Liu Beichen replied like this first. Immediately afterwards, he eliminated all the puppets who were fighting with Peng Liangping, Fan Yuz, and others. Then, leave a sentence, I believe you also know now that the water in this chaotic secret realm is very deep, and it is beyond your grasp. Therefore, I advise you to stop here and leave the secret realm of chaos. The words fall. Liu Beichen continued to follow Fang Yu's aura without waiting for the reaction of everyone at the scene. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade, damn ghost. If Tianyuan Chenzi and others want to continue to stay in the secret realm of chaos to search for treasures, then what will happen in the end is not what he should care about. Isn't it? The Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is really here, and he even rescued the Holy Son, and helped us deal with this group of attacking puppets. Xia Ruling was a little confused. Fortunately, she was still laughing at Chenzi's unscrupulous words in her heart just now, treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor. It turned out that she underestimated the Holy Son. This thought flashed through his mind, and Xia Ruling couldn't help asking curiously, Holy Son, how do you know that the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is also here? I do not know. Tianyuan Chenzi had an expression of the rest of his life, it's just my sixth sense told me that the primordial Chenzi might be in the secret realm of chaos like us, so I blurted out and asked him for help. I didn't expect him to actually appear and save me. Woohoo, I'm so touched. He has decided. From now on, he will regard Liu Beichen as an idol and a reborn parent. Not to mention helping Liu Beichen take a scapegoat, even if he took a few more, he would be willing. Xia Ruling. Is it so casual? Hearing the conversation between Tianyuan Chenzi and Xia Ruling, Peng Liangping, Fan Yuz, Ziwei Shenzi and others didn't know what to say. In addition, they also marveled in their hearts that Liu Beichen deserved to be a strong man on the second floor of the out-of-aperture realm. Once you hide your figure, restrain your breath. Their spiritual sense would not be able to detect Liu Beichen's existence. Not to mention, those puppets who fought with them just now were all solved by Liu Beichen in 2 or 3 strokes. And Liu Beichen himself did it without showing up. I have to say that Liu Beichen's strength is really too strong. Son of Ziwei couldn't help but tried to ask, Son of Absolute Beginning, I have admired you for a long time, I wonder if I can come out and see you. Holy Son, no. Fan Yuz hastily interrupted, since the Son of Absolute Beginning has not shown any trace during the process of helping us, he probably doesn't want to meet with us. Peng Liangping said, I agree with Elder Fan's words. All right. Son of Ziwei asked again helplessly, then shall we continue to advance into the secret realm of chaos, or leave now? Peng Liangping thought for a while and said, let's follow the advice of the Son of Absolute Beginning and leave the primal chaos realm. Although I'm not reconciled, it's safer to do so. Fan Yuz nodded and said, the mechanism puppets we encountered just now are so difficult to solve. If we continue to advance into the secret realm of chaos, we can't predict what the hell we will encounter. That's right. Now is the perfect time to leave the primal chaos realm. Tianyuan Chenzi quickly echoed. Among so many people present, he most wanted to leave the primal chaos realm now. Because of the scene where his life was hanging by a thread just now, he never wanted to go through it again. It is said that the strength of the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning has reached the second level of the aperture realm. Ziwei Shenzi said whimsically, can we form an alliance with him? Tianyuan Chenzi retorted, Ziwei Shenzi, quickly discard your unrealistic idea. That is. Xia Ruling echoed, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning is so powerful, why should he form an alliance with us? Besides, I've tried this suggestion you made a long time ago, it won't work. Sun Ziwei thought so too. The levels of the two sides are too unequal. It's a bit unrealistic to form an alliance. Holy Maiden of Tianyuan, have you really tried it? Ziwei Shenzi asked unwillingly. Of course. Xia Ruling replied uncomfortably, I won't go into details with you about the specific process. Ziwei Shenzi said with a disappointed face, that's a pity. However, it wasn't just him, who wasn't disappointed. After all, if they can form an alliance with a peerless monster like Liu Beichen, where can they not go in this chaotic secret realm? Chapter 97 Strange Illusion, the ubiquitous halo of the protagonist. Liu Beichen followed Fang Yu's trail all the way, and met many practitioners who passed the first checkpoint. However, among them, the ones with the highest strength have not reached the king ceiling stage, so they must have all passed the level by luck. What's the situation? Lu Beichen saw some practitioners walking, and then disappeared. He couldn't even detect the other party's existence with his divine sense. Could it be that we encountered a formation that can isolate the consciousness? Lu Beichen secretly cheered up. Fortunately, there is the Qi machine talisman, otherwise, I would have to lose Fang Yu, the treasure-hunting mouse. After a little hesitation, Lu Beichen finally decided to move on. Since Fang Yu is the son of destiny, there should be no problem with his route. However, what happened next almost caught Lu Beichen off guard. The formation he entered. Not only can it isolate the spiritual consciousness of the practitioner, but it can also make the practitioner fall into an incomparably real illusion. In a trance, Lu Beichen realized that he had become the emperor of the Qian kingdom, with 3,000 beauties in the harem. Although Qiangguo is only a moderately powerful country, he works hard to rule it. Also use modern knowledge to enrich the country and strengthen the army and hang and beat the natives of various countries. It took about 10 years or so, and he finally unified the mainland. If it weren't for the destiny villain system, Lu Beichen would have no idea that all of this is fiction. However, you can't really blame him. Who told this unknown formation to block his related memories in the spirit world? So close. If you continue to indulge in illusions, it won't take long before you will lose your spirit and become an idiot. Lu Beichen couldn't help but feel a little scared. System, you seem to be a little late in reminding me. Host, why is it late? What's your concept of time? Lu Beichen replied angrily, I have destroyed countless countries and unified the mainland. Isn't it too late? Of course not. The destiny villain system explained, don't look at you as if you have been in the illusion for a long time, in fact, it has only been a while since you fell into the illusion. Is there such a thing? Lu Beichen looked surprised, one glance at the sight of thousands of years? Isn't this unknown formation too weird? What's weird? The destiny villain system replied, in the end, it's because your strength is too weak. Lu Beichen. Look, is this human? He has cultivated his strength to the second level of the out-of-aperture realm at only about an age. If this is considered weak, who in the spirit world dares to call himself a strong one? The destiny villain system seemed to be aware of his thoughts, and continued, don't take it lightly, don't talk about other things, just say that if you can have the strength of the Yuan Shen realm now, this unknown formation doesn't even have the ability to make you fall into an illusion, understand? Nonsense, if I have the strength of Yuan Shen realm now, I can directly sweep everything in the primal chaos secret realm. Lu Beichen rolled his eyes and said, why do I need Fang Yu to be my pioneer? It is necessary to know that the master of the secret realm of chaos, his cultivation base is only around the primordial spirit realm. That's the way it is said, but please come on. As long as you snatch Fang Yu's opportunity this time and kill him successfully, it is not impossible to advance to the primordial spirit realm. It's up to you to say. Lu Beichen replied noncommittally, this is the end of the matter, if I can't take Fang Yu's chance this time and successfully kill him, do I still have the face to hang around in the spirit world? Don't talk so badly. The destiny villain system teased, what if you don't do it? Wouldn't it be embarrassing then? What's more, the Chaos Deo body is an important factor related to whether you can return to the upper realm. If you don't get the Chaos Deo body, you can only stay in the spirit world and continue to mix. Lu Beichen said angrily, System, can you hope for me? Host, you don't want to listen to the truth, what else can I do? The destiny villain system replied, forget it, you can figure it out yourself. Row. Lu Beichen gave up communicating with the destiny villain system and focused on his surroundings. Sure enough, as he expected, after some practitioners fell into the illusion, they lost their souls and became idiots. It's useless for these people to live. Lu Beichen sighed softly, ignored the practitioners around him, and continued to track Fang Yu's whereabouts by using the Qi machine talisman. In his perception, Fang Yu actually broke through the second hurdle. Fang Yu is worthy of being the son of destiny. For him, there is no such thing as getting stuck in the weird illusion. Lu Beichen let out his second sigh in his heart. It seems that heaven treats Fang Yu, the son of destiny, differently from the villain of destiny. However, he didn't know that Fang Yu was able to break through this illusion so quickly, relying on the reminder of the artifact Spirit AO from the Shanghai Flood Dragon catalog. Otherwise, it's hard to say what Fang Yu's final result will be. Not long after, Fang Yu encountered a black flood dragon whose strength was around the first level of the out-of-aperture realm. Just when Fang Yu was panicking, the black flood dragon said to him kindly, go in. Primal chaos has been waiting for you for a long time. Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, it turned out that the other party just came to welcome him. Thank you, Senior Jiaolong. Fang Yu quickly thanked him. You are welcome. After Fang Yu walked in the direction guided by the black dragon, he couldn't help but said to Ao, meet your fellow clan. Well, It's my junior. Ao responded with some emotion, because I am much older than it, and my strength at the peak is much stronger than it. As the so-called hero does not mention the bravery of the past. Fang Yu made a joke first. Immediately, he went on to say, however, I believe that one day you will return to your peak strength, or even stronger. Master, thank you. Ao gratefully responded, this is something for later, let's not mention it for now, let's go see the primal chaos. In case there will be any accidents due to long nights and dreams. Okay. Fang Yu collected his mind and started to drive at full speed. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of grass ropes for 10 years. Seeing that the opportunity was about to come his way, he was afraid that he would be late and be snatched away again. Fang Yu passed the 3rd level just like that? Is it a bit of a joke? Lu Beichen was taken aback. Then, he quickly understood that this should be the protagonist's halo at play. Without thinking too much, Lu Beichen turned around and prepared to catch up with Fang Yu. At this time, the Black Flood Dragon seemed to have noticed something, and asked in a cold voice, who is it? To be so sneaky, trying to hide this from my perception, is it too contemptuous of me? Chapter 98 Good Guy, it end number 039, just for me, right? Strange, the strength of this Black Flood Dragon is obviously lower than mine, why can't it discover my existence? Lu Beichen thought about it seriously, and immediately thought of the reason. The strength of the Black Flood Dragon in front of him is about at the 1st level of the out-of-aperture realm, so it's right to be one level lower than him. But this is the secret realm of chaos, their home field. Perceive something. Isn't it normal to be much stronger than he expected? However, to let him show his figure, the Black Flood Dragon has not done enough. After all, it cannot be ruled out that Black Flood Dragon is deliberately defrauding him by doing so. How long will your excellency pretend to be deaf and dumb? The Black Dragon looked at Lu Beichen's hiding place. I just said that no matter how you hide your body and restrain your breath, you can't escape my perception. I didn't expect this to be discovered by you. Lu Beichen showed his figure, bowed his hands and saluted. Senior Jiaolong is really awesome, and the younger generation admires it. Stop flattering. I have lived for so many years, how could I not see through your little trick? The Black Flood Dragon responded with both pride and disdain, if you want to sneak past the 3rd checkpoint where I sit, dream about it. Senior Jiaolong said yes. Lu Beichen agreed deeply, the junior really underestimated you just now, so he had the fluke mentality of trying to get away with it. Not bad. You human kid is quite clever. The Black Flood Dragon said with great satisfaction, for the sake of you voluntarily admitting your mistake, this seat will reluctantly forgive you for such a time. Thank you, Senior Jiaolong. Lu Beichen smiled gratefully and said, Senior Primal Chaos should still be waiting for this junior. Therefore, this junior won't chat with you anymore. Human boy, have you misunderstood something? The Black Flood Dragon interrupted, what is the true Lord of Chaos waiting for you? He is not going to choose you as his successor. Senior Jiaolong, this is your fault. Lu Beichen replied unconvinced, Senior Chaos True Monarch hasn't seen the junior yet, how do you know he doesn't plan to choose the junior as his successor? Does that even matter? The Black Flood Dragon sneered and said, I won't let you pass the 3rd checkpoint. If you don't see the true Lord of Chaos, of course he won't be able to choose you as his successor, understand? Don't know. Lu Beichen was a little puzzled and said, the junior just saw that you took the initiative to let a practitioner who was about the same age as the junior go. Regardless of cultivation talent and strength, this junior far surpasses him, so this junior should be more qualified than him to be the successor of the senior primal chaos true monarch, right? Whether one can be the successor of the true lord of chaos does not depend on such things as cultivation talent and strength. The Black Flood Dragon replied noncommittally, just now, I easily let the young man pass the 3rd checkpoint, and let him go to see primal chaos, because the aura emanating from his body made me feel particularly comfortable. After a pause, it glanced at Lu Beichen, and said, as for you, a human boy, the aura emanating from your body disgusts me. With this as a premise, how can I let you go to see primal chaos? Is your reason too bullying to the younger generation? Lu Beichen frowned, and said, Senior Chaos True Monarch, does he know that you are so willful? Mad, what kind of breath are you talking about? Isn't it because the Black Flood Dragon treats Fang Yu pleasingly and dislikes him, so he treats them differently? Host, this Black Flood Dragon is a bit special. The Destiny villain system suddenly came out and reminded, the opportunity in the secret realm of chaos originally belonged to Fang Yu, and his breath will make the Black Dragon feel comfortable. And you are the villain of Destiny, and you are destined to have a hostile relationship with Fang Yu, the protagonist, so your aura will make the Black Dragon feel disgusted. I see. Lu Beichen suddenly realized, no wonder my attitude is so low. The Black Dragon still doesn't like me. The reason behind it is that I and the Black Dragon are not compatible. Bully you. The Black Flood Dragon seemed to have heard some joke, and said, "If I want to bully you, do you think you can still stand here safe and sound and talk to me?" "Nonsense, let's not talk more." Lu Beichen asked in a deep voice, "Senior Jiaolong, can you really not let this junior go to see Senior Primal Chaos?" "Cannot." The Black Dragon refused without hesitation, "There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Human boy, I advise you to leave the secret realm of chaos as soon as possible, lest you be killed by your own greed." "Senior Jiaolong, this junior has actually given you a lot of face." As Lu Beichen said, his face changed slightly, and he said, "It's a pity that you are shameless, you really take yourself seriously." "Oh, you human kid is shameless." The Black Flood Dragon glared at him, and said, "This seat says it again, leave here quickly, leave the secret realm of chaos. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." "Good guy, it's just for me, right?" Lu Beichen replied tit for tat, "Little Nikiu, I'll see how you treat me rudely." The words fall. A powerful aura instantly emanated from his body, pressing directly towards the Black Flood Dragon. "Labor and management, stop pretending, labor and management are going to showdown." The Black Flood Dragon was still wondering where Lu Beichen got the confidence to dare to be so tough with it. Then, it understood. "Isn't it? The strength of the human kid in front of me has at least reached the second floor of the out-of-aperture realm." The Black Flood Dragon was taken aback. It can't figure out how the other party's age looks only about 17 or 8 years old, how can he cultivate his strength to such a high level? Could it be that it has been staying in the secret realm of chaos for many years, and the outside has undergone great changes? Has spiritual power become easier to cultivate? The opponent will have such perverted strength? "You, who are you human kid?" The Black Flood Dragon asked in surprise. "Little Loach, don't care who I am. Now that the situation has reversed, I have the upper hand." Lu Beichen said with a half smile, "For the sake of not yelling and killing me when you saw me just now, I can spare your life. Of course, the premise is that you get out of the way immediately. I'm going to see Senior Chaos True Monarch." This. The Black Flood Dragon was in a dilemma. Let's fight, the opponent's strength is stronger than it, and the probability of losing it is relatively high. Don't fight, it has no way to explain to Primal Chaos. Correct. This human kid is so cunning. Could the powerful aura emanating from him be created by using some secret method? This thought flashed through his mind, and the eyes of the Black Flood Dragon suddenly lit up. This possibility is very high. Because according to the age of the human kid in front of him, even if he started to practice in the mother's womb, he still couldn't cultivate his strength to the astonishing level of the second floor of the aperture realm, right? Chapter 99 Your Excellency is invincible, Xiaolong is far inferior. Human kid, stop pretending here. The Black Dragon looked like I had seen through you a long time ago, you are still young if you want to deceive me with tricks. Why are people in the world so self-righteous? Even the non-human small loach is like this. Lu Beichen sighed softly, and said, "Let me ask you again, will you let me pass the third checkpoint and go to see Senior Chaos True Lord?" Although he didn't know what the Black Flood Dragon had imagined just now. But his patience is limited. If the Black Flood Dragon continues to block him, then don't blame him for not showing any kindness. After all, once the two sides fight, casualties are inevitable. No. The Black Flood Dragon refused righteously, "It is impossible for you to pass the third checkpoint and meet the true Lord of Chaos. Unless you can win this seat, or step over the seat's body." At this moment, the more it thinks about it, the more certain it is that Lu Beichen's power is faked and caused by some secret method. Very good. Then let's see the real chapter under our hands. Lu Beichen took the Yuan magnetic ape out of the storage ring. This is enough to prove that his patience with the Black Flood Dragon has been exhausted. Blame it to the end, I'm too naive. Since you don't have the fate of the Son of Destiny, then thoroughly implement my behavior style as the villain of destiny. Lu Beichen decided to go all the way. Any person, or creature, who dares to stand in his way, go to hell. Not to mention the Black Dragon, even true Lord Chaos himself can't stop what he wants now, Chaos Body. Human boy, what do you mean? The tone of the Black Flood Dragon suddenly became colder. Did you take out all the weapons? Do you think your life is too long? Don't think that I won't kill you. You need to know that I have lived for countless years, and countless human beings have died in my hands. If you want to follow in their footsteps, I will definitely help you. Little Loach, are you bothered? Lu Beichen interrupted, didn't I just say it? See the real chapter under my hand. Human boy, I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, and I am still here to die. You didn't deceive me by pretending, but you deceived yourself, right? The Black Flood Dragon sneered, and said, "For your youth and ignorance, I will give you another chance, get out. Get out of my sight, get out of the secret realm of chaos." In fact, seeing Lu Beichen being so stubborn, it felt a strong sense of uneasiness in its heart. Otherwise, according to its character, it couldn't bear it for a long time and went forward to kill Lu Beichen who dared to provoke it like this. Little Loach, you're flustered. Lu Beichen smiled evilly, and replied, next, I think you should be able to say something. Young people don't talk about martial arts, so they can do it for themselves. It's a joke, it's impossible for me to be flustered. The Black Flood Dragon first refuted like this. Immediately, it asked with some doubts, in addition, what do you mean by other words? Why can't I understand? I'll make it clear to you later. Lu Beichen checked Fang Yu's whereabouts with his spiritual sense, and found that the matter was out of his control, so he continued, Little Nikyu, don't say that I don't know how to respect the old and love the young. I declare in advance that I will attack you. The Black Flood Dragon's heart suddenly trembled. What the hell? The human kid in front of him doesn't really have the strength to reach the second level of the out-of-aperture realm, does he? Otherwise, how dare he fight with me? This thought flashed through his mind, and the corner of the Black Dragon's mouth twitched inadvertently, come on. I am here waiting for you to fight. That's the way it is said. But there is still a fluke mentality in its heart. If he acted tougher, Lu Beichen would definitely show his true colors and knelt down on the spot to kowtow to him and beg for mercy. Little Loach, it seems that you will not die until the Yellow River. Lu Beichen smiled confidently, and he turned around and bullied the Black Dragon. Seeing this, the Black Flood Dragon didn't think much about it, opened its mouth and spewed out a mouthful of black flames, rushing towards the incoming Lu Beichen. Lu Beichen didn't dodge or dodge, and swung his sword to split the black flame. Seeing this, the Black Dragon unreconciledly spewed out several mouthfuls of black flames one after another, all of which were easily split by Lu Beichen with a swing of his sword. The appearance of this kind of situation completely wiped out the fluke mentality in the Black Flood Dragon's heart just now. Now that a human kid dares to fight with me, can he easily crack the dragon's breath of me? Combined with the powerful aura emanating from him not long ago, he may really be a strong man whose strength has already reached the second level of the out-of-aperture realm. Thinking of this, the Black Flood Dragon completely lost its original composure. Yes, it promised True Monarch Chaos to guard the third checkpoint carefully. However, this does not mean that it is ready to sacrifice. Lu Beichen didn't care what the Black Dragon thought, the movements of his hands didn't have any intention of stopping. In less than a while, the Black Flood Dragon was in a state of bruises all over his body. Damn it, how did this human kid cultivate his strength to such a perverted level? The Black Flood Dragon was inexplicably horrified. If it wasn't that its strength was not much lower than the opponent's, and the scales on its body were tough enough, it would have been cut into pieces long ago and turned into a dead dragon. Little Loach, your scales look good. Lu Beichen swung his sword to attack the Black Dragon, and said, I still lack a decent set of armor, and I'm just waiting for you to give without expecting anything in return. Damn it, this human kid actually set his sights on the dragon scale of this seat. The Black Flood Dragon imagined the scene of his dragon scales being stripped off, and couldn't help shivering. Today's young people really don't talk about wood. Relying on its own terrifying strength, not to mention killing it, you don't even want to let go of its body? Speak up if you have something to say. While dodging Lu Beichen's attack, the Black Flood Dragon confessed, you and I have no enmity, why should we make a life and death situation? Lu Beichen corrected, Little Nikian, you are wrong, if you continue to fight like this, you will be the only one who dies. Exactly. The Black Flood Dragon apologized and said with a smile, Your Excellency is invincible, and Xiaolong is far inferior. Lu Beichen laughed dumbly and said, Little Nikyu, you've been so knowledgeable for a long time, isn't it okay? Why do you have to hurt yourself now? Your Excellency said so. Following his words, the Black Dragon continued to make amends with a smile and said, Xiaolong has eyes but doesn't recognize gold inlaid with jade, so he deserves to be doomed. Then I can pass the third checkpoint now, can I go to see Senior Chaos True Monarch? Lu Beichen asked with a half smile. Of course can. The Black Dragon replied with a changed attitude, Your aptitude is unparalleled, and you are a rare genius in the world of practice for thousands of years. You must be qualified to go to the True Lord of Chaos. Little Loach, you are really slippery. Lu Beichen nodded in satisfaction, and sighed, Don't say anything else, just say that you offended me like that just now. I only caused you to be slightly injured, and I didn't kill you. It's really too kind. After finishing speaking, he did not wait for the Black Flood Dragon to respond, so he turned around and went to track down Fang Yu. Black Flood Dragon. You are a kind ghost. This seat is about to bleed to death. In your eyes, it is only a minor injury? True Lord of Chaos. It's not that I'm not doing my best, but that this human kid is too strong, and I'm no match for him. Watching Lu Beichen's departure direction, the Black Dragon murmured absent-mindedly. It failed to block the opponent. This means that the search for an heir by the true monarch of chaos is about to develop in an unpredictable direction. Chapter 100 Chaos Treasure Body, bring it to you. Ao, where is that senior chaos true monarch now? Hurry up, according to the prompts in the Shanghai Jiaolong catalog, he should be not far ahead. With the route planned by Ao, Fang Yu finally met the legendary true lord of chaos as he wished. Young man, as you think. On the steps, a white-haired old man turned around and said, this seat is the true lord of chaos. This junior has met senior chaos true monarch. Fang Yu hurriedly saluted. I have the Shanghai Flood Dragon catalog on my body, and my whole body exudes an aura that makes me feel comfortable. Primal Chaos first looked Fang Yu up and down. Immediately, he saw Liu Xin and said happily, my child, I have been searching all the way, after searching for so long, I finally found you. I just wonder if you would like to be the successor of this throne. Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the Black Flood Dragon did not lie to him, the senior Chaos True Monarch was indeed waiting for him. Fang Yu replied respectfully, thanks to your attention, this junior is of course willing to be your successor. Are you kidding me? Opportunities are presented in front of you, only a fool will refuse. Very good. True Monarch Chaos said benevolently, in this case, I will entrust my inheritance to you. I hope that when you walk in the spirit world in the future, you will not lose my reputation. Fang Yu solemnly replied, thank you Senior Chaos True Monarch, this junior will remember your request. We're done talking so soon. It seems that if no one stops it, Fang Yu, as the son of destiny, will get the opportunity in the secret realm of chaos, it will be a matter of course. With this thought flashing through his mind, Liu Beichen no longer hid his figure, restrained his breath, and came out and asked, Senior Chaos True Monarch, do you think about your choice of heir again? Before True Lord Chaos responded, Fang Yu couldn't help but asked in shock and anger, Liu Beichen, why are you here? Liu Beichen asked indifferently, this is not your place, if you can come, why can't I? You. Fang Yu didn't know what to do. Could it be that this opportunity that originally belonged to him is about to be taken away by Liu Beichen again? Master, don't panic. Ao comforted, the primal chaos is looking at you, as long as he doesn't change his mind, Liu Beichen will not be able to take your chance. These words woke Fang Yu up like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning. Yup. Fang Yu suddenly realized, this is the secret realm of chaos, and the person who can make the decision is the true king of chaos. At this moment, True Monarch Chaos said, Fang Yu is my favorite successor, I don't think there is anything to consider. Fang Yu complimented excitedly, the true lord of chaos is wise. After speaking, he looked at Liu Beichen with provocative eyes. That means it should be mine, you can't take it away. Senior Chaos True Monarch, why do you want to speak so deadly? Liu Beichen said a little puzzled, whether it is in terms of cultivation talent or strength, the junior far surpasses Fang Yu, so he should be more qualified to be your successor than him. I don't look at these things. Master Chaos shook his head, and said, Fang Yu is destined to become the successor of this seat, and if you talk about it, it is impossible for this seat to change his mind. Liu Beichen pondered for a while, and said, Senior Primal Chaos, what you said is too illusory, and this junior doesn't quite understand it. Boy, why do you have so many questions? True Monarch Chaos replied impatiently, I tell you the truth, the aura emanating from your body disgusts me. And the aura emanating from Fang Yu's body makes me feel comfortable. Such a detailed explanation, you should understand it. Understood. Liu Beichen nodded. Isn't this true Emperor of Chaos just like the reaction of the Black Flood Dragon? The opportunity in the secret realm of chaos originally belonged to Fang Yu, and his aura would make the true Lord of Chaos feel comfortable. And he is the villain of destiny, destined to have a hostile relationship with Fang Yu, the protagonist, so his aura will make the true Lord of Chaos feel disgusted. In general, the true Lord of Chaos is not compatible with him by nature. So it is impossible for True Monarch Chaos to choose him as his successor. Senior Chaos True Monarch, everything should not be decided based on personal preference, right? Liu Beichen said, the junior still thinks that he is more qualified to be your heir than Fang Yu. Although he is confident in snatching the Chaos Treasure Body in front of the Chaos True Monarch. But being able to achieve his goal without doing anything is the most ideal state. After all, no matter what the true Lord of Chaos said, he was once a strong man whose strength had reached the Yuan Shen realm. The ray of spirit left behind may not be as easy to deal with as it appears on the surface. Boy, I'm sorry, I always act according to my personal preferences. True Lord Chaos replied unmoved, I want you to be my heir, in my next life. Fang Yu's heart is so cool now. After learning that Liu Beichen is a peerless genius from the upper world. Every time he met Liu Beichen, he was either robbed of his chance, or he was on the way to being deflated. Not only can he keep the chance now, but he can also see Liu Beichen deflated. It's not easy. Ao, did you see that? Fang Yu really wanted to share his happiness with others, I never thought Liu Beichen, a damn guy, would have such a day. Master, I saw it too. Ao echoed with some relief, the true Lord of Chaos recognizes you, and Lu Beichen's attempt to steal your chance this time is probably wishful thinking. Fang Yu finally laughed out loud, Senior Chaos True Monarch, you will always be a god. Are you smiling so happily? Lu Beichen took a meaningful look at Fang Yu, and said, it is still unknown who will belong to the inheritance of the true Lord of Chaos. Fang Yu retorted, Lu Beichen, this matter has been settled, it's useless if you don't want to. Who said it's useless? Lu Beichen turned his gaze back to primal chaos again, not long ago, I saw a little black loach, and its initial reaction was the same as yours. A little black loach. True Monarch Chaos was stunned for a moment, and then he frowned and said, you are talking about the little black flood dragon, right? I have already ordered it, don't wait for other people to come in. It's good, take my words as wind on your ears, right? Senior Chaos True Monarch, have you thought about another possibility? How is this possible? That little black loach couldn't beat me, so it had to let me in. Lu Beichen smiled and said, I won't talk to you so much anymore. Chaos Body, bring it here. The words fall. He quickly moved his movements, and actually bullied the primal Chaos Lord who was on the steps. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.